Today we're going to analyze Jada Pinkett Smith's interview with Hoda. Greg, what's tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, I don't think you need much more description than that.
No, right?
How does this grab you being back here where it all began?
Yeah.
Jada met me at her old high school, the Baltimore School for the Arts, where she first appeared on stage and hoped to make acting the focus of her life. Do you remember being up on this stage?
Oh, do I?
What did you do up there?
So much. I remember choreographing a piece.
I picture little Jada up on the stage.
Oh.
I can see it.
Wreaking havoc. I was wreaking havoc all through this school, all on this stage, you know. It's good times. Yeah. I did a lot of growing up here.
And here is where she hit it off with a kid named Tupac Shakur, who was then living in Baltimore. So this place is also significant because this is where you met Tupac.
Pac was new. It was my sophomore year. And he looked over and he saw me and he just targeted me. And he said, "Hi, I'm Tupac." And I said, "Hey, I'm Jada." And we were inseparable from that moment.
What drew you to him? What was it?
He was such a charismatic. He had this beautiful smile. He had a little peanut head. This little peanut head. I remember being at my house on Price Avenue on the back porch, and, you know, he was like, "Oh, you know, we should try it." And I was like, "Pac, kiss me. Go ahead, just kiss me." And so he kissed me, and we both pulled back like, what the hell?
It was not for you or for him.
It was not for either one of us.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is going to be a great baseline opportunity for us. We hear her elongate the cadence of her speech when she's trying to make a point, choreographing, and then she does a question mark at the end of that, a piece. So we're going to see a pattern that she elongates her words when she's doing it. The other thing we're going to see is that it's difficult to measure her smile as Duchenne or not because she's had stuff done. So those orbicularis are not including because you see a real smile that you can't miss, but those don't engage. You see all the rest of the muscles working. She does a really good eye accessing when she's recalling some factoids where she's talking about a visual cue. And then finally, when she's talking about peanut head on Tupac, look at her face. That's a real smile. And that's how we know these orbicularis oculi and those things are not working. This is a controlled person, but we're seeing something really good right out of the beginning to get a baseline. Chase, what do you see?
Yeah, this is some smooth delivery. Her hands are relaxed. Her posture is comfortable. There's a slight increase in adapters as she sits on stage. You'll see that with her fingers and her hands there. But she's comfortable shifting the volume, the tone, and pitch of her voice. She's comfortable with body narration and using her hands to tell a story and pauses while she's thinking. She's comfortable with all of that. And right when she says we're inseparable from that moment, that's the only weird moment in here. There's postural retreat, eye closure, self-soothing, not sure what yet. In a couple of videos, I think we're going to see that. But the story here, even though it's baseline, is focused around status and mutual agreement, her status and mutual agreement. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely, because the quality of this footage is really, really good. She's talking about something that she enjoys and something emotional as well. So look at the nose there and how red the tip of the nose gets. That's real emotion. That is tough to fake. So we're going to see that later on and be able to say, hey, there's some real emotion going on because we see the tip of the nose going red, the eyes going red. So that was good to see. Listen, anybody, that great picture of her as a kid wearing those Hammer pants, those MC Hammer. I mean, anybody who wears those, like, utter respect. Good to see that. That just gave me joy. Beautiful smile, she says, and those big, wide those fingers come wide. So again, honest there. Beautiful smile. She's dynamic. She's expressive. She's a trained dancer. She lets us know that. So we know she has physical control as well. Are we going to see that physical control later on? Will we see her not be able to control her physicality? So yeah, just as you said there, Chase, there's some adapters there as well happening around the fingers, even on a story up on a stage that she'd be used to, at a place where she studied, talking about something that she enjoys. There's still some adapters in there. So it kind of makes us think, look, if we start seeing those later on, we maybe have to discount some of these as being potentially within a cluster of of deception. So what a great baseline to see.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. I'm excited for this because I've been using this app for over 2 years. If you didn't know how much private information is out there on the internet about you, when you first see it, it's pretty shocking and maybe a little disturbing. These people that collect all these private things about you are called data brokers, but there's a secret here. They have to take down your information if you ask them to, so they make it incredibly hard to do. So what we do is let Aura handle that for us, and you can do the same. You can let Aura do all the work tracking down and removing all the stuff that you don't want online. And you can try Aura for 2 weeks for free using the link right at the top of the description down there. And Aura does a ton more than just getting your information off the internet. They protect you from threats that you and even your kids can't see coming. And it's super easy to set up. You don't have to go download a million different apps to get all the benefits that Aura has, like parental controls, antivirus, VPN software, password management. They even have identity theft insurance. Everything. One of my friends was over here sitting in this office just a week ago, and I typed his name in, and within just a few minutes, we found everything. Even his anonymous accounts were on the dark web and the passwords associated with those. He downloaded Aura that night. So you should look into this. Your private information should be private. You can go to aura.com/TBP, just like the behavior panel, TBP, right now to start a free 2-week trial that I've also linked down in the description.
Scott, what you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with all you guys. I think everything we're seeing here is as it should be. She seems a little bit nervous. That's normal for the top of an interview. So initially, in those first few moments, and which we're looking at, she's a little bit nervous, which she's at her old school. She's got all those people around her she doesn't know, and that's normal. She knows some weird questions are going to be coming out at her, so she's a little bit nervous, but she quells that here in a little while. And I agree, she's a little bit not locked down, but I think we're going to see a really good communicator here because she really is in control of the way she communicates, where she looks, how she looks. She takes those pauses she needs. She does everything you should do for someone who is a great communicator. We see a great example of that myth about crossed arms and legs, where people say, oh, if your arms are crossed or your legs are crossed, it means you're not into what's happening, you're turned off, whatever. She's got both her arms and her legs crossed, and she's just as open as she could possibly be for most of this. And I think maybe some of the crying was edited out because you go to a clip and the next thing you know, her nose is red and you can tell she's been crying.
One of those tape replays.
All right.
How does this grab you being back here where it all began?
Yeah.
Jada met me at her old high school, the Baltimore School for the Arts, where she first appeared on stage and hoped to make acting the focus of her life. Do you remember being up on this stage?
Oh, do I?
What did you do up there?
So much. I remember choreographing a piece.
I picture little Jada up on the stage.
Oh.
I can see it.
Wreaking havoc. I was wreaking havoc all through this school, all on this stage, It's good times. Yeah. I did a lot of growing up here.
And here is where she hit it off with a kid named Tupac Shakur, who was then living in Baltimore.
So this place is also significant because this is where you met Tupac.
Pac was new. It was my sophomore year. And he looked over and he saw me and he just targeted me. And he said, hi, I'm Tupac. And I said, hey, I'm Jada. And we were inseparable from that moment.
What drew you to him? What was it?
He was such a charismatic. He had this beautiful smile. He had a little peanut head. This little peanut head. I remember being at my house on Price Avenue on the back porch, and, he was like, oh, we should try it. And I was like, Pac, kiss me. Go ahead, just kiss me. And so he kissed me, and we both pulled back like, what the hell?
It was not for you or for him.
It was not for either one of us.
Looking at your life, it looks perfect.
Right.
But during that time, you found yourself in a very, very, very dark spot. It was shocking to read how dark it got for you in that moment.
Yeah. I'd been struggling with depression for a long time. So along the way, I'm thinking that life is going to cure me.
Right. Will can fix it, or my
Will
job
can fix it. My job. And when I started to get into my late 30s and then hit 40, I hit a terrible wall.
Behind her radiant smile as her 40th birthday approached in 2011, her pain was so great, she looked for an out.
And the suicidal thoughts were just so extreme and were grabbing me.
What were the thoughts saying to you?
You know, not deserving to live, not feeling loved, not seeing light at the end of the tunnel. It just got really unbearable. And you start to think that everybody's better without you here.
Oh, jeez.
I start to try to devise a plan for an accident so that it doesn't look like suicide. And as morbid as it might sound, when I would come up with a plan, it made me feel like, okay, you got the plan, so you're good. So if it gets really, really, really bad, you got your out.
Her plan involved a high-speed ride on Mulholland Drive in Los Angeles, the mountain road with scenic overlooks and treacherous cliffs.
I'm just trying to imagine you driving Mulholland Drive and wondering where's a good spot
Oh, yeah.
for this to happen, and that your kids would be better off. Did you imagine in your mind it would be better because they would be raised this way, or it would be better because I wouldn't be here?
It would just be better. They would be okay and I would be out the way, right? Because you trying to rationalize the thoughts that come. I think about it now and it's actually a ridiculous thought.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So we have honest behavior here. And one of the ways you can tell here, she's trying not to cry or show tears, and willingness to wipe the tears away instead of letting them fall on the face for some dramatic effect there. Redness in the eyes comes suddenly. Maybe there's some edits there Scott's going to talk about, and some redness in the nose that appears there. And there's 3 types of tears. We have basal tears that kind of lubricate our eyes during the daytime and stuff. We're going about our day. Then we have reflex tears that respond to irritants like dust or cutting an onion. Then we have emotional tears that are produced in way larger amounts than the other 2 types. And they overwhelm the little drainage system. And there's a drain hole. Like even if you pull your eyelid down, you can see the hole. And that's why your tears go into your nose. But this leads to the spilling on the face. And then we have vasodilation. So when we're experiencing some kind of strong emotion, our body releases all these chemicals and hormones. And one of the results of this little cascade is the dilation or widening of blood vessels in and around the eye. And as these vessels expand, they become more visible through the transparent part of the eye, the conjunctiva, and they look a lot redder. And you can see that Hoda is genuinely emotionally affected by this. And she's responding with almost the same intensity of emotion as Jada. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Hoda, when she says, your life looks perfect, then Jada just swallows really hard because I think she's getting ready for these. She knows this is the top and here come the questions. So it's going to be kind of rough because she's never been interviewed like this before, and with such a backstory that was only a couple of years ago that leads up to this. So she knows there's a lot coming. Now, we see an odd head movement and her head shakes. These are confirmation nods. However, the head goes back and forth like this. It's really odd how her head does this and during the confirmation nod. So I thought that was kind of odd. But at the same time, you could say, well, that might indicate some anger or displeasure with talking about this subject, because here in just a couple minutes we get into something with her a little rough. So, and then we see contempt when she says to live, when Jada says to live, and the sentence is not, and then and not deserving to live is the sentence. And when she says to live, it happens on 2. Now, the head being forward and the contempt and the hard eye contact all suggest anger. From my point of view, that's the way I would say, oh, she looks a little angry, which she would normally be when you're talking about a subject like this. So we do see a blend of expressions here. In the we see contempt and anger, We see sadness and anger, and this is very common. You'll see these blends of emotions as you'll see the expressions that the emotions are making happen. So that's normal. That's okay. But I think it's interesting that we see those things, and quite often you'll hear, which we know differently now, that experts will say, "Oh, the only time you see contempt it is the only expression with that's asymmetric. You see one side of the face go up, whatever." But more often than not, you'll see more than contempt in that. Come to find out, you'll see these blends we've been talking about, anger and sadness or concern, along with the contempt as well. Most of the time, in my opinion, for what it looks like what I've been reading lately, from what's coming out research-wise, you'll see that blend. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, really interesting. I couldn't agree more. You've got real feeling here. Great to see that nose going red. We don't see it that often, actually. In Japanese animations, it's used a great deal in order to show emotion. The Japanese animators will do a much less in the face and really show some of those bigger emotions by blushing in the cheeks and the nose especially. But it's really clear on this particular subject. Just like you, Scott, contempt on to live, I saw there, and contempt on life is going to cure me. And I see the anger as well. Well, there's one theory that depression is anger turned inwards on yourself. I don't know how accurate that is, but it feels pretty good, feels like it might be pretty accurate. There's other theories around narcissism being contempt turned inwards and trying to manage that. So do we have anger and contempt here turned inwards at such a level to the extreme depression that she's talking about here, existential depression? I think we probably do, from all the signals that we're seeing there. I think the descriptions, the story, the narrative that she is creating there is absolutely honest and absolutely real from my point of view. I wouldn't disagree with the narrative she's got happening there. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, a couple of really good things here that we don't see all the time. One of them is something I call false cognates in body language, because everybody knows if you have a foreign language and you learn a word that sounds like a word in your language and you assume it means something, then you'll make a mistake and you'll have a false cognate. That happens in body language too. Watch her eyes get really wide, like shock or terror or something like that, but it isn't. It's a punctuation for her. She's used it so many times. We'll see it again in these videos that you could misread that because she's punctuating using her eyes that way. There's also some great eye accessing in here. Before she starts to, and I agree with you guys, 100%, the emotion is real. I don't think if she can do this on command, she should be on stage, not Will. I mean, just because that's pretty impressive to make your nose turn red and then your eyes red. That's powerful. You would have to be really good at conjuring up enough emotion to drive that. She starts with this serious face and she's looking, and watch her left eye get narrower and narrower as she's thinking about the situation. That dominant eye starts to narrow. That's usually associated with negative emotion and how things are going. I think she knows, look, we're working from a book. I think that Hoda has said, we're going to talk about these 9 things, these 12 things, whatever it is. And she's expecting this one. She knows it's going to be painful. That's why you see that hard swallow and almost a chin duck, just a little before she goes. Then as she's asking her questions about coming up with a plan, watch her eyes access back to that memory space we saw in the beginning. She's going back to something real. She came up with a plan. And then she goes back down into this right eye accessing, down right eye accessing, where she is feeling emotion. And you watch people, what I call going down the well, where they work themselves into a cry. None of that, not a bit. She just goes to eye access down to the right and starts to come apart. Then she does that eyes widen piece. That left eye gets narrower and narrower as she's talking about suicidal thoughts. That's residual emotion. When something is going on in us and we are not having stimulus, that's residual. And saw the same thing you guys did in Not Deserving to Live. Saw that asymmetry in the face. There's just so much good stuff. And if you don't think this is real, watch her go. And control, not make a mess of her makeup. She's a professional actor. She's always on stage. But then start to adapt on that tissue as she gets to the point to deal with it. Then they get to this point where they're asking her questions about what she thought. I can guarantee you from my exposure to dealing with people with serious depression, they don't remember what they thought. They have to come up. And you watch her eyes drift off. to the right and go to conjecture about what she was thinking. I think this is one of the best eye movement things we've seen. She's got really large eyes, makes it easy to follow, and she's pretty good and clear in this.
One of those tape replays.
Looking at your life, it looks perfect.
Right.
But during that time, you found yourself in a very, very, very dark spot. It was shocking to read how dark it got for you in that moment.
Yeah. I'd been struggling with depression for a long time. So along the way, I'm thinking that life is going to cure me.
Right. Will can fix it, or my
Will
job
can fix it, my job. And when I started to get into my late 30s and then hit 40, I hit a terrible wall.
Behind her radiant smile as her 40th birthday approached in 2011, her pain was so great, she looked for an out.
And the suicidal thoughts were just so extreme and were grabbing me.
What were the thoughts saying to you?
You know, not deserving to live, not feeling loved, not seeing light at the end of the tunnel. It just got really unbearable. And you start to think that everybody's better without you here.
Oh, jeez.
I start to try to devise a plan for an accident so that it doesn't look like suicide. And as morbid as it might sound, when I would come up with a plan, it made me feel like, okay, you got the plan, so you're good. So if it gets really, really, really bad, you got your out.
Her plan involved a high-speed ride on Mulholland Drive in Los Angeles, the mountain road with scenic overlooks and treacherous cliffs.
I'm just trying to imagine you driving Mulholland Drive and wondering where's a good spot
Oh, yeah.
for this to happen, and that your kids would be better off. Did you imagine in your mind it would be better because they would be raised this way, or it would be better because I wouldn't be here?
It would just be better. They would be okay and I would be out the way, right? Because you trying to rationalize the thoughts that come. I think about it now and it's actually a ridiculous thought.
You and Will had probably more rumors about you or talk about you than others.
Right.
They have an open marriage. They're swingers.
Yeah.
He's gay. She's gay. I mean, a million things were out there.
Yeah.
What, if anything, is true? And did hearing all that stuff bother you?
No, you know, that's part of it. I would say that none of that's true. I definitely can understand why there'd be misunderstandings, but none of it's true.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, okay. I think things are going to start changing as we get deeper into some more critical questions. Things are changing. We get that big laugh reaction that comes back, a little bit overly big for me, a little bit performative, maybe. There's disgust starts to happen as well. The flaring of the nostrils here around some of this questioning. A little bit worried about that. She goes, no, you know, and that reminds me of her partner, ex-partner. It's the misunderstandings are easy, aren't they? I'm going to get a little bit confused as we go through this as to what exactly the relationship is. But certainly there's something there of a microculture of her and Will Smith using the same tonality and same words. No, you know, and we'll see that. We'll hear that again later on. So is it microculture to Jada and Will? And if it is, what might it denote? Because when we heard it from Will, we had certain ideas around when he maybe uses that. And it wasn't just about him being from Philly. It wasn't just a Philly. We had lots of comments going, yeah, he just does that because he's from Philadelphia. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Well, let's see what comes. None of that's true, she says. And then she repeats with a bitter taste in her mouth here. None of it's true. And then there's some side targeting with her eyes and this idea of misunderstandings. Okay, so already it's getting a lot more dense and a lot more confusion. We're on our third piece and a relatively simple question. And it's now becoming a little more confusing and a little more open to misunderstanding. Let's see where it goes from here. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, Mark, I think this is the question. This is a question most people are going to want to hear because there's a lot of rumor around this couple. And I'm with you. I actually wrote, she does a silent scream laugh. That laugh is over the top without any laugh really coming out of it. And the smile dissipates like that. That's a little awkward, number one. Number two, she's been using illustrators. She didn't at every move, but we're starting to see a person who contains at the moment there's a hot question, and she's very contained. Where do those illustrators go? Well, maybe she's just decided she's not using them. So let's watch through the rest of the videos, because what we're going to find, guys, the reason we do from beginning to end when we do videos is you're trying to see progression and what changes. So let's watch and see. Maybe she just gave up on illustrators. Don't think so. So this is a hot topic. Right at the end, when she says none of this is true, she does kind of a request for approval. And you can see most of this stuff has been worked. So she has no wrinkles or that in her forehead. We're only going to see one larger request for approval with the forehead later in the video, and it's in a very key moment. But here she is not illustrating. She's not making a point. She rambles to the question. Hoda makes a mistake of doing a compound question where you give a person the opportunity to answer multiple questions and they choose the one they want to. And then she rambles and non-answers and says, none of that is true. Okay, none of that's true is an answer, but it sure is pushed out. And at the very end of that, at the very end of the question, she purses her lips in disapproval, and they're very prim when she's doing a comment about when Hoda's doing the comment about out there. The interesting piece for me is to watch Hoda as she's doing this. When she says that you're gay, that you're this or that, watch her hands push forward, her elbows at her side. Well, it's out there now. I can now start to talk more about it. And she goes, he's gay, you're gay. They have all of these illustrators that are making their point. And Chase, you'd call it narration because it's clear what she's saying on this hand, on this hand. There's more than one piece. It's not just illustrating your thought. So there's a lot going on. There's a whole lot of control here. I think what we're starting to see emerge is a person who controls her image very tightly. And there can be lots of reasons for that. We'll hear why a little later, as she's going to tell us in her own words why she controls her image. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think during that long setup for the first question, when she throws her head back like that, I think that's it is. I think it's sort of planned for a question like that because you want to show that it doesn't bother you. That's why it seems so big and so out of place and so odd, because she throws her head back, and she also has a chin jut in there on yeah right after that. But or before that, or right after that. That's what it is. But I think what's happening there is she's signaling that this stuff doesn't bother her. That's not that big a deal. It's like, oh yeah, I know about that. So we get that the brushing away of those things right out of the gate. Now, the long no, I think that gives us the impression she's actually thinking about what she's going to say. You know, they probably said, look, we're going to ask you these questions or around these topics here. They might not have given her the specific questions. I would be under the impression they did. But I don't think she sat down and wrote out every question, rehearsed it, and came out and started doing it. But I think she's actually thinking about things, or she's such a good actor from that point of view that it makes me wonder if she's actually thinking about her answer or not. Because it's really important when you ask a question to at least look like you're feign the I'm thinking about it part. So it looks like you actually thought about it. And people will take your answer much more seriously, or they'll accept it easier if you look like you thought about it for a second. Not like, what time is it? And you go, well, it's almost 8. Not like that. But if you give a little time, look like you're thinking about it, makes your answer more potent, I think. Now, when it gets to the part about the open marriage, let's see if that doesn't change a little bit as we go on through here, because there's some odd behavior in there. I won't get specific with it, but we'll get into that in a few minutes. Chase, what do you got?
Love it. And Hoda does a great job of distancing the question from herself and distancing it from Jada. She doesn't say, you are gay, you're in some kind of open relationship. She says, they're saying she is, he is, they are. So she doesn't point directly at her, which is a really good tactic. Yeah. And there's what I think is disgust on the face. And just going off of the coding system, we have those two little lines here that are coming up, showing disgust. And there's a head retreat where the head comes back. There's locked eye contact that's out of baseline. This is showing us why clusters are important. But then we hear her say, I would say that's part of it. We don't know what it is. And she puts the accent on the word of. That's part of it. I have no idea why that would happen. But then she says, I would say none of that's true. This is a non-answer. There's a loss of fluency from what we've seen in baseline, which means she's not producing speech at the same rate as she was just a few seconds ago. And she's speaking in these sentence fragments. And then she calls them misunderstandings instead of calling them lies or false information. When people think something is completely false, they tend to be okay with calling it false instead of making a case for the people who are saying the information or giving that information out. She's making a case for them. So something's way off here. And I think all four of us have spent maybe collectively 100,000 hours or so doing this stuff. And I'm still not claiming to know what goes on behind the scenes or what she's secretly thinking, but I do think that something here is really off, possibly a different type of deception where there's more avoidance and withholding than actual verbal deception like we so commonly talk about here. We're different type of deception.
One of those tape replays.
And Will had probably more rumors about you or talk about you than others.
Right.
They have an open marriage. They're swingers.
Yeah.
He's gay. She's gay. I mean, a million things were out there.
Yeah.
What, if anything, is true? And did hearing all that stuff bother you?
No. You know, that's part of it. I would say that none of that's true. I definitely can understand why there'd be misunderstandings, but none of it's true.
You and Will were talking about it, and me not knowing what was going on, I looked and I said, my God, this guy's been blindsided. What's going on here?
Yeah.
So I'm watching this weird dance go on.
Yeah.
It looks like this guy's being humiliated
I know.
on national television. If viewers got the impression Will was humiliated, Jada says that is not the case at all. She says Will asked to be on the show and knew about Alsina. So he knew about the relationship prior to this.
Absolutely.
And there's something else that was not clear in that episode, something Jada has never disclosed before. She and Will were not just on a break during her relationship with Alsina. They've actually been living separate lives for years. There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true?
Right.
Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
right,
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now.
Yes.
Y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
But in public, they denied the gossip about their marriage and played the role of adoring couple. This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot? Maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, you know? And we hadn't figured that out.
All right, I'll go first on this one. I'm going to skip straight to the straight talker part when Hoda says, you're a straight talker, but sometimes you're not. I mean, what a great way to approach that, because she's not saying, hey, man, I'm busting you right here. She just says, this is great, but sometimes this part isn't so great. Take a look at the veins in her head, in Jada's head. Look how those things pop out. It looks like she's getting ready to, or her head's getting ready to blow out. Now, that could be from her blood pressure could be going up because of that. Something's triggering those veins to pop out like that. So I'd be under the impression that when she's not attacking her, but saying sometimes you are, sometimes you're not, that might get her fired up a little bit. And then the question following that is what gets, I think, really makes things flow, pardon the pun, a little bit heavier in there as far as blood pressure goes. But it could tell us about several things. It could be embarrassment, it could be anger, anything that would make her blood pressure rise up a little bit. And we don't see it. That's the most we see of it in all this series of videos. We see little hints of it again, but not like this. So I think that's a pretty big deal. And whatever it is, if it is a big deal, and if it's not some weird, thing that just coincidence that happens right there with her blood pressure spike or something, I think she must be a really good actress or actor, because she doesn't show much after that about being angry or embarrassed or anything. Her voice tone and volume don't change much, but she does slow down as her diction becomes really, really clear. She's trying to get that point across. And I think this is very important to her, obviously, because it's bothering her emotionally. We just don't know. She just doesn't show that part of it. But the things we're seeing here normally may not set off the bells and whistles for someone who's not into nonverbal communication or hasn't studied body language. But I think for us, we're seeing, and I would venture to say it, the rest of us are going to see a few things in here that let us know that she's fairly uncomfortable with this questioning here. All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I would say, let me give you my first ones that jump off the plate at me. First of all, her blink rate goes up. Something has changed. That's the highest we've seen her blink rate to now. Chase, you probably counted it, but we got it up there. She says something about going into Jada mode for containment later. I think we're starting to see what Jada mode looks like. Now she's using illustrators. Well, she wasn't in that hot question last time, so this must be a hotter question for her. There's something going on here. There's a good example of her shifting behaviors to fit the situation, which she says she does. She knows she's about to get called on the carpet for these layers of deception. If you don't believe that, watch her baton with her feet. I can only imagine those shoes are very expensive and those heels are very delicate. And pounding your feet on the floor that way at an angle is probably not good for them. And she's very attentive to her appearance very clearly. So I would think that's interesting. There's a batoning piece that happens. And if you want to see a smile that isn't a smile that looks, foul, stop the video right when she asked the question about being a straight talker. Not only are those veins in her head showing, her smile is not. The sides of her mouth are turned down. Her smile is up, but the very corners of her mouth are turned down. So it's uncomfortable for her, to say the least. Then she's followed by, when she says, I am, when she says, I'm a straight talker, she goes, I am. Then she purses her lips and eye blocks. That's disapproval all day, every day, that you've been called on the carpet for one of the most important things you're doing. They ask her a question that's conjecture. And then when she asks her that question that's conjecture, she does the taffy pulling. She draws her in and then goes, right. First time we've heard that. She's asking her for approval. This so far has been the hot button of all the things we've seen, not the sexuality question. Maybe it's one she's prepared for. I doubt somebody says, hey, I'm going to ask you a question about why you're deceptive sometimes and not others, and you're a straight shooter. That's not the kind of question you typically get set up, but we see a lot of illustrators here. So one of the others is a baseline, not sure which. We'll go from there. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, y'all covered a great deal here. I'll cover just a couple other ones here. When Hoda is saying this guy's being humiliated on national TV, Jada says, I know, and then smiles, which I thought was an unusual response there. And we've seen her baseline for what sadness looks like and what grief looks like, and that's not it in response to that. And I'm wondering, why is Hoda doing this clapping motion like this? 18 times. I did count 18 times in a row. She claps her hands. And I think that that's probably pacifying or self-soothing, because asking this question is making her nervous. And maybe it's her socially driven psychology needing to just keep Jada aware that she's referencing the book because she's talking about a book and not her own opinion, so that the interview goes maybe smoother. I doubt this is a very conscious choice at all. I think she's just a great interviewer. This hand gesture from Jada is so far away from her normal behavior, but she's a classically trained dancer. So maybe this is a nonverbal replacement for speech, in which case she's using her hand so she doesn't have to speak. And you can see it when the clip comes back up. What I think is fascinating is that Hoda holds her hands open first. Then Jada and Hoda separate their hands at precisely the same time, like they had trained to do it, almost as if this was rehearsed ahead of time, or Hoda is cueing her to make this gesture. So after she says, yeah, to Hoda's confirmation of them being apart, we see even more. There's lip compression. There's chin boss movement, which we associate with grief, sometimes shame. And then there's a completely different speech and demeanor. And she's talking about this TV show where she was with Will. There's no team pronouns there. It's all I. Everything was about I, not we did this or we did that. It was about I. So I thought that was unusual. This is one of the most unusual ones so far. Mark?
Chase, I couldn't agree more about the punctuation that happens throughout Hoda's talk. I've never seen anything like that before. Yeah. What does it tell me? It tells me something extraordinary is happening here. You know, what's behind it? I think your theories there are very interesting and probably quite accurate, that she needs to, this is a pointed question here. You and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives. This is a piece of deception that they decided on together, which they never corrected for the public. We'll come back to that in a second. Here's what I'd also say is Jada is setting up the logic that if you know that you might be humiliated, you're not being humiliated. Well, that's not logically accurate at all. If you consent to abuse, then it's not abuse. No, it's still potentially abusive. Okay. And one thing that I might say is that somebody who is caring for another human being, if they know they're going to be humiliated potentially, and they also know they've consented to be in that position, they may well try and talk them out of it. They may well say, look, you really actually shouldn't do this. I know you think it's going to be okay for you, but actually I don't think it is. You shouldn't do this. We shouldn't do that. What she's saying is, look, he consented, so it can't possibly be the narrative that people have that I put him or allowed him into this humiliating situation. I don't think that's entirely true. It could be both things are the case. We find out there's a book involved. Always good in these kind of interviews to work out, okay, there's a book involved here, which means that there's a message within that book that somebody's trying to promote. Let's find out later on exactly what that key message is. Listen, I'm worried we're not hearing the whole story, because we get again that Will Smith or that microculture, Will and Jada, happening. Now, many people again might write down below, you know what, Mark, that's just Philly. Well, is it Philly or is it fibbing? Or is it both? Is it Philadelphia and it's fibbing, it's lying? Is this an indicator for this microculture that something else is going on? Well, I think something else is going on here, which is we're learning that we're being allowed to think a certain story and not being corrected. The deception here is not necessarily one where they're putting out information to lie to us, but they're certainly not correcting our assumptions about it. And so, there's potentially, what would you call that, Greg? Is that one a lie of omission or something else?
Yeah, I think this is a combination. I was going to bring this up later, but happy. Let's just discuss it here. What I would say is this is a combination of omission and allowing you to have a false understanding. people do it all the time. If you create your own summary of the facts and they don't deny it, then they just let it stew and boil and stew and boil and stew and boil. Sometimes it's more powerful than telling a lie yourself because the person's already decided it. Yeah.
Totally, because the person being lied to, who wants life a certain way, they make up the lie and you don't correct them on it. And so, as we heard in the last video, misunderstandings can easily happen.
Well, and guys, every one of us who's interrogated has talked to somebody. We know they're answering all the questions. This is the John Nolan and I were talking about the glass pane, right? Where it feels like but you just know you're like something's missing. And you can't put your head to it till you go back out and analyze sometimes. Sometimes you have to walk out of interrogation in order to be able to do that because your brain is so caught up in what you're looking for, you miss something else.
Yeah. So these misunderstandings, we're in a world where misunderstandings are allowed to happen. I think we're going to find out later on that these misunderstandings turn around and bite somebody in their own behind a little bit later on.
One of those tape replays.
You and Will were talking about it, and me not knowing what was going on, I looked and I said, my God, this guy's been blindsided. What's going on here?
Yeah.
So I'm watching this weird dance go on.
Yeah.
It looks like this guy's being humiliated on national television. If viewers got the impression Will was humiliated, Jada says that is not the case at all. She says Will asked to be on the show and knew about Alsina. So he knew about the relationship prior to this.
Absolutely.
And there's something else that was not clear in that episode, something Jada has never disclosed before. She and Will were not just on a break during her relationship with Alsina. They've actually been living separate lives for years.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true?
Right.
Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper, but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
yes,
y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
But in public, they denied the gossip about their marriage and played the role of adoring couple. This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot? Maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, you know? And we hadn't figured that out.
Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, well, why it fractured, that's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, just one thing on this, which I think is really interesting. I just hadn't been able to break that promise. I just hadn't been able to break that promise, she says. This reminds me of Prince Andrew in many ways. Only this element of it. There's some elements of Prince Andrew, which of course have nothing to do with Jada here. But this is something to do with Prince Andrew, which is I was just too decent. It's that element of virtue signaling. in order to win approval and distract from the deception that might have been going on. She's telling us really that she was deceptive with us, or as we've just been discussing, did not want to point out that our assumptions were incorrect because and wanted to continue to live this lie, shall we say, because she's just too decent a person to break that kind of promise to herself or to each other. I find that interesting, and I think we're going to get some more of this virtue signaling in this interview. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. This is something that is of the utmost importance to her because she sits straight up. Her hand comes out as almost like she's offering her something. So it's almost like she's gifting her something. I know that sounds cornball, but there's something emotionally where she's trying to open up here and seem to be the most forthright or honest at this point. So I think that's, when I see that, it makes me go, okay, even though they look like they're being honest, it makes me want to pay attention even harder when I see things like that because it sort of sticks out. So this is really important to her. Again, she slows down. Her diction gets really, really clear. And I think she's a great communicator, Jada. And she doesn't get caught up in the minutia of being immediately understood. She doesn't mind laying back a little bit, pausing, and then talk a little bit, and then pause a little more and talk a little bit more. And I think that Hoda is doing a great job of letting her do that. Quite often we'll see interviewers on here, and it drives us more crazy when somebody will almost be finished with their answer, and as soon as they're finished, boom, the person comes back with another question. There's no breathing there. There's no air. There's no time to think or anything. It's just like question. Granted, a lot of things are from the news that we get, news interviews, so they're not set up to be that or to do that for you or for us. So that's understandable. But here, I really think she's doing a great job as an interview goes. I think this is why my wife loves Hoda Kotb so much and I think so many millions of women do, because they feel like it's them sitting there asking the questions. And she looks like any other person would be sitting there as they're asking a question. I think she's looking like all these other people would look, excited and waiting to ask questions. So I think Jada's a great communicator. I think she's under control with what she says and how she says it. And even though these answers may not be thought out to the period of every sentence and the comma between, phrases, I think she does a great job here of controlling how she looks and how she sounds. And that could go back to why since she's been an actress since she was a little kid, she may be used to that, but man, she's good at it. Great communicator. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you for sure. And one part that really stuck out to me this morning when I was going through these, and none of us compare notes, by the way. Me and Greg and Mark will try to chit chat about this when we sign into Zoom to record this thing, and Scott won't let us even discuss it. So I think it's fantastic that we so often agree on a lot of these things. And one thing that stuck out to me here was she says, I'm stuck in a fantasy of what the other person should be. And I think this is common in a lot of marriage issues where somebody falls in love with a potential instead of a person. And she uses the word we, but something tells me she might not be referring to Will here, and that she's speaking for herself when she says we. She doesn't use team pronouns to talk about them. Even on the TV show where she's being interviewed in the last clip, it's not there. And she says, I made this promise. I would never be a reason something. She referenced him and his integrity, like referenced him and his integrity and his promises exactly 0 times, which isn't a huge deal, but it's looking to be more of a pattern here starting to emerge, that it's all about her promises, her integrity, everything. There's nothing about him here and how he wants to keep his promise too. Keep in mind, I don't know the case much about the relationship. The more I would read online, the more prone I would probably be to bias here. So every time living separately is brought up, there's an identical smile that comes up. It's identical on her face. And I'm not sure what this is. If you know the case here, you probably do better than all of us do. And I'm willing to bet you do. Comment what you think that smile might be. Why is there the exact same smile every time they talk about living separately? Is there something going on? Maybe not. Maybe so. Mark, what do you got?
I went, I believe.
That's true. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, Chase, one of the things I find most interesting about this is even when we disagree about elements of what we're doing, we often come to the same conclusion because we're looking at the case from so many different factors. And it's rare for us to really disagree about what's going on, even though we may not see the same things exactly along the way. And part of that's because we are organisms and we've gotten really good at the pieces we're good at. We're constantly growing as we talk to each other. And I say this to Dina all the time. I think each of us has gotten better as a result of all being on the same team. And it's, for me, certainly been a good partnership. And this is the part I'm enjoying the most about it. So let's talk about one of the things that happens in the very beginning of this clip is beautiful. The great Hans Scharf, and you always hear us talk about Scharf in Interrogation, actually created a thing he called change of scene. And he got more information out of American pilots by taking them out of the prison for a walk, taking them out to the airfield to look at planes. That brings out the best in people. It brings out the more normal in them. It brings out the baseline. So we see some of that in Jada when Hoda's talking to her walking through the neighborhood. When she gets to this place, and I'm with you 100%, Chase, when she says fantasy, there's contempt or disdain in her face. I'm going to call it contempt for the situation or disdain. And then her voice also does that at the same time. She speeds up her cadence and her head gets kind of wooden as she says a fantasy, something different in her baseline. So we want to know, we would dig in more there. And Scott, I love that you said she gives her a gift. She gives her something. Here for me, I'm going to go back to my very original baseline and say she's using her illustrators and talking. So we think this is her normal. This is her talking when she's not got something to hide. She elongates her words at reason. She elongates her words at work through whatever. That is a good indicator. The reason there's no reason that is going to cause us to divorce, period. That means they got some kind of I'm not going to say a contract, but they've got some kind of an agreement. There's no reason for us to split up. We will work through whatever. Those are words that matter, and they're powerful, and they're there. When she does that promise, I'm with you, that chin boss shows up, and that's grief or shame. This could easily mean something egregious has happened, but it's not going to cause us to split up, and we're going to stay a couple, even if we live apart. That could be anything. We don't know what that is. We don't know what's a deal breaker. If, in fact, all is forgivable, which is, in effect, what she just said. And then I'm with you, Chase. I see amusement that erupts into a smile when she says separately. So it's interesting. She starts with amusement and goes to a smile both times. Why? We can't tell that because we can't read minds. But I think collectively we all came to the same place. And, Scott, I think the gift is almost an embedded confession of what's going on. It sounds like it to me.
One of those tape replays.
Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, why it fractured, that's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
Will calls you up again. You guys haven't been together in years, and he says, come join me in this moment.
Right. Well, the thing about it is that Will and I, we're family.
Yep.
He calls me, and he's like, will you go to the Oscars with me?
Okay.
And she went. It was Academy Awards night, March 27th, 2022. They looked like a committed romantic couple posing on the red carpet.
You look dazzling, he looks dazzling. I do have to ask though, people who would be reading this will go like, but wait, I saw them kissing on the red carpet. What about for people who feel like, man, I feel like Jada and Will betrayed us. They've been pretending. They've been putting on a phony show for all these years.
You know, I would say that there's deep love between us. And I could see why people would say that it's not exactly what they thought, but I actually think that it could be a lot more than what people hope for, right?
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So here we go again. We've got illustrators. They're moving. She's congruent in that we are family, and he called and asked me to. There's a lot of movement. You know, you always quote Vray, Scott, about saying the bigger the illustrators, the more movement, the more illustration we do, the more likely something is true. And then she goes way back to that original question number 2 about sexuality and locks down and gives a rambling non-answer and a right with that left eye, that intake eye really narrowed now. This looks a lot like when she was being deceptive, and she was called on the carpet for being deceptive. And she's a master of non-answer. As she's trying to respond to this, she's looking like there's a baseline for her when she tells the truth and a baseline when she avoids the question. And I think this is avoiding the question baseline. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Here's where things change up a bit. Her cadence speeds up, her voice tone and volume go up. She illustrates with both hands and arms as well as she's answering. But this is something where she feels very strongly about it because she's committed to being married, as she's talking about. You can see it on her. I know there's a lot going on body language wise, but still, I think her commitment, you can read it through this. Now, after Hoda says they've been putting on, talking about how people are talking bad about him, she says they've been putting on a phony show for all these years. We see a giant micro expression of pursed lips. Giant and micro expression don't go together, but it's so pronounced if you know what to look for, which we hopefully have relayed that what to look for. It's just where her mouth purses just a little bit. Sometimes it's really quickly, sometimes it's really big. But in a micro expression, as far as micro expressions goes, I think that's what this is, but I think it's really big too. I guess they could be this big and still be micro. But this usually indicates disagreement. And sometimes that person is large and sometimes it's small. And like I said before, sometimes it's really quick. Sometimes it'll last for a little while, depending on what the subject is and who you're talking to. But I didn't think she liked hearing about being thought of as a liar. So, and there's a big difference in the use of the word can and the word could in her reply. Because Jada says, I could see why people would say that. Or she says, I could see why people would say that, not I can see why they would say that. Now, the word in this phrase is important because it lets us know, in my opinion, she strongly disagrees with this statement. Because, in other words, she says she could say, I could see it if I wanted to. That's what I think she's saying. If you back channel this psychologically, I think that's what's happening. All right, Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, totally agree. Y'all made me cross out most of my stuff here, but
you got me too.
Your point about could, she says it again in this clip. She says, I actually think that it could be a lot more than what people hope for. That's an answer. She's hinting and goes immediately back to vague, foggy, indirect language, which is strongly indicative of not necessarily deception, but certainly some concealment and avoidance and self-preservation there. That's all I got. And Mark, what do you got?
Thank you. I'm just going to double down on what you were pointing towards there. Look, there's an idea here of betrayal, which is that's a big word to use, and Hoda, lays it down. Betrayal of the public, a phony show, as if shows aren't to an extent phony. I'm not saying we've got a phony show, but obviously, there's elements that within what we do, which is not absolutely, accurate. You don't get to see everything. Okay. You don't get to see what's over there and over there. Okay?
I'm wearing gym shorts right now.
Exactly. You phony, you utter phony, you. So look, obviously there is concealment within show business for sure. But is that betrayal? Okay, this is a beautiful classic piece of spin. Let me unwind it for us. She says, not what people thought. Well, that idea of not what people thought, the reality is it wasn't what people were led and left to believe. There's no thinking involved. They were led into an idea and they were left to sit in that idea. There was no correction of that. And Chase, to your point, it could be a lot more than what they would hope for. This is suggesting that there is merit to this lie, that within being left to believe something that isn't accurate, there's an intrinsic merit to that. Well, that can be true. Some lies have some real intrinsic merit to them. Some lies are good to produce. They do more good than they do harm to certain people. Other people, maybe not so much, but to certain people, they do a lot of good. The spin here is that the deep love, so she's suggesting there's a deep love that is more than what people were hoping for, and that these two, Will and Jada, share a deep love which has more merit than the romantic love that people were hoping for and had been led and left to believe. Now, that may well be true, but now you're going to have to convince us of that. Now you've got to lay down the evidence to say there is a deep love rather than a romantic love, and the deeper love is always more merit. It has more merit than the romantic love. It's a nice thought. It's a good piece of spin. It may well be true, but now, okay, let's have more videos and now prove that to be true. Because if you can prove that to be true, and we believe in that as well, then maybe you turned the public representation of yourself around, which I think is what this may well all be about. And why not? Why not? You know, she's got a business to run, which is the business of herself, and she deserves to be able to protect it, that business, like any other business can. Whether we believe it or not, that's a whole other job.
One of those tape replays.
Will calls you up again. You guys haven't been together in years, and he says, come join me in this moment.
Right. Well, the thing about it is that Will and I, we're family.
Yep.
He calls me, and he's like, will you go to the Oscars with me?
Okay.
And she went. It was Academy Awards night, March 27th, 2022. They looked like a committed romantic couple posing on the red carpet.
You look dazzling. He looks dazzling. I do have to ask, though, people who would be reading this will go like, but wait, I saw them kissing on the red carpet. What about for people who feel like, man, I feel like Jada and Will betrayed us. They've been pretending. They've been putting on a phony show for all these years.
You know, I would say that there's deep love between us. And I could see why people would say that it's not exactly what they thought, but I actually think that it could be a lot more than what people hope for, right?
So in 2022, Jada just hoped for the best.
It's just like, hopefully he'll play nice, you know? I didn't really see any reason why he wouldn't, since after the 2016 Oscars, he reached out and apologized for what he had said, and we hadn't talked since.
Okay, so you're sitting there, and apparently Chris Rock is going off script. He's just doing what Chris Rock does, and he makes a crack about you.
A crack that hit a nerve. Jada struggled for years with alopecia, which causes hair loss. And with millions watching around the world, Chris referred to Demi Moore's shaved head in the movie G.I. Jane.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
At first, Will laughed, but not Jada.
I could tell it bothered you. You did an eye roll. Like,
right. Yeah, and I did that eye roll not so much for me, and I think this is really important, but the fact that there could be a jab at alopecia. And I was thinking about everyone else that suffers from alopecia and shame, that it was going to be okay to make a joke about a condition that someone cannot, right? You don't have any control over that. And so I rolled my eyes like, oh, here we go again. And then Will gets up.
Jada says she didn't realize what was happening. She thought it might have been a planned comedy bit.
Because all night through the Oscars, you know, between the three hosts, it had been all this impromptu kind of like back and forth with the audience and people getting up on stage and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, maybe he didn't tell me.
Right.
And, you know, Chris is like, uh-oh. Chris is kind of like making light of it.
Jada says her view was partially blocked because Will walked in front of Chris, but millions of viewers did see it.
And then Will swings.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look like Will actually make contact with Chris. So I'm thinking Chris slipped it. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting, you know? And Will turns around. Now, as Will's coming back, I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. Something is off.
Because you know when he's upset,
Yeah,
and
I'm
Will was
like,
upset.
Whoa. And then when he sits down and I look at him,
Yeah.
and I grab his hand, and I'm just trying to see where he is. And then it continues, and I'm like...
And you heard what he said about you.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
This entire video is pretty much a return to baseline. And I think her reaction about the role was explained in a way that she did it consciously. But I think what she's meaning to convey here is that she innately reacted to the comment with empathy for anybody who might also be offended by the joke. Not that her eye roll was calculated based on her estimation of the struggles of women with alopecia or anything. We're saying body narration, clarity of language, immediate answers, and some fluctuation in the tone and volume of her voice here. So we're back to kind of video 1 or 2 where we saw her baseline. We're not seeing anything huge coming out of that. Scott?
Yeah, I agree with you. Dang it, you got that. My first one out of the gate was about her the alopecia thing. But as we covered the slap heard around the world whenever that happened, and now we can see by looking at this video, we can see at the eye roll, he didn't even see that. Will's looking at Chris Rock, and he's smiling. You know, he's like laughing. He didn't see the eye roll. So when people start blaming it on that, they're wrong about that. Now, personally, like you said, Chase, it looks to me like she's that whole thing about alopecia was more of a virtue signaling for the sake of that, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. You know, she can help bring more attention to that. But I don't think that's why she was. If you look at her face, it looks to me like that's not what's happening there. I think she was doing it because it probably disgusted her when he said that or hurt her feelings. So I don't know. But it looks like she's locking herself down here because almost all the movement has stopped for a little while there. Almost comes to a complete stop. And so far, every question, every subject, she's been illustrating with ease. They've all been very smooth and very big and very purposeful. But things just changed. So her illustrations don't move above her lap very far. And when they do, like I said, they don't even move up past the lower part of her chest, really. So they're staying low, and we know, like Greg was talking about earlier from the race studies, that lets us know, or it suggests a person might be being deceptive. I don't see deception here. I just see she might be placing this thing about the alopecia differently. She may be wording that differently to make her look a little bit better. Not that she looks bad. She doesn't. It's just virtue signaling. And then for the last part, we're back to what's normal, like you were saying, for a baseline. And I think we've seen up till now all the things we've sort of seen in this clip as well. And I believe her when she says she didn't see that slap very clearly. I really believe that because everything looks as it should when she's explaining that. And why would she keep saying, I didn't, why would she keep saying she didn't see it? She was maybe brushed it out of the way when he actually probably was in the way of her vision of what happened there. And then one thing that made me sort of solidified this for me was when she was talking about grabbing his hand to get a read on him. Because, when you're with your person and you grab their hand, you can tell what's going on. But the way they react to that, the way they look at you or you look back at them, so she could tell something just wasn't right there. So that part, I think she's full on about that. I think she's being completely upfront about her feelings on that. All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I don't think there's any voodoo in what she's doing. I don't think she signaled him, go slap him by any stretch. And it's funny, 3 of us, Mark, you're probably going to have it too. None of us believe that she was thinking, oh, poor alopecia victims. That was not happening. You could see it. It was immediate and abrupt, and something caused her to roll her eyes. Let's talk about baseline. We always say baseline means something when a person does something. Look at her roll her eyes here and roll her eyes there and tell me they're the same thing. They're not. Whether she felt that at the moment or not is not material to this because people rationalize after. So I'm not going to panic a lot about that. But I want you to realize that people do things the same way all the time. When I roll my eyes the same way. And you can pick up on it. And that big, large hand movement and stuff that she does to say about alopecia is awkward and not real. It's wooden in its delivery compared to anything else she has done. So that part for me, I know she's probably feeling even she knows that everybody knows her eyes were rolled at that point. I'm going to leave the Chris Rock stuff alone because I think there's a couple of pieces in there. She might not have been visible to Will Smith when she was rolling her eyes, but there's certainly enough rigid body language after that he could get, hey, my butt's in a sling, I better do something. Now, did she expect him to do that? It's a different story. We'll get to that soon. But the one thing that makes me think that she may not be 100% truthful is there's suddenly a bunch of you-knows in this conversation we've not heard to now. You know. Why is that suddenly there? Whether she saw it or not, that doesn't mean she caused it. Did she cause it indirectly? Possibly. Not even important. But that body language clearly is different from when she rolled her eyes immediately. And that was about self, not about other people, in my opinion. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I can't disagree. All I can do is load up more on it, which is I did that eye roll, not so much for me. Not so much. Oh, so partly for you then. So partly for you. So, what's the percentage? How much for you? How much for other people? Yes, there's a strong possibility that initially the instinct was about you. And then you thought, oh, okay, but all of those other people with alopecia, those are the people, everyone else, she says. And we get a gesture there, which is way out of her baseline. Now, some people might be able to write down below, look, that particular gesture, it may be part of a specific culture to go that big at that point. It might be microculture for her. Yeah, I get that, but it's still out of baseline for her. And so something is definitely up here. I agree. There's some clear signaling of virtue there. Why not? She's got to protect her image for really good reasons around this and look a little less selfless. I'd say a little more selfless, sorry. But that gesture is right out of frame at this point. So it's big. Then comes up the idea of shame. So I think there's a strong possibility that her instinct here was around shame. Yes, it could be her shame and it could be others' shame as well, but a feeling of shame, and in such a public arena, would be more likely to get that kind of eye roll response than feelings about the mass of other people and the shame that they might be feeling through seeing her shamed in such a public arena. I don't think that's the instinct for it. Now, we've interesting enough, as far as I can ever see, we've never been shown the camera angle ever that would allow us to see what happens after the eye roll and after the laughter, and do that couple ever look at each other? All we ever got to see from this footage, and I don't know whether the footage exists, because I don't know whether every camera was capturing footage, or there was live editing and it got edited away at that point. But there has to be a point. Either Will Smith keeps his eyes forward on Chris Rock and internally, having seen nothing else going on, internally goes, okay, I need to go up and slap that guy. And I'd love to see that change on his face. I'd love to see that internal stuff. Or those two look at each other and a change happens. And no blame. It's like, yeah, I totally get it. On every side. But I'd like to see that moment, and I'd like to see what happened there. But as far as I can see, that footage doesn't exist. I don't think there's a conspiracy around that, because, sometimes footage just doesn't get captured. But if it's there, let's see it. It'd be nice to see what went on there. That's all I got on that one.
One of those tape replays.
So in 2022, Jada just hoped for the best.
It's just like, hopefully he'll play nice, I didn't really see any reason why he wouldn't. since after the 2016 Oscars, he reached out and apologized for what he had said, and we hadn't talked since.
Okay, so you're sitting there, and apparently Chris Rock is going off script. He's just doing what Chris Rock does, and he makes a crack about you.
A crack that hit a nerve. Jada struggled for years with alopecia, which causes hair loss. And with millions watching around the world, Chris referred to Demi Moore's shaved head in the movie G.I. Jane.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
At first, Will laughed, but not Jada.
I could tell it bothered you. You did an eye roll.
Right. Yeah, and I did that eye roll not so much for me, and I think this is really important, but the fact that there could be a jab at alopecia. And I was thinking about everyone else that suffers from alopecia and shame, that it was going to be okay to make a joke about a condition that someone cannot, you don't have any control over that. And so I rolled my eyes like, oh, here we go again. And then Will gets up.
Jada says she didn't realize what was happening. She thought it might have been a planned comedy bit.
Because all night through the Oscars, you know, between the three hosts, it had been all this impromptu kind of like back and forth with the audience and people getting up on stage and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, maybe he didn't tell me.
Right.
And, you know, Chris is like, uh-oh. Chris is kind of like making light of it.
Jada says her view was partially blocked because Will walked in front of Chris, but millions of viewers did see it.
And then Will swings.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look like Will actually make contact with Chris. So I'm thinking Chris slipped it. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting, you know? And Will turns around. Now, as Will's coming back, I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. Something is off.
Because you know when he's upset,
Yeah,
and Will
I'm
was
like,
upset.
Whoa. And then when he sits down and I look at him, and I grab his hand, and I'm just trying to see where he is. And then it continues, and I'm like...
And you heard what he said about you.
I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. What's happening?
What's going on?
What is going on? Now, first of all, I'm really shocked because, mind you, I'm not there. We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. But I'm like, what is going on right
keep
now?
my wife's name
out of your mouth, right? And I'm like, but now I'm really worried for Will because I don't know what's going on.
What viewers did not see at the time, while Oscar clips were being shown, was Chris Rock leaning over the stage to talk to Jada.
And Chris looks to me and he says, Jada, I meant no harm. Now, I'm just out of it because I'm really worried about
And what's Will doing? He's just sitting there?
And Will's still talking. He's like, he's still, because now he's mad because Chris is talking to me. And I go, Chris, this is about some old shit. That's all I could think to say, right? And I couldn't really take in his apology. Chris finishes, and I'm thinking to myself, I mean, Chris is fine. There's, you know, no swelling, no nothing. So I'm still thinking Chris hasn't been struck, but this is not okay.
And then, during a commercial break,
Will's publicist, Meredith, comes out. Meredith says, Chris has left the building and he's not going to press charges. And I said, press charges for what? And she says, Will hit Chris. I looked at Will and I said, you hit Chris? Like, you actually hit Chris? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like,
what?
And I'm like, all right. I'm like, and then I click in and I'm like, you know what? I go straight into Jada mode. We're going to get through this. This is going to be a firestorm. I got you.
Chase, what do you got?
When she says what's happening, she does the same pullover gesture of like pulling a car over that she did in the last video. And she did this to describe being confused at seeing Will's behavior coming off the stage and just kind of the confusion, like what's going on, this pull over. And I know one of y'all is going to cover this, so I'm going to leave it alone. But she says, I'm worried for Will. Chris looks to me and says, then she says, and Will's still talking. Just somewhere off in the distance, he's still talking about. And then she says, this is some old S word. And there's another pullover gesture there. And I looked to Will and said, oh, you hit Chris. Then I go straight into Jada mode. And she describes this Jada mode as being in charge, taking care of Will, and being the guide, the leader through what she calls a firestorm. And this whole thing seems to minimize the agency of Will and her seemingly taking responsibility for him almost in a maternal way. And from what I know, which is very little, there is a weird power dynamic between these two that didn't seem to be healthy. Might be rooted in some kind of insecurity. Maybe there's my thumb right there. Maybe a fear of vulnerability. So maybe exerting control might be preventing some kind of betrayal. There could be a need for power and control in some people. Maybe you see this some people you know in your life. And this could be due to maybe some early experiences where somebody felt powerless, and controlling others is a way to compensate. And codependency might be a cause there. But lastly, I think we should look at maybe a validation through control. So maybe somebody's self-worth might be tied to their ability to control their environment. And I've seen her on this Red Table show with her mother, and you could see this, another microculture, which we've said 1,000 times in this episode. Her mother acts very much the same way, where there's a lot of control mentioned and talked about. I'll leave that to you. Let me know what you think. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, one other reason people take control is because they have been left in positions that nobody else did anything. And so they become the person who's not going to let stuff happen to them. So the organism doing what made the organism successful. It sounds like her career was partially that. If you watch the whole thing, she says that she was selling drugs when she was young and she was not a great student, and these people pushed her through school. So who knows why? But Chase, I'm with you. Something in your youth usually causes you to be whatever you're going to be later, and you just keep adding layers. What's interesting is, I agree, she does a regulator. Boom, when she does that, we hadn't called each other husband and wife in a long time. She regulates. She pushes her way with that. That her brow actually rises, which I think is a difficult task at what's happening. She has a lot of residual emotion. You hear us talk all the time about residual emotion, where a person will have shock or terror or those kinds of things, and they'll act it out. She does. But, anyone short of her saying, hey, Will, tonight, if anybody offends me, I'm going to signal you and you need to go up and slap him. Nobody thinks that happened. Could it have been that she did something and he had a bad day and some of that kind of thing happened? Sure. Could all that could all be the way. But there's congruency in her body language when she talks about we have not called each other that in forever. Her brow goes down and she starts using her brow and her tone in a downward telling moment. And there's a narrowing of her eyes and the drawn sides of her mouth that look like disbelief when she's talking about what he actually did. Her chin's up. Her throat's exposed, and she says, I'm worried about Will. People don't do this when they're lying typically. So I think that part is true. I think most of this is true. She had no idea this was going to happen, even if by some body signal that her husband, separated husband, whatever you want to do, felt the urge to go up and do some striking. That doesn't mean she expected it. All these muscles in her forehead, we get to see which muscles work in her forehead because every one of those comes up at worried about Will. And she goes back to lots of illustrators. The last thing that I like the most in here is she does a ton of residual emotion after she talks about going into Jada mode, and she narrows her eyes, looks down her nose at, I got you. That, Chase, goes to your point about somebody's got control. I got you. I'm going to take this. The other one that's interesting is we get to see your eyes actually smile. All the muscles around them don't work as well, but you get to see an actual smile in the eyes. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So look, she's trying to play the narrative here of I was the last person to know about this. I didn't see the slap, and I was, then finally at the end, the publicist comes in and I finally find out he's actually slapped her. Let's dig into that in just one moment. But first of all, keep my wife's name out. We haven't called each other husband and wife for a long time. And there is that astonishment at it. Would you see how confusing that is? I mean, do you now know how we feel? Because it's confusing, isn't it? It's like you haven't called each other husband and wife for a long time, but you didn't tell us that. And now you're surprised that he's calling you the wife, wife. Well, can you imagine how confused we are today, hearing that you're not married anymore? I mean, these things get confusing and we all start doing strange stuff when the story isn't straight, and the story definitely isn't quite straight on this one. So it is full. You're now confused and misunderstanding. He's now misunderstanding because he's now calling you his wife, and you're not his wife. Well, I mean, you are. You're not. I mean, we just don't. I mean, I just don't. I have no idea. Have no idea what's happening here. Because here's what's happening is now I don't know what's real in Hollywood anymore. I just have no idea. I mean, are people married or not married? Which one is it? Is it a show or is it not a show? Which one is it? I'm just not sure anymore. And it seems what we're finding out is the higher up you rank, because this is a queen of Hollywood here. She's sitting next to the king of, he's about to be crowned the king of Hollywood. And this is the queen. And we know the higher up you are in a hierarchy, the less you get told. And so what we've got is this lovely narrative here that she's the last person to understand that he has hit somebody live on stage at the biggest Hollywood event. But if that's true, why is she so worried about him? Why this talk of she's worried about him? If she thinks it's a stunt, then she thinks it's a stunt. But she knows something's not right, and she says, well, there was no swelling on him. So okay, so did you suspect he might have been? So you're confused, aren't you? You're confused in Hollywood as to what is real and isn't real, and he's confused as to should he be protective over you or not? Are you his wife or not? It's very confusing. So yes, she does step in at the end and say, I got you. I'm taking charge of this. It's so confusing and deceptive. Somebody has to take charge of this and put things right. And it seems she's doing the decent thing and is stepping in, taking charge of the moment. Scott, what do you got on this one?
Chase, I think that's really interesting what you said about that red table thing with her mother. Because what I'm seeing here, what I saw, was that we're seeing behavior that's very similar to a mother's concern for a child. And she's using those big circular illustrators. She's speaking really clearly. The movements and cues on her forehead show concern and just a touch of grief. I know it's tough to see what's going on up there because of the Botox. I'm sure that's disguising a lot of stuff that may be there that we're not able to see because of that. And then with her hand pushing down and forward, I think that's her saying in a way, let's stop everything because this is an important statement. I want you to hear it. I want you to listen to what I experienced. And in this so far, I'm not seeing any deceptive cues or anything. When women use that thing where she does this and pulls it toward her, it's like that little closed claw thing she pulls into her middle of her chest. When women draw that to their chest, I don't see a lot of men do this. I'm just saying women in particular because that's the ones I've seen the most doing this. That lets us know that's extremely emotional. There's a big deal going on there from an emotional perspective, especially when there are other cues of concern that we're seeing. This is really emotional when they do this, because I've seen that happen when they're talking about the most important thing to them, and the most important emotional statement of the entire thing will happen when they're doing that little cue there. Another interesting thing to point out here is that Hoda and Jada are matching each other. We have matching and mirroring, and matching is when you match what they say and you talk like that person. You use the words they use, or you use the style of words they use, the vernacular type they use. And then the mirroring part is where you mirror their body language. If they're doing this, then you ease your way into doing that as well, or whatever it is they're doing. And in the first interaction, when we hear Jada say, what's happening here? Hoda says, what's going on? And then Jada repeats that. She says, what's going on? So you can see this going back and forth, this matching, and they're doing what's called the last 1 to 5. Richard Wallace talks about that in his book, but Oprah has perfected that. And that's why I don't know if they study Oprah or how she interviews or whatever, but Jada, I think, would be a pretty good interviewer because of the way she repeats that last 1 to 5. By that, I mean the last 1 to 5 words the person says. Because they feel you don't have to say anything but the last 1 to 5 words, and it sounds like you've answered something or said something. And we use it in interrogation because it makes that person feel like that you've answered their question or you've said something as well. So it's okay for them to keep talking. It's their turn again. So I think they both got that thing mastered at that point, just like Oprah, who's the master of the last 1 to 5.
One of those tape replays.
I'm like, oh, okay. What's happening?
What's going on?
What is going on? Now, first of all, I'm really shocked because, mind you, I'm not there. We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. But I'm like, what is going on right
keep
now?
my wife's name
out of your mouth, right? And I'm like, but now I'm really worried for Will because I don't know what's going on.
What viewers did not see at the time, while Oscar clips were being shown, was Chris Rock leaning over the stage to talk to Jada.
And Chris looks to me and he says, Jada, I meant no harm. Now, I'm just out of it because I'm really worried about
And what's Will doing? He's just sitting there?
And Will's still talking. He's like, because now he's mad because Chris is talking to me. And I go, Chris, this is about some old shit. That's all I could think to say, right? And I couldn't really take in his apology. Chris finishes, and I'm thinking to myself, I mean, Chris is fine. There's, you know, no swelling, no nothing. So I'm still thinking Chris hasn't been struck, but this is not okay.
And then, during a commercial break,
Will's publicist, Meredith, comes out. Meredith says, Chris has left the building and he's not going to press charges. And I said, press charges for what? And she says, Will hit Chris. I looked at Will and I said, you hit Chris? Like, you actually hit Chris? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like,
what?
And I'm like, all right. I'm like, and then I click in and I'm like, you know what? I go straight into Jada mode. We're going to get through this. This is going to be a firestorm. I got you.
How unusual for Will, a guy who, I mean, on that kind of stage to do something so insane.
Absolutely.
It's totally out of character.
It's not him whatsoever.
Do you know why he hit him?
You know, it's not my journey. It's not my story to tell.
But Jada was at the center of the storm that night, a storm that only played out behind the scenes. For viewers, the show continued without missing a beat.
I know it could look really strange, but when something like that happens, the trauma response can be, let's just get back to normal. Let's just get back to normal. So we were just trying to get back to normal.
Did anyone ever ask Will to leave?
No. No.
Okay, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, interesting. This is almost like two different people talking here for me, which I find interesting. First of all, she does the sweeping hand move again, but it doesn't look like the one when she was doing clearing the table for all those people. It's just a quick, that's not him. Mark, this is back to where I thought the other one looked exaggerated, and so did you. I think we're all driving that point that this looks different. She's got pursed lips, disapproval. We always say pursing your lips means disapproval. And she's shaking her head vehemently. Nope, that's not him. So, and she says, not him. Remember, we talked about elongated words when she wants you to hear something specific, and she does it here. Then there's a sudden tone change. Did anybody else feel like, who's that person talking? Compared to the first part of the clip, when she gets into that, she starts telling her how things are and how this is going to be. That's the Jada mode I think we're accustomed to. And it might be who people deal with on a regular basis. We can't tell that. But there's two different people you're talking to here. Go back and listen to those. When this plays next, watch her denying and then watch that abrupt shift in how she talks. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah. I think this is mostly honest here. as far as behavior goes. So I just want to talk about Will, and I'll let you be the judge. I think his eventual explosive response might be a culmination of a lot of suppressed emotions, frustration, lack of control, and maybe a desperate and unconscious attempt to reclaim some agency and maybe masculinity. Keep in mind, I don't know much about him or the couple. I'm just going off of what I saw on the stage there. But the joke about Jada might have been some breaking point where all of this pent up emotion just exploded. And I want to look at a few things that might be going on here. The first one, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong or way off, might be accumulated resentment with these years of feeling controlled or emasculated and just kind of built up. Then we have a defensive mechanism. And this is feeling just undermined in his relationship, might be overly sensitive to perceived slights or insults, even if they're unintentional or innocent. Then we have a desperate bid for control in his life. So just by reacting aggressively, Will might believe that he's asserting some autonomy or proving to himself, or maybe proving to Jada, that he has agency and power. And finally, maybe you can tell me what, if I've got one of these, if one of these might be correct, finally would be misplaced aggression. So if he's unable to confront or directly address the primary source of emasculation, or whatever you want to call it, he then misdirects the aggression towards a safer and more immediate target. And I think that one is what we saw at the Oscars. Is it Oscars?
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew that. Scott?
Yeah. All right. I don't know. I don't follow that either. So here we're seeing the concern for Will's mental state, and we're seeing that that's real. And the low head movement back and forth paired with that slow cadence is a classic cue of concern we've talked about before when it comes to a traumatic experience. So I think those are all, it's all coming together. She's sort of playing the dominant role here, almost a motherly role in this relationship. And I'll go back to Hoda. I think she's doing a great job of looking like she's into this. She's got her chin on her head. She's totally squinched up and just totally focused on what's happening and everything that Jade is saying. And I think that gives you a feeling of intimacy going on there, because people watching this, and I think that are interested in it, because mostly women are interested in Hoda Kotb. I think they sort of, again, live through her vicariously. They're interviewing her too, and she looks like she's into it, like everybody else would be if they were talking to her, like the average person would be talking to her. So I think that's a great skill and a great tool to be able to execute. Mark, what do you got?
Thank you. Okay, I got a good one. I think, which is, often you'll hear all of us say one of the best kind of devious ways to get out of being interrogated or interviewed is like, I don't remember. Well, we got a new one, which is, it's not my story to tell. It's not my story to tell. I love that. I think that should be used in all kinds of scenarios. There I am, I'm zip tied to the chair. The black bag comes off my head. Greg's there going, why do you think you were sent to this particular sovereign country? And I'm like, Greg, that's not my story to tell, mate. That's just not my story to tell. I think I could go a long way. I think I could go a long way with it. Like, get yourself out of that one. So great to see that. The other interesting part of this is she talks about her and maybe Will's their trauma response to this. Well, somebody just got hit live on stage, and so maybe I don't know enough about this, but I would instantly go, I think probably that person might have been slightly traumatized by this. But what's happening here is the reverse of the victim and offender, which is a classic of a certain personality type to do that one. And we're at the end of this, and so could we look at where certain things are being denied? Like I don't know, I didn't see that happen. So maybe I was thinking it didn't happen, and then I got this. Getting on the attack, getting ready on the attack, and then that reverse of victim and offender. Interesting pattern that we're seeing here, purely in my point of view, in my judgment around this. That's all I got on that one.
One of those tape replays.
How unusual for Will, a guy who, I mean, on that kind of stage to do something so insane.
Absolutely.
It's totally out of character.
It's not him whatsoever.
Do you know why he hit him?
You know, it's not my journey. It's not my story to tell.
But Jada was at the center of the storm that night, a storm that only played out behind the scenes. For viewers, the show continued without missing a beat.
I know it could look really strange, but when something like that happens, the trauma response can be, let's just get back to normal. Let's just get back to normal. So we were just trying to get back to normal.
Did anyone ever ask Will to leave?
No. No.
And to Jada's surprise, she was also blamed.
You became the bad guy. Look what Jada made him do. Jada rolled her eyes, and look what he did. He ran up there and hit Chris.
Yeah.
Poor Will. That's what the narrative became.
Yeah. My honest opinion about that is that narrative had more to do with the false narrative that I helped to create on the red table.
So poor Will because of
the adulterous wife.
Yeah.
Who forced him to go to the table and sit there, you know what I mean? And now look at what she's done. She has the power with an eye roll to make him go up and slap somebody on stage.
The media coverage continued for weeks. Some called for Will's Oscar to be revoked, while others wanted him arrested for assault. Neither happened, but there were consequences. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences banned Will from attending the Oscars or any Academy event for 10 years.
Did you realize what this would mean for his career at that point?
I just knew we were in it together, no matter what.
So you were willing to...
That's what it is.
Ride or die.
It's a ride or die thing, Hoda, and whatever comes with it.
Right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so there's a qualifier there. My honest opinion about that, like we were going to get her dishonest opinion about it. So she's got to make sure that we know it's the honest opinion. We got an adapter that happens there. That's out of baseline for her. Now it's just one thing. It's just one thing with another thing. It's really not enough, but it's interesting that we get a couple of things there. I'm interested in what other people come up with around that, because is what she's telling us, the narrative that came out of the narrative, is that entirely inaccurate, or is there some tiny edge of truth to it, some tiny edge of truth that the public have, that maybe she has some responsibility? Of course, she isn't the person who got up and slapped, but she's part of a unit. She's part of a, or are they? I don't know. They're married. They're not married. They see each other. They don't see their family. They don't see each other. I don't know what's going. I have no idea what lifestyle they have. It's up to them. It's up to them. Nothing to do with me. Obviously, it's nothing to do with me. In it together, she says, no matter what. 2 signals of disgust during that. So again, what's going on here? Tight-lipped smile on this as well. Look, I just think there's way more behind what's being said here. I don't know what it is, because I'm quite confused as to what's going on for these two. But there's way more going on behind this. There's something hidden. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right, this at the top, it seems like everything is as it should be. No stiffness in her movements or illustrators. With Jada, she's calm and well-spoken. And this is sort of the spot where we decide whether we like her or not, because it's getting toward the end and we're starting to see where anger come out and those types of things in her personality. We're starting to get a little bit deeper in and start making those decisions. And up till now, she hasn't leaned into how strong her loyalty to her husband is. This is where we find out why they aren't divorced yet. And she affirms that she's in it for the long haul. And so I think that's an important little section of the interview here. I don't see deceptive cues. And once again, she's slowed down dramatically. Her movements are slower. Illustrators are slower and lower. and her cadence is slowed down a lot, but her voice, her volume hasn't lowered. Everything else, so that makes me think there's something up here as far as not a show, but she's trying to get a specific point across by adding all these other things to it. But I believe if it were true, it were real, the voice volume would have come down as well. Everything else does, but the volume stays up. But it could be a combination of things, and it could be, everything could be just fine. That's just how it looks to me. Because I think at this point, she's letting Hoda know the way things are. She's letting her know that this is the way it is. This is the way things are, without having to go deep into these things she doesn't want to talk about. And I've found over the years, when you tell someone the way things are, and you use that phrase, that's the way things are, it's really potent, really powerful. You can use it in interrogation. When you're telling somebody what is going to happen or something that's going on, you say, that's the way things are. For example, a good example of this, there was a musician friend of mine who was dying, and there were a few of us at the hospital there with him. And this guy had a whole lot of fans. He's a fairly famous person. And as he's dying, this guy shows up. He's not in our clique or our group that should be there. None of us have ever met him before. And he's one of those that sent this guy a whole lot of letters and things like that. But he sort of went over the line a couple of times. And he showed up. And so the nurse came in and said, hey, there's this guy out here and he wants to see this guy who's sick. And so two of the other guys in there that are musicians as well, that he would know, went out there to talk to him. And then one of them comes back in and says, hey, man, this guy isn't leaving. He won't leave. He's demanding that he sees our friend. And so I said, let me go talk to him. So I go out there and I said, hey, man, you're not coming in. This is not the day this is going to happen. And that's the way things are. That's the way it is. And that's all you have to say. That's the way things are, or that's the way it is. And then you pause and don't say anything. No matter what they say after that, you just repeat, that's the way it is, or that's the way things are. That is one of the most potent tools you can use when it comes to situations you're uncomfortable with, or you want to shut somebody down from getting into a subject, I think, which is sort of what's going on here. I think that's a great tool to use. All right, Chase, what do you got?
That's great for parenting too.
Yeah, good.
For damn sure. So if you watch this whole thing, it's about control. The whole video is about control. And she smiles talking about this level of control. I could do this with an eye roll. Where's the denial about that level of control? There isn't one. Where's the reassurance that Will has any agency whatsoever? There's zero. The only time she's not smiling in this clip is when she says, we're in this together. The tight-lipped expression, which goes back to control, potentially, that we have to do this together and it's not just me. Just weird. Definitely not suggesting anybody's a bad person here, but this is just very unusual. That's all I got.
Yeah. So she starts with a push-pull word. And that push-pull word, or what we might call a qualifier, is something when she says honestly. There's lots of reasons people use that word. If it's part of your normal vocabulary, you may use it every time you start a sentence. It can be a catchword. It can also be distancing space to think. If it's a subject that doesn't feel okay, you might really use it then. Say, honestly, I feel that, because you're distancing from the feelings. And then she does disgust when she does disgust a couple of times. One is when she's talking about the false narrative. The other is when she's talking about being in it for long haul, or the way it is. I forget her exact words. But both those times she shows disgust. That's not good when you're talking about we're in it for long haul and you see that light disgust in the face. And then there's, there's one other place I saw. Then there's that non-smile again. I'm going to stop right there and just say, if you are saying all of the right words, but you're showing the wrong language, wrong body language, that's almost a but you don't know this. Mark, we're back to that. What don't we know? What haven't you told us? What are you allowing us to believe? And Chase, that ties back to what you're saying, and Scott, what you're saying is there may be more to the picture than you know. And here's a whole box of bees that we're not going to open up in this interview, but the time might come. That's what you got to be careful about when somebody's doing all of this kind of nuanced body language and there's all that hidden stuff going on behind the scenes. They're letting you believe whatever it is you need to believe to let them get to their next part of the story. Is that what's going on? Don't know, but it's odd to have discussed around the false narrative and then discuss around the whole long-term relationship and being in it together. That's all I got.
One of those tape replays.
And to Jada's surprise, she was also blamed.
You became the bad guy. Look what Jada made him do. Jada rolled her eyes, and look what he did. He ran up there and hit Chris.
Yeah.
Poor Will. That's what the narrative became.
Yeah. My honest opinion about that is that narrative had more to do with the false narrative that I helped to create on the red table.
So poor Will because of the
adulterous wife.
Yeah.
Who forced him to go to the table and sit there, you know what I mean? And now look at what she's done. She has the power with an eye roll to make him go up and slap somebody on stage.
The media coverage continued for weeks. Some called for Will's Oscar to be revoked, while others wanted him arrested for assault. Neither happened, but there were consequences. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences banned Will from attending the Oscars or any Academy event for 10 years.
Did you realize what this would mean for his career at that point?
I just knew we were in it together, no matter what.
So you were willing to
That's what it is.
Ride or die.
It's a ride or die thing, Hoda. And whatever comes with it. These kinds of moments can do two things. They can amplify love, or they can really make you bitter, angry, resentful, right? We've chosen to really look at this moment and heal.
It is a philosophy that has guided Jada throughout her life, including her unconventional marriage.
So here's just a straightforward question. Why not just amicably divorce? Why not just do that?
We don't want to.
Because?
We love our family and we love each other. You know, it's more of a life partnership. Now, 10 years from now, Hoda?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Do y'all have a deal, though, that if you start dating someone, you tell him? Or if he starts dating someone, he tells you?
Well, you know, right now, what we're focused on, which has been so beautiful, is deep healing. Because of everything that's transpired. Now, what happens after that, I don't know yet.
Is it possible that there would be a full reconciliation?
You know, he's getting old. You know what I'm saying? He's getting old. Who's gonna be there for him, Hoda? It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me.
You'll be there.
I'll be there. That's what we signed up for, Hoda. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'm just going to say one thing. Walk into the person you love today and say, I love you. See how that goes over. That's all I got. Chase, what do you got?
I'll try that and video it, and I'll send it to you guys tonight.
We'll put that on your headstone.
Yeah, exactly.
There's genuine emotional accessing with we love our family and we love each other, but there's also genuine contempt with that statement. When she says he's getting old, I thought that was interesting because I think they're both aging at the same speed, like everyone on Earth. And she uses this as an answer about reconciliation. He's getting old. Will you get back together? He's getting old. So the guy she had an entanglement with, I think, is about 31 or 32, and I think she's 52. And in this clip, you'll hear her use Hoda's name a lot more than normal, I think 5 or 6 times. And this could be a desire for her, maybe some kind of connection. So maybe Hoda, and she's doing this unconsciously, maybe Hoda won't realize she's not really answering any of the questions. And I think one thing people instinctively react negatively toward when you saw this, if you're not a behavior profiler, is when a celebrity is pretending to be transparent, but they aren't at all. We don't even consciously really notice it because they do a great job at dodging these questions really well. but we're seeing them dodge, avoid, redirect, and throw out ambiguous stuff in response to questions. And then we just get a bad feeling about the person afterward. This is because there's not necessarily deception here, but there's a person pretending to be transparent, and our subconscious can see that it's not real. So instead of just saying, I'm not going to talk about that, which she damn well should have just said in the first place, I don't want to talk about it. That's transparency. Even if you don't want to talk about it, you can still be transparent about not wanting to. So they continue to be open, or pretending to be open and vulnerable. Mark, what do you see?
Yeah. So, here comes the lesson from this journey and return narrative. She's been through the trauma, and she's out the other end of it. And here is the lesson that comes, and she really slows down for this and has some beautiful pauses. It's a great performance of the lesson. The lesson is deep healing. And that's very nebulous, isn't it? I mean, I would want to go to, like, healing of what, where, like, what, like, describe it more. Can I hear more about this? If this is the real lesson, if we've gone through this whole interview and you've gone through this trauma, help me understand exactly to what village the water has been restored.
That's right, because this is the part of the character story where it's called Return with Elixir, I think. Absolutely. And there she is. She's going, look, here is the elixir, deep healing. But it's like, it's shallow. It's nebulous. So, I would be saying, let's work on that for look, it doesn't have to be true, but it has to be better defined for us to really buy into this. I mean, even better if it's absolutely true and well defined. So she says at the end, I'll be there, which is, that's from a pop song, isn't it? So that always sounds great, doesn't it? I'll be there. But that's a tough one to trust now at this point, because I don't know what is true anymore. I don't know what is made up and what is true. So I cannot trust that you would be there. It's just words at this point. Not a good end to this interview, I would say. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. Yeah, I've gotten pretty much everything. But I think out of all the shows we've done, I think this is the smoothest redirect we've ever seen. I mean, she gets, and Hoda's just like, falls right into it. It's tough to see if you're not paying attention to that every second to see what's coming, every little moment. But I think that's the most pro redirect we've seen. But usually we don't see people who are professional talkers like this, actors and professionals who do that. We usually see some idiot who's, saying he's somebody else, like that little fella with a mask on, and that just got busted a couple of weeks ago for all the things he got in trouble for.
One of those tape replays.
These kinds of moments can do two things. They can amplify love, or they can really make you bitter, angry, resentful, right? We've chosen to really look at this moment and heal.
It is a philosophy that has guided Jada throughout her life, including her unconventional marriage.
So here's just a straightforward question. Why not just amicably divorce? Why not just do that?
We don't want to.
Because?
We love our family, and we love each other. It's more of a life partnership. Now, 10 years from now, Hoda?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Do y'all have a deal, though, that if you start dating someone, you tell him? Or if he starts dating someone, he tells you?
Well, right now, what we're focused on, which has been so beautiful, is deep healing. Because of everything that's transpired. Now, what happens after that, I don't know yet.
Is it possible that there would be a full reconciliation?
He's getting old. You know what I'm saying? He's getting old. Who's gonna be there for him, Hoda? It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me.
You'll be there.
I'll be there. That's what we signed up for, Hoda. I don't know what to tell you.
Just one more thing.
All right, Mark, what'd you see so far?
What did I say? Hollywood is a strange world. I just don't know what's going on here. It's not been made any clearer to me. No clarity has come from any of this from my point of view. I'm intrigued. I would watch more, but I would probably expect even less clarity to come from it. Chase, what do you got so far?
Yeah, I agree. This is a masterclass in reading between the lines. I think Jada's juggling authenticity, evasion, control throughout the narrative here. And there's a nonstop pattern of significance and power. And I think we're seeing a pattern also of redefining and relabeling things like entanglements and misinterpretations in the behavior here. And it might have indirectly contributed to the thing that happened with Will, with slapping Chris. And Jada's combination, I think, of genuine vulnerability and evasive tactics kind of highlights this weird, intricate dance, like Mark, you were saying, that some celebrities engage in when they're trying to maintain a public image here. But I think it's a reminder that behind all of these headlines, there's a real 100% human with their own flaws, insecurities, just like us. Greg.
Yeah, I love that, because what we really are seeing is more complex, not a person, but a relationship. And relationships are sticky, nasty things. They're hard to work through and navigate through, and especially when you're at a distance and you're doing things the way they're supposedly doing it. So what we have to do is listen for the negative. What's not there, Chase, you often say. What we heard is avoidance of hot topic questions. And we heard very specific words. She elongated words around no reason, we will not break up, we will stay together, those kinds of things. And if you go back and listen, you'll find all those. What she never said was there's anything that will cause us to split, to divorce. What we will do is we will, work it out. And then she got to that control thing. She covered up a lot of really ugly questions by avoiding answering and by telegraphing what she was thinking in some places. I have more questions about the relationship and what's real right now than I had in the beginning. In the beginning, I thought, yeah, that's a bunch of people made up stuff. But after listening to this and listening to her words around this relationship being like a contract almost, it makes me have a boatload more questions. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah, I agree with you. There's a famous philosopher named Joey Diaz, and his how he explains this is a little bit more coarse, his vernacular. So I'll paraphrase. And he says, all you need is 3 people that believe in you, that are truly loyal to you. And that's all you need to take over a country. And I think that's the kind of person Jada is, if she's friends with you, if she's on your side, because that's what she's talking about here, where she's talking about her husband. She said it doesn't matter what happens, because she said she instantly went into that mode, which I believe she really did, because of where she came from. She came from a rough life as a youngster. And I'm sure there were gangs involved we didn't hear about, and there were other things that were involved. If you watch the entire interview, I watched the whole thing. But she talks about the things that were rough as a child. And I think that's where she learned loyalty. And I think that's what's happening with Will. She doesn't care what he did. She doesn't give a hoot what he's done. She's on his side, and that's the kind of person you'd want. That's the kind of friends you want. That's the kind of friends I want, that no matter what happens, no matter what you do, good or bad, right or wrong, they're standing there with you. They're right behind you going, yep, he did it. And whatever happens to them, they don't care, because they're with you in it. And those are few and far between. If you have 2 of those when you throughout your life, then you're lucky, much less 3. So I think maybe that's why he says 3. So I think she's one of those people. And I think we saw a lot of the personality type of somebody who grew up with a lot of trauma around them and probably involved in trauma. And that's why she approaches her relationship with Will almost in a motherly fashion, like she's taking care of him, like Chase went into detail with earlier. So I think that might be what we're seeing there. All right, fellas, thanks. This is another good one, and we'll see you next time.
Hey, it's Dr. Phil here. Please subscribe to the Behavior Panel.
Today we're going to analyze Keffe D and Diddy. Keffe D was arrested for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Greg, what's tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, there could be 2 videos on Keffe D and 1 on Diddy. The 2 for Keffe D are from Vlad TV, 1 4 years ago, 1 4 months ago. And then the Diddy interview is from BET from Charlemagne.
So let's talk about what happens next. Based on what the book says, Zip gave you guys a Glock, and you guys tossed it in the back seat. And Bubble Up was a driver, and Baby Lane and Freaky were in the back seat.
We was just all in the car together. Just say that.
This was the white Cadillac?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are driving around, and then you hear these girls say, Tupac, Tupac.
No, we coming up, what's the name? What's that, Flamingo? Yeah, I think that's Flamingo. We was coming up Flamingo and got to the light. We was going to go drink and smoke some weed, and he happened to be hanging out the window. He was hanging out the window like he was in a parade.
Tupac?
Yeah, he was.
So what happens next?
And we just came. I ain't gonna go into details like that, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, you got it in a book. You done played it, everything else, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, in the book, you said that as you're driving up towards the BMW with Suge driving and Tupac in the passenger seat, and you said that Tupac pulled out a gun.
It looked like he was reaching, yeah. Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you actually see a gun?
No, shit. Once he got the reaching, I got the ducking.
So someone from your car
That's what happened.
Started shooting at Tupac and Suge.
Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looked at me.
Okay. When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
in the back seat or something.
Yeah. What do you see happening inside their car?
I seen a bullet going Suge's head. I thought he was dead.
So Orlando shot across Dre?
He leaned over on the window. We rolled down the window, popped.
Who was it?
They would drove on my side. I would have popped them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right.
I'm not gonna go into details on that one. Keep it streets on me. I ain't gonna go into detail on that.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and read from the book.
Well, so let them buy the book then.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna read this passage. The shit was on. Tupac made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat. It was the first and only time in my life that I could relate to the police command. Keep your hands where I could see them. Instead, Pac pulled out a strap, and that's when the fireworks started. One of my guys from the back seat grabbed the Glock and started busting back. The first shot skinned Suge in the head, and I thought it was dead. I had heard some stories, supposedly that Suge used Tupac as a shield when the bullets started flying, but that's some bullshit. Suge was already wounded, and he was the one that got touched. As the rounds continued flying, I ducked down so I wouldn't get hit.
Basically, yeah.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, let's first start off by talking about some of the things we may not see, and those are anything that is part of a subculture. When I say a subculture, there's Greater America, there's California, there's Crips, there's probably Southside Crips, all that. So all these people are going to have some symbols and signals that we might not notice. However, he's pretty locked down, which means anything that he does is going to be more pronounced than it normally would be, and we'd see it. I'm assuming that he wouldn't do that kind of thing to signal anybody because there's no need. The other thing to bring up is fight or flight. Fight or flight has two components that make you more or less liable to show signs. One is genetics. Some of us are better designed for that than others. And the other is inoculation. So, for example, I would say, Chase, you probably are more inoculated than all of us. You just hadn't been that long since you've been away and doing lots of gunfighting kind of stuff. And that changes the way your brain works. And then if these guys are exposed to lots of violence, that kind of thing, it also affects it. But he starts off right out the gate by his first act of avoidance. Does it mean he's lying? Not necessarily. When he asked him, where were you sitting in the car? Where was this person sitting in the car? He goes, we were all in the car. That's a vague representation of a situation, because that, now, when we talk on the True Crime Workshop about Liar's Loop, we always say you deconflict. That is a sign of deconflicting up front. Doesn't mean he's lying, but it allows him the opportunity to lie, allows him the opportunity to be deceitful. Then as he So going there as an interrogator would make me want to be more concise. Any of us would say, hold on a minute. Why does it matter that you were sitting here or there? Because that's starting to be something that would make a difference to me. One interesting, we won't see a whole lot of these, but we do see a couple of things in him that he rolls his head back in a full eye accessing thing. He's got these big sunglasses on. You really can't tell where his eyes are going. My guess is that's recall. And then he qualifies. And the only time we hear him say this in the entire video is, and he says, that's what happened. When he's talking about ducking and going to it. There's, John Lovitz always says, yeah, that's the ticket. That kind of thing is a joke. That's in effect what he's saying. I'm going to keep going because there's a few more in here, but Chase, you want to take it from there?
Yeah, this entire clip just feels like a performance. It feels like there's something being performed or acted out. And the self-amusement that's evident, I think, here in his expression at key points where he feels maybe coy about hiding information is very suspicious to me. I don't know the case well, but, we aren't the forensics panel. We're here to look at statements, behavior, body language, and other human elements from the video. If he was ducking the moment Tupac reached for a weapon, how did he make eye contact with Suge and also see him get clipped in the head? I don't know. And at the end of this clip, there's some clear duper's delight. Let's talk about that real quick. Paul Ekman, who's a researcher, invented this term to kind of explain what this is. So duper's delight is this nearly uncontrollable flash of pleasure that shows up on the face from successfully deceiving someone. So it's momentary, fleeting expression shows up when they think they got away with a lie. It's a micro expression, meaning that it's super quick and brief on the person's face. And I think there's one more meaning that we're seeing here that I'd like to staple on to this definition. And I hope Dr. Ekman would approve of this, but I think it's also when someone is impressed with themselves or being coy about the more overt nature of the deception. So when the deception is a little bit more overt and he knows that he is holding something back on purpose, I think that could potentially qualify. Scott, what do you got?
My wife is a private investigator, and I asked her, where do you start when you start an investigation? And you know what she said? Google. I search them online. Have you ever Googled yourself and you were shocked to see the personal information exposed on one of those public listing sites? Of course, I Googled myself. You wouldn't believe what I found. It knew where I used to live. It knew my old phone number. It knew all kinds of things I had no earthly idea were out there. Data brokers are making a fortune selling your information to robocallers, spammers, and others who want to learn more about you, like where you live. That's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, Aura. Aura can identify data brokers exposing your information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Brokers are legally required to remove your information if you ask them to, but they make it really hard to do. So let Aura handle it for you. You can try Aura free for 2 weeks using our link. Aura also does so much more to protect you and your family from threats you can't even see. And it's really easy to set up, so you don't have to download a bunch of different apps to get parental controls, antivirus, VPN, password management, identity theft insurance, and more. You get everything at one affordable price. Let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online so you can focus on other tasks with peace of mind. You can either let people continue to exploit and profit off your information, or you can go to aura.com/TBP. Aura.com/TBP to start your free 2-week trial. There's also a link in the description below. All right. I really like this group of videos we're doing. And like Chase said, we're not the forensics panel, we're the behavior panel. All we're going to do is tell you about the behavior, the body language we see in these specific videos. So if there's something we don't cover that deals with this case, sorry, that's not what we do. But in this set of videos, we see all the classics that we look for when it comes to deception. And we'll start off with his breathing rate and how he's breathing. Quite often when someone breathes normally, you breathe with your stomach. It's, you're relaxed and that's what's happening. But when you get stressed, when your limbic system fires off, you start breathing from your chest and they get small, your breaths do, and they go in and out really quickly. And we're seeing that. And as we go through here, especially on the second set, you'll see that happening a lot more. And that lets us know there's a lot of stress when someone starts breathing like that. When he said, like Greg was talking about, well, we just all in the car together, we see the classic moving back, where that's one of the things. It doesn't mean they're lying or telling the truth. When you're looking for deception, you're looking for clusters of behavior, for these little cues, and we see a lot of them. So that's one. I count that. That's actually number two. The breath rate and the way the breathing in the chest, that's number one. And then the moving back as he's talking and delivering what might be deceptive, we see him moving back. The thought process is this: you're trying to separate yourself from the lie. Who knows, if that's why you do that. But quite often we'll see that when someone's being deceptive. When he's describing the placement of the people in the car, again, like Greg was talking about, his illustrators, they don't land properly. I don't know if you talk about illustrators or not, Greg, but when he's talking, they don't land on the words they should land on. When you illustrate, it's your brain emphasizing specific words and phrases. And his come across after he's finishes speaking a couple of times. So he'll say something and they'll keep going, which lets you know, or it suggests to us, that there's inner dialogue going on up here. He's thinking about what he's going to say. He's thinking about the information he's given, and he's still deconflicting as he talks. We talk about deconflicting again in the liar's loop in the true crime workshop. When he's describing, this is where it gets iffy. So after the adjustments, after he asks the questions, his adjustments in the seat are so big. They're not comical, but they're really big. And that lets us know he's becoming uncomfortable as well. So what we're looking for in a person we think might be deceptive is we're looking for stress cues. And that's what these cues are. Let us know they're getting stressed in a situation like this. There are other cues you look for, specifically when the person isn't stressed, but they're trying to dodge around an answer or give you something that's deceptive, I guess you'd say. And then when he says, yeah, we see that head jut forward really fast and really hard. So I think that just might be a little shot of energy because his nerves are getting out of control there. He's getting nervous. So he's got to get rid of that built up stress and tension. That's why he starts using adapters. So after the description of what happened, he says, basically, yeah. And that's a whole lot of room for him to squirm in there. Because he says, because after he's described what happened, he doesn't really nail. This guy isn't an interrogator, isn't an interviewer in the style that we prefer. But he leaves it a little bit open-ended, so the guy has a lot of room to squirm around in there, which is, that's kind of tough to deal with. And so for this video altogether, when we study through it, and I'm leaving stuff for the other guys as well, or for Mark anyway, we're seeing 7, or I caught 7 cues of deception. So as you go through this, if you get that gut feeling, it says, I'm not seeing cues or anything, but I get the feeling he's being deceptive. That's why, because your brain's seeing things that say something's not right here about this. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, as you guys well know, as everybody knows out here, I don't run with this crew. They're not my usual crew. So I will undoubtedly get some of the names wrong here. But what a great thing to be in a vehicle with Bubble Up. That is just fun. If you could ever get in a vehicle and Bubble Up is next to you. What a great and baby somebody. It's like
I don't know. They're all dead. I don't.
right. Well, okay. So no longer.
Just imagine looking up and telling you to buckle up.
Yeah. I'm not even going to attempt that, Chase. I'm not going to. That's a great tongue twister there. Yeah. So there he is. He's with Bubble Up. Buckled up, and well, probably not. Probably haven't got the seatbelts on. Look, that lean back. I agree, Scott. It could well be avoidance, but let's see how much it plays out throughout the rest of these videos and his life, because it could be baseline for him. There is something casual about it. Greg, that eye accessing for memory. I think his hand goes back to the back of his head as well to access memory as well. Those long-term memories are actually situated right back there, which is why you often get this kind of looking down and hand to the back of the head. Or, is that a deceptive move as well? I don't know at this point. Too early to, too early to stake your life on it at this point. He has no problem correcting the story as he goes along. Now, I agree, he's correcting it in a way that could be seen as avoidance. So I do get that, but it could be he's correcting the story because he wants to go, no, look, it was simpler than that, or it was just like this. At the start of it, really, it is a terrible interview for the start because really he's not saying a great deal. The interviewer is filling in everything. And maybe the avoidance and some of that kind of smugness is about he doesn't want to deliver all the content of his book right now because he wants people to go out and buy the book. And he does say during this, well, read the book. He's trying to sell a book here. And so what the interviewer does is goes, well, and reads a bit of it, and he goes, basically, yeah. Well, that's kind of a confession to what is already written in the book, and he doesn't really want to be reciting the book in the interview. He wants people to go out and buy the book. So some of this avoidance I might put down to him trying to avoid shooting himself in his own foot about delivering the whole contents of his book in a video. Now, at the same time, I don't think he's entirely, having seen some of the other videos, it may not be that, but there's a possibility.
One of those tape replays.
So let's talk about what happens next. Based on what the book says, Zip gave you guys a Glock, and you guys tossed it in the back seat. And Bubble Up was a driver, and Baby Lane and Freaky were in the back seat.
We was just all in the car together. Just say that.
This was the white Cadillac?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are driving around, and then you hear these girls say, Tupac, Tupac.
No, we coming up, what's the name? What's that, Flamingo? Yeah, I think that's Flamingo. We was coming up Flamingo and got to the light. We was going to go drink and smoke some weed, and he happened to be hanging out the window. He was hanging out the window like he was in a parade.
Tupac?
Yeah, he was.
So what happens next?
And we just came. I ain't gonna go into details like that, you know what I'm saying? But, you got it in a book. You done played it, everything else, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, in the book, you said that as you're driving up towards the BMW, with Suge driving and Tupac in the passenger seat, and you said that Tupac pulled out a gun.
It looked like he was reaching, yeah. Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you actually see a gun?
No, shit. Once he got to reaching, I got to ducking.
So someone from your car
That's what happened.
Started shooting at Tupac and Suge.
Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looked at me.
Okay. When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out of the
back seat or something.
Yeah. What do you see happening inside of their car?
I seen a bullet going Suge's head. I thought he was dead.
So Orlando shot this car across Dre?
He leaned over on the window. We rolled down the window, popped.
Who was it?
They would have drove on my side. I would have popped them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right.
I'm not gonna go into details on that one. Keep it streets on me. I ain't gonna go into detail on that.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and read from the book.
Well,
so
let them buy the book then.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna read this passage. The was on. Tupac made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat. It was the first and only time in my life that I could relate to the police command, keep your hands where I could see them. Instead, Pac pulled out a strap, and that's when the fireworks started. One of my guys from the back seat grabbed the Glock and started busting back. The first shot skinned Suge in the head, and I thought it was dead. I had heard some stories, supposedly that Suge used Tupac as a shield when the bullets started flying, but that's some bullshit. Suge was already wounded, and he was the one that got touched. As the rounds continued flying, I ducked down so I wouldn't get hit.
Basically, yeah.
In the book, you said the third day after getting back from Vegas, you guys met up with Zip in L.A.
At Wingstop.
At Wingstop.
Yeah. Not Wingstop, but Hot Wings. LA Hot Wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess you said that Puffy called and said, "Was that us?" And you didn't say nothing.
I didn't say nothing. Yeah, you're right.
There's also, you go into the book, that apparently there was supposed to be $1 million that Zip was supposed to bring back, but he ended up keeping the money and buying a nightclub with it.
That's what the FBI said.
The FBI said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys never got any money?
Never.
For anything?
Nothing. Not even a pair of Sean John drawers. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. It seemed like Puff do that, though. He, seemed like every time some bad go around here, it look like it's on the grass. He don't step around it. You get away from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you talked about how you made a crucial mistake by having a big meeting in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it wasn't in the neighborhood. It was at a park outside of the neighborhood.
Okay, in Cerritos.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the mistake that you made?
I said I was just going to get some bread from Puff to get us some guns because they kept on raiding our houses, taking our guns.
And there was informants that was listening to this whole conversation.
Yeah, they was there. Exactly.
And they reported that back.
Yeah. I wish you can enter the FBI's. They don't do like this. You know what I'm saying? Greg Hayden, he was just a LA detective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he act like he made me crumble and all that.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
This is insecurity. Big time. So we have a false start stretch where he doesn't know, what to do. Like, where do I put my hands? What do I do? And within the first few seconds of this clip, then there's a fake stretch right after that, an artificial stretch. So it's a stress response. And you'll also see that it's a postural retreat away from the interviewer, away from the camera at the same time. And what we're seeing is somebody desperate to perform in a certain way, in his calculated attitude, who's also really stressed out. And it's an attempt to look more comfortable, more cool. And it backfires when we see it's not a real stretch at all. And he can't figure out what to do with his hands at all. Then there's breath holding. He stops breathing there for a little while. And this is another stress response, not to the information presented, but his need to look cool and collected. He's trying to lock himself down. And when he says that's what the FBI said, this is a distancing attempt to make sure it's clear that he's fully separated from them. So listen for these qualifier statements anytime you're talking to a person. It can really reveal what I think would be precisely where a distancing point is in somebody's emotional inner state. He only uses one metaphor in here. And when people use metaphors in stories, this is indicative of a high level of emotion. So they're trying to ensure that you can fully imagine the story, like they want to transfer the imagery of that to you in this moment. And this is his metaphor about Puff. I don't know what. I think that was a dragon, but maybe there's a human as well. What do you got?
Well, yeah, Puff. Look, there is a change from baseline here. His voice really raises when he comes to talk about Puff, and there being no payment, and him kind of, the idea would be he's getting away with some stuff. So clearly there's some beef, I would suggest, around Puff. I think that's the common parlance in that crew. There's something up there. I love that stretch because you're right. It doesn't complete. It doesn't go anywhere. It gets rethought. I think the act there, Chase, is that display of disinterest in that. I think we see that in the shades as well. We don't see him throughout all of these clips or the clips later on play that shades and again show social disinterest, by not allowing the eyes to be seen. I mean, it's not so bright in that studio that you have to wear shades. So we can suggest the shades are there for a very, very good reason in terms of the idea of himself that he's trying to get across. So he's trying to be cool. It's fair enough. He is who he is. I can understand that, but he's betrayed by that stretch not completing. He is betrayed by the adaptation in the seat. The movement in the seat, as Scott was saying, is continuing. He's fidgeting, essentially, and his tonality and volume changes when he starts to talk about Puff. Clearly, there's something up there. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, this is one of my favorites we're going to see for one reason, because he shows us a baseline and he deviates from it right after that. When he's talking about the wing place and he's trying to think, watch his hands move and illustrate when he's saying which wing place. He corrects to the right place. And then he does that insecurity thing. I'm with you, Chase, that insecurity thing where there's a demonstration of feigned disinterest or something else. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. Now, look, when you're dealing with firearms and drugs, and probably what you do with your hands is kind of important when you're around people who may take it the wrong way. So it could have an impact on that. But I think it's just what we see. It's feigned disinterest, or it's not knowing what to do with your hands and where they go. It's also interesting that now, Scott, I had this note when you brought it up in the last one. I had it in this one to go back and say that pushing away is not his baseline. So it does mean something. That avoidance does mean something. Because when he's talking, he leans in and uses his hands. When he says Puff called, he's talking about Diddy, by the way. I mean, he's using his old name. But when he says Puff called, who did he call? Did he call you or did he call somebody else? And then he's just careful to avoid that. But he also is implicating himself when he says, when they asked, was it us? Well, did you kill Tupac? That's what the question is. And of course, he's working his way. And then finally, I think we know where our friend Lori got her illustrator, because when he calls the FBI, he does a little bit of that. Scott, what do you got?
There you go. Well, this unleashes more classics, and I hate to keep staying in the classics vein, but they're great. And what we're seeing is wonderful, I think. So when it starts, he's very still at the beginning of these first few minutes. It looks almost like a statue. He's so still as he's listening. I wish we could see his eyes and see what his blink rate is, but I bet it's almost non-existent, because he's so focused on that interviewer to get all the information he possibly can, and when he answers, to make sure the guy believes him. But some of these answers, when he's giving them, he leans back so far, it's almost like he's fighting the laws of physics. I don't know how he does it at some point. But I'm under the impression that yawn, that fake yawn he's doing where he does the stretch back and all that, I think he's obviously nervous, but I think he's gunning for time at the same time. And it's an adapter. He's getting rid of some of that built up stress and tension, because he's really stressed, but he's not letting it go anywhere, And I think that was part of that laughing and all that smiling too, is just like Chase was saying, just nervous smiling. You'll see some people, they can't help it. They just smile when they get in trouble. And not because they think they've gotten away with something, but because they just smile all the time. But I do agree, a lot of this we're seeing is duper's delight and embarrassment, I think, at the same time too. So when the subject of Zip and the money comes up, the question should have been, how much money did you get? Because some of the questions start getting better, especially in the second group of videos. When we get there, they're a little bit better. But they're so wide open, it gives them all this room to squirm around and make stuff up and come up with stories. He can give really short answers and get out. There's no boxing him in at this point. But this guy's not trying to box him in. So that's probably what's bugging me, is seeing that style of questioning. But that's what the question should have been, is how much money did you get? We see more of the same when it comes to that being frozen. And then he starts chaffing and redirecting, which he does a couple of times in here. And we'll see Puff do that. I just call him Diddy all the time. I can't keep calling him Puff. I'm sorry. I'm going to call him Diddy when we go through this. So we see Diddy chaff and redirect as well here in a little while. Because after a while, you really can't take that if you're experiencing a lot of stress, if you're breathing like he's breathing in his upper chest and really fast, really short breaths. You don't get dizzy right out of the gate, but after a while, you're going to get dizzy because you're not getting enough oxygen the right way, and you start getting too much oxygen. So that makes you a little bit lightheaded. The question about the crucial mistake where he says, we're going to get some bread from Puff. He squirms a lot. And it's like he's almost got this giant web that's fallen on him, or what's that slime stuff they did in the TV show for kids a while back? I guess it's just called slime. I don't know.
Slime. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's really odd seeing him do that because his arms are way back and he's moving his hands around like that's odd behavior. If you're asking somebody questions and no matter what it's about, that's odd behavior. Now, if you're asking them something where they're really stressed, that would fit right in there, but it's still odd. And it's still, the guy is acting really strange. So it goes back to the gut feeling of not believing this guy. That whistle after the statement about informers listening to the conversation, that's, I think, his limbic system popping off. And he just didn't, he didn't know what else to do. I think it just jumped out from him. Again, some people, when they're getting ready to be deceptive, they'll say, well, and when you say, well, it doesn't seem like it's a whole lot of time, but you don't need a whole lot of time. Your brain works really, really fast. And that gives you enough time to think something up or to create something as you're getting ready to answer, or to, again, go back and deconflict your answer and make sure everything's good. So I think we're seeing about right at seven, I found 7 cues of deception that suggest deception. They don't mean there are no absolutes. So 7 cues that let us know maybe he's being deceptive here, or I would think so after seeing these 7.
One of those tape replays.
In the book, you said the third day after getting back from Vegas, you guys met up with Zip in L.A.
At Wingstop.
At Wingstop.
Yeah. Exactly. Not Wingstop, but Hot Wings. L.A. Hot Wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess you said that Puffy called and said, was that us? And you didn't say nothing.
I didn't say nothing. Yeah, you're right.
There's also, you go into the book, that apparently there was supposed to be $1 million that Zip was supposed to bring back, but he ended up keeping the money and buying a nightclub with it.
That's what the FBI said.
The FBI said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys never got any money?
Never.
For anything?
Nothing. Not even a pair of Sean John drawers. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. It seemed like Puff do that, though. He, seemed like every time some bad go around here, it look like it's on the grass. He don't step around it. You get away from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you talked about how you made a crucial mistake by having a big meeting in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it wasn't in the neighborhood. It was at a park outside of the neighborhood.
Okay, in Cerritos.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the mistake that you made?
I said I was just going to get some bread from Puff to get us some guns because they kept on raiding our houses, taking our guns.
And there was informants that was listening to this whole conversation.
Yeah, they was there. Exactly.
And they reported that back.
Yeah. I wish you can enter the FBI's. They don't do like this. You know what I'm saying? Greg Hayden, he was just an LA detective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He act like he made me crumble and all that.
So 6 months later, after Tupac gets killed, was that the first time you seen Puffy?
Yeah, that was my first time.
Okay, and how did those conversations go?
He was at the House of Blues, and we was outside in front of a car. He was outside in the car. And he came up to the window. He seen me, came up to the window, like, what's up, dog? Woo, woo. Dabbed me out. But it was a lot of people. He was like a celebrity. Vivica Fox, all them and everything, they was all around his ass. But he wasn't paying attention to him. He was paying attention to us. You know what I'm saying? Because once he got there to the window, I had the big 4.5 in my lap, and she like, so he backed away. He was telling us that they giving a basketball game. They're gonna be at this basketball game, Cal State Dominguez, and they giving a party the next night.
But at this point, you know, there's a whole rumor over
that Puff owes $1 million. And
there's a rumor that Puff owes you $1 million, but you guys don't have $1 million. So was there any sort of conversations, tensions, anything?
Big dog, Puff now was they was just getting started. I had more money than them. He was just getting started back then.
$1 million is still $1 million.
You're right. Like I said, he was just getting started. He was I was filling the tubs up. Dom Perignon and Cristal. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one showed him how to ball like that. Because he was drinking White Lightning. You know what I'm saying? Him and Andre Herrera, we was at the room in Anaheim. I filled the tubs up full of ice, Dom Perignon and Cristal and stuff like that. It wasn't them. They was drinking White Lightning. I was like, what the f*** is this?
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the next night, Biggie gets killed.
Yeah. I seen,
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think it's nice to see the change in stress around the Puff story. I think when the story starts out, you can see he's way back there. He's working his slime there, Scott. There's something else going on here. I think he's navigating how, where could this story go, or what's that question about? And then I think he flows into it. And I think there's now, he's telling a real story there. And we see the illustrators start to move more fluidly. He comes forward. So I think you're right. This extreme avoidance here is probably not baseline for telling a story that he's comfortable with. I think, the midsection of that Puff story, he's way more comfortable with. He becomes an agreeable conversationalist, I would say. He says, the interviewer says $1 million is $1 million. And he says, you're right. That's very agreeable. So, but is he agreeable because, he agrees with the whole thing, or is he being agreeable because he's under stress here, and being agreeable is one way to placate yourself with an interviewer who might have you, pinned down in some way. So, is he being overly agreeable in this situation? Not quite sure, because at this point, I'm not sure what his baseline is for agreement. I mean, actually, we've heard him before kind of try and correct stories that he doesn't think is right. So maybe he is being overly agreeable at this point. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. That lean away is exaggerated when he gets to a hard point that he doesn't want to talk about. The other thing that we're going to start to see here as a baseline for him is when he has high value information, his brows rise out from behind those sunglasses. Really good one if you pay attention to him, because he does that request for approval as he's talking about, he's in effect saying, do you know what I'm saying? His brow rises when he says he thought Suge was dead. His brow rises really high when he said he wasn't interested in them, he was interested in us. And then when he's talking about meeting Puff there, his hands are going up, and or Diddy, I guess whatever name we're going to use now, his hands are up, his thumbs and fingers are separated, and he just starts to roll. And I think he tries to do two things: take all of the emphasis away from money that he was owed and to what kind of clout he had, and also to redirect the story and give himself some clout as he's walking through this. Because he starts then to talk, and he shafts and redirects, and he does a beautiful job of it. He goes entirely off the topic, just moves it off to the side, and then he starts talking about himself and how he had introduced him to this champagne, that champagne. And there's just some awkward parts here. And then the final part, and it made me think maybe I missed pulling something else in, is when he talks about Biggie, when he's accused of shooting Biggie or killing Biggie. He does mouth touching and covers his mouth. I think there's some eye blocking in there and some face pressing. A whole lot of stuff goes on there that makes me think maybe we'll have another opportunity with this guy. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, after the first two questions, those should have been, how long until you saw Puff or Puffy? And then tell me about that. I mean, these have been so, I wish some of these interviewers would get some training on how to interview when they're going in for a subject like this. I'm sure this guy, it's not his wheelhouse to be talking to somebody who's a murder suspect about what happened or what they might have done. But man, the questioning could have been a little bit better on this part. But that's when he leans back. Again, so far, I think that's I agree with you guys. I think that's one of those things where he's going back because in one case, he doesn't know what else to do. He's not used to being questioned like this. He's used to being questioned the other ways. If he's supposedly a gangster, he gets questioned all the time. But being on point like this, where you're supposed to look a certain way and you're supposed to act a certain way and sound a certain way, I don't think he knew what to do. So that's where he's going back. That's why he's leaning back like that. That helps, again, I think, get rid of a lot of that built up stress and tension. And again, his illustrators are out of sync. They're mistimed. And quite often we associate the mistiming of the illustrators. They don't land on the words, or they go extra like that. We see it as a deceptive cue. So I start piling those things up. And in every video, we're able to grab 5 or 6 of these little things that suggest deception. Whether it is or not, who knows? But it sure looks deceptive so far, for me anyway. And the Race studies, which I'll refer to them as, found that when you're being deceptive, most of the time, the illustrators someone's using, they'll disappear. They'll get really small, or they'll completely go away. And in this case, they completely go away for a little while, and they come back a little bit smaller. And then he starts rubbing his hands on his legs. That is one of the big red flags you see when someone is stressed. That lets us know that stress is at a high level at that point when you start rubbing on their legs. And he does that several times throughout this. And after being, like you were talking about, Greg, after being asked about Biggie being killed, he blocks by rubbing his nose and his face. He's got his hand all over his face. And this comes up again later on in crucial moments. Every time they talk about the shooting part or a shooting, that's when his hand goes to his face. And a lot of people say, well, it's because your nose itches when you're being deceptive. And we know that's not true. That's called an absolute. An absolute is one of those things where they say, oh, your nose itches, so you're lying. Or the one shoulder goes up, that quick shoulder shrug means you're lying. Those don't mean anything most of the time. But when you see them in clusters, in groups together, that's when you can start saying, he sure is doing a lot of things that look weird for normal behavior. They're outside of normal behavior. And that's why we start grouping those up like that. So here, I found 5 of those cues that let us know it could possibly be being deceptive. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you, man. And his body narration here is very pronounced in all the videos I've seen of him. So when he's telling the truth, there is clear narration. And y'all will hear Greg and Scott talk about illustrators all the time. I use them as separate things. I still use word illustrators from y'all. So when Scott, you heard in video 1, we talk about specific words and phrases like that. That's what I call illustrators. But when somebody is narrating something like size, height, direction, shape, movement to recreate, like Mark just went like this to say moving back in the chair, I call those narration. So illustrators illustrate language. Narration tells a story nonverbally, so that if a person was deaf, they might be able to glean some information about what was being talked about. So his narration is so common that it's a great part of his baseline. You'll see it get really messed up here when he's talking about being in the car and he's doing this little thing at the beginning. His hand kind of screws into this mangled shape, and you'll see it disappear here at a critical point in the video. And in video 1, it disappears if you want to go back and take a look. So this person that we're looking at here is all about image management, authority, status, and social hierarchy. So he uses symbols and signs to display this instead of confident behavior or anything genuinely high status. So it's all about logos and symbols and indicators. So just in this video, he was only paying attention to us and ignoring everybody else. He was early on in his career. I've had more money than him. I was filling tubs with expensive drinks and champagne. He was drinking cheap stuff. I'm wearing a Polo logo. I have these brand name sunglasses on with silver bling on them. The entire video is about please, please, please see me as significant. That's what this entire video is. There's a French philosopher in 1981 wrote a book. His name is Jean Baudrillard. This was and is the rap industry. It's about the logos and projection of wealth, the projection of wealth being more important than the wealth itself. And it's a state where the representation of something becomes more significant than the real thing. And the rap industry, I think, by just exalting these symbols of wealth and success, isn't just championing material possessions, it's elevating the sign over the substance and the symbol for that thing over the actual thing.
One of those tape replays.
So 6 months later, after Tupac gets killed, was that the first time you seen Puffy?
Yeah, that was my first time.
Okay, and how did those conversations go?
He was at the House of Blues, and we was outside in front of a car. He was outside in the car. And he came up to the window. He seen me, came up to the window, like, what's up, dog? Woo, woo. Dabbed me up. But it was a lot of people. He was like a celebrity. Vivica Fox, all them and everything, they was all around his ass. But he wasn't paying attention to him, he was paying attention to us. You know what I'm saying? Because once he got there to the window, I had the big 4.5 in my lap, and she like, so he backed away. He was telling us that they giving a basketball game. They're going to be at this basketball game, Cal State Dominguez, and they're giving a party the next night.
But at this point, you know, there's a whole rumor over
that Puff owes $1 million. And
there's a rumor that Puff owes you $1 million, but you guys don't have $1 million. So was there any sort of conversations, tensions, anything?
Big dog, Puff now was, they was just getting started. I had more money than them. He was just getting started back then.
$1 million is still $1 million.
You're right. Like I said, he was just getting started. He was, I was filling the tubs up, Dom Perignon and Cristal. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one showed him how to ball like that. Because he was drinking White Lightning. You know what I'm saying? Him and Andre Herrera, we was at the room in Anaheim. I filled the tubs up full of ice, Dom Perignon and Cristal and stuff like that. It wasn't them. They was drinking White Lightning. I was like, what the f*** is this?
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the next night, Biggie gets killed.
Yeah. I seen, the
incident at the MGM. When Orlando got jumped. What I didn't realize is that he actually got so hurt that he had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
So was his shoulder or something like that?
Yeah, shoulder. They kicked his shoulder.
So was it like dislocated? Or?
Dislocated, yeah.
Oh, okay. So his shoulder got dislocated.
Yeah.
And he went to the hospital in Vegas.
Yeah.
And what do? They put it back into the socket?
They put it, sling on his arm.
Okay. I heard that's just painful as hell. Having your shoulder dislocated and then pop back.
They kicked it out. Yeah, kicked it out. Yeah.
Oh, they kicked his shoulder out of the socket.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
They kind of that was a kid, man. That was wrong.
How old was he at the time?
He was like 19, man.
Oh, he was a teenager at the time.
Yeah, kid, man.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I thought he was a little bit older.
He was 19 to 20. 19 to 20. He probably just turned 20.
Right.
He was a kid, dude.
Like 6-7 people jumped on him?
Yeah, he couldn't even buy liquor. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Suge was doing the kicking.
Him and Buntry,
Buntry, and Tupac, of course.
Yeah. I ran track against Buntry when he ran for Whaley.
Oh, really? So you guys knew each other? You guys knew each other?
Yeah, he ran track for Whaley. He ran the third relay leg, and I ran the third relay leg.
Greg, what do you got?
So right out of the gate, this guy is doing a lot of mouth grooming. He's barriering. He's doing some face touching. And I wonder if it's not related to the fact this is the same interviewer almost 4 years later. And you got to, number one, remember what you said. Number two, he poked on you pretty hard. So you could come in the door with some stress that you didn't have. And he was just arrested in September. This was 4 months ago. There's probably some rumblings of things happening. I know for a fact that there was a search warrant where they'd searched his wife or ex-wife's house is where they found some leads. So all of this stuff could be building up. We could be seeing some of that stress. We can't really know. One of the interesting pieces for me as he's talking here is he starts to talk about his past, and he's building a little bit of his character. And he talks throughout all these interviews about his relationship with Suge Knight, his relationship with Eazy-E, his relationship with Diddy, these kinds of things. So relationships and that impression of all of these relationships people used to run track against, those are important to him. When we interrogate prisoners, we listen for those things because now we would go in and say, wow, I didn't know you knew this guy, and stroke his ego and work him around that. That's an insight to his character. Now, you might automatically assume certain things about a person because they're a gang leader, they're this or they're that. But all those people have some of the same drives that your neighbors have and those things. Even serial killers have drives that are similar to people you know. So what we're looking for always are those drives. In his case, it would be a pride and ego up. It would be a stroke his ego around love of comrades, people he's known. Some of those are dead. You lean into that. So there's a lot of opportunity. The other interesting piece for me here, and there's not a whole lot body language I'm going to cover, I'm going to leave it for you guys, is when he's bleeding information, because he says this guy had his right shoulder dislocated. If you had your right shoulder dislocated, that's not what you're doing today. When you get put in a sling, that's not what you're doing today. And he was very clear to say he was put in a sling. So now something else has to be different. And as he talks through these stories, one of the things that we find out is he'll say, well, who was there? Well, you don't know who's there because you're on a street. And this guy who's interviewing Vlad has interesting information from other people who happen to be in other cars following around. There's apparently entourage following and all this stuff. So we'll see some stress applied as we go to the next piece. But the main thing to watch here is he comes in higher stressed. We'll see him starting to fidget with his fingers on his right hand as he's adapting and showing more stress there. He does that mouth grooming and all that. So our start point is going to be higher than it was in the last one and a little bit more clear. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think this is. Hang on just one second. Greg, define that pride and ego up, because you talk about that a lot. You've only described it, defined it 2-3 times.
So when I'm talking from a Scharfian interrogation point of view, Hans Scharf-based non-coercive interrogation. We look for psychological levers into that person. You'll call them themes and that kind of thing when you're using it, because look, most interrogation comes out of this guy's work. So when you're talking themes, you're really talking psychological levers as well. And what a pride and ego up means is you take the person and you stroke their ego for what they've done. Works really well on a narcissist because they start to think you believe in them and they need that admiration. And then you kick the chair out from under them as soon as you get them to the point where you feel comfortable with them. And they have to, their ego cannot take it, so they have to come after you. We typically say pride and ego up works best on stupid people, but I've found it works the best on narcissists because they can't take losing a fan once they make a fan. Mark, what do you think?
Russell Williams.
Yeah, exactly. Once you're a fan, can't afford to lose one of my fans. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So I think this is quite a good lesson in interview because it starts off really badly where, the interviewer here is just doing all the work. And the interviewee is just going yes, and it's pretty monosyllabic about it. And so, that may well be an indicator that he doesn't really want to answer questions and he wants to be avoidant at this point. But when he gets onto the athletics piece, suddenly he's moving, suddenly everything's flowing. And I think you're right. It is this significance. Certainly he sees this as a status part of his life. He's now significant. Absolutely. And now the interview is flowing. And so I would say, look, regardless of who you're interviewing and why you might be interviewing somebody or even having a conversation where you feel like you need to get information out of somebody and you worry that they won't give you this information, I would say that your number one thing is to improve their mood. Just get them in a better mood than when they came. And so what the interviewer could easily do here would have got to come away from the athletics and go, look, that's not really what I want to, talk about. And you could have seen it as a bit of a chaff and redirect, essentially. Well, I mean, that might be true because he could be chaffing and redirecting at this point. But ultimately, we're seeing his mood improve. And therefore, if it were me, I'd be going down that route and go, look, let's just get this guy talking more, happy to be here, because then we can bring in some questions that he might be more avoidant of. But he's now in this pattern of delivering content to us. So just a nice little class there in how to execute an interview whereby he may well have been chaffing and redirecting at the start of it, but maybe, let that run, improve the mood and take that wave and that, gift that you're given. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. There's more fantastic body narration here. With this shoulder injury. And he even mimics what the sling looks like when they put the sling on. In the last video, you'll remember he used his right hand to talk about someone coming up to a car window. I'm willing to bet just from his body narration, you can determine he was in the passenger seat of that car because that's where the window would be. So there's an appeal to innocence in this video, an appeal to innocence that I think reveals some depth to his personal psychology. There's a sadness about it. There's a sacredness that he places on the youth of Orlando, I think was his name. This is even further confirmed when you see his face light up talking about the good old days and running track against one of the guys who was involved here. His level of nostalgia is super high. His psychology seems to focus on all these positive emotions we've seen so far. to the innocence of youth and the purity of the experiences of being young. And this might play into something you'll see in an upcoming video. But if you're seeing a reaction like this in your own life, keep in mind that you're already saying a powerful point to what Greg was talking about. You can use this to bring a person to a more state of open-mindedness. And in this case, psychologists might call this regression. And just asking him later to talk about these high school days will bring this back up, making him more open, making him more relaxed, knowing that you have this ammunition. So it's pretty cool. Scott, what do you got?
Right. Like you guys have all said at the beginning, I think stress is already in play because he's chewing on his mouth, he's goofing around his lips. And then he's really, really still while he's listening. Which is at this point, I think, become part of his baseline because he does it every time. But of course, you'd have to because you're paying attention to the questions that could put you on the spot and get you in trouble. And I would think, I don't know why he did an interview. I mean, that guy shouldn't have done anything. He should have just zipped his mouth and said, hey, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because I'm sure they're using some of this stuff in that case against him because some things we're going to see later on are so obvious that you would want to, give him some more intense questioning anyway, that it's almost comical. They're so blatant. But after that statement about Orlando getting jumped and going to the hospital, this is really interesting because we see a micro expression, but it's a blend of two expressions. It's disgust and anger at the same time because this little part here, your filtrum is a little part between your upper lip and your nose, that little part right in there. And his they come together and his upper lip comes up some. You don't see his teeth, but you see it enough to go, I recognize what that is. So he's got, and I'm sure it's because of his emotional involvement with Orlando that makes him mad about what happened to him. So we also see his nostrils flare. And these are really small. And micro expressions we talk about all the time. It's something that happens that's really small expression that leaks, as Paul Ekman talks about it, and shows you that person has something else on their mind that they don't want you to see, an emotion that they're experiencing they don't want anybody to see, so it leaks that way. It's really subtle, but it's there. You guys covered everything else, so I'm good to go.
One of those tape replays.
The incident at the MGM. When Orlando got jumped, what I didn't realize is that he actually got so hurt that he had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
So was his shoulder or something like that?
Yeah, shoulder. So they kicked his shoulder.
So was it like dislocated? Or?
Dislocated, yeah.
Oh, okay. So his shoulder got dislocated.
Yeah.
And he went to the hospital in Vegas.
Yeah.
And what did they do? They put it back into the socket?
They put it, sling on his arm.
Okay. I heard that's just painful as hell. Having your shoulder dislocated and pop back.
They kicked it out. Yeah, kicked it out. Yeah.
Oh, they kicked his shoulder out of the socket.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
It kind of Leonardo was a kid, man. That was wrong.
How old was he at the time?
He was like 19, man.
Oh, he was a teenager at the time.
Yeah, kid, man.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I thought he was a little bit older.
He was 19 to 20. 19 to 20. He probably just turned 20.
Right.
He was a kid, dude.
Like
That's
6-7 people jumped on him.
Yeah, he couldn't even buy liquor. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Suge was doing the kicking.
Him and Buntry.
Buntry, yeah. And Tupac, of course.
Yeah. I ran track against Buntry when he ran for Whaley.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you guys knew each other? You guys knew each other?
Yeah, he ran track for Whaley. He ran the third relay leg, and I ran the third relay leg.
So you guys went to the hospital. They patched him up. And then the next set of events happened.
Yeah.
There was the rumor that the Suge Knight used Tupac as a shield.
No, he didn't.
That didn't happen.
No, that didn't happen. Like I said, I thought he was dead.
Suge was dead.
Yeah, I thought he was.
Well, he got hit in the head.
Yeah.
Right, and I remember I even interviewed the first responder, and he said that Suge was just like spraying blood damn near out of his head when he pulled up. Was Tupac trying to get into the back seat?
Yeah, I said it about 5 times, yeah. He was jumping around, yeah.
In an interview, Mike Tyson, who was close friends with Tupac, said that he wishes he had 5 minutes in the room with Tupac's killer.
Mike Tyson's a boxer, man. You know what I'm saying? He all these dudes Tretch, I be hearing them all saying all that old tough guy shit. Them dudes are rappers and boxers. They ain't about that life, dude. You know what I'm saying? They need to stay in their place, dude. You know damn well you don't want to see this. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I'm trained to go. I don't know about him. It's do or die. And I'm from the old school, homeboy, and I'm from Compton, dude. I'm not playing with nobody like that, dude. Nobody, period.
Well, I interviewed Mike Tyson.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Well, one of the more interesting things of digging all these videos out, so I get to see some parts that we don't cover on here. And one of the things he talks about, he's talking about law enforcement as bringing his soldiers. So there's a mindset in this whole gang activity world about soldiers and about kind of a warfare thing. So it's interesting to watch because there's some similarities in behavior between the way he behaves and the way a soldier would be talking about enemy soldiers. So worth your time if you ever want to go see how these guys think. There's some asymmetry in his face as he denies Suge using Tupac, almost like contempt, like, what are you kidding? No, this guy wouldn't have done that. And even you might be in a different gang, you may still have respect for that other person. As a matter of fact, I read that Suge Knight after this said he was not going to tell who did it, even though he knew. So there you go. And these gangs have some kind of code of silence back and forth. So I think it's worth paying attention to the fact, Chase, we don't see the bad guys that we fight as scumbags often. No, terrorism's a little different story. But if it's a military guy, if it's a warrior kind of mindset, there's a culture that's associated. He does this request for approval thing again. His brows rise above his sunglasses as he's talking about he thought Suge was dead. That's high value from him. Chase, he does a thing that you talk about, hemispheric tendencies, gestural hemispheric tendencies. I think in his case, he's showing strength in one hand and weakness in another. When he's talking about the FBI, he uses his left hand. When he's talking about things where he did, he's using his right hand. And probably my favorite thing of all is in this one, when Mike Tyson's name comes up. You know, everybody thinks Mike Tyson's this big, tough, physical guy, and he is. Best boxer around. And you see that smirk when his name is mentioned. And you see him switch gears from second person to first person. It's not any gang member could kill him. It's bring it on. It's me suddenly. He goes to first person. And when you start seeing that, that's not very smart to get in front of an interviewer and say, come and get me. If you want me, come and get me. Chase, what do you got?
I agree with you. And anybody who uses a gun for a long period of time, I was a gunfighter for a long time in my career, will always gesture anything power and strength with their dominant hand for that reason. And there's something about this human shield idea that really stresses him out enough to start pacifying all over the place, trying to calm himself down. Then he's trying to posture. And this posturing, trying to artificially pump himself up, open himself up with this fake shoulder stretch thing that we've seen before. There's a postural retreat, the fake stretch, fingers pacifying like this. Mark will probably talk about sprinkling salt here in a few seconds, which is self-soothing. And he stops breathing again. But I want to briefly talk about these sunglasses, not just these in particular, but the sunglasses. This is to hide. Confident people don't hide. True status doesn't hide. Real power doesn't hide. Insecurity is the only reason someone feels the need to do this. And it's easy to see somebody on YouTube and think, you know, we're four guys or just random dudes on YouTube. We've collectively been in front of hundreds, if not thousands, of true killers and psychopaths and terrorists and prisoners of war for this guy, special forces operators and literal professional murderers. All of us here. This isn't status. It's artificially crafted. He's probably still a bad dude, still back up how badass he is, but the missing element here is confidence. This is probably due to environment and surroundings. And I think where this behavior of strutting and posturing and overcompensation is part of a culture that somebody is surrounded with. And he was childhood friends with Eazy-E, who I listened to maybe in middle school when that stuff was really cool. And he grew up in a culture that was unforgiving of displays of weakness. And people who displayed probably any vulnerability saw an almost immediate consequence to that. So remember what Greg says, an organism does what made it successful. That's what you learn from elementary and middle school or long into adulthood. And we carry that stuff with us. So we're seeing somebody who grew up in this environment. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I think he feels like he's got to comment about that question with Mike Tyson as a gangster, because what he's talking is crazy talk. We've all seen Mike Tyson. I don't know if you guys saw those videos that they had of him when he was thinking about getting back in the business. And he's literally a monster. I mean, if he was loose, you'd have to shoot him to kill him. And that's what this guy's talking about.
But he's good at
it. That's all. That's the only hope he'd have. It'd be like if for some reason, let's say we got on Joe Rogan and we go in there and I start some stuff with Joe Rogan, and for some reason he wouldn't ever fight me because there'd be no need. He would laugh and move on. No matter what I did or said, he would not fight me. But let's say in some freaky, play of reason, for some wild reason, he said, "Okay, I'm going to fight you." It wouldn't last a second. It wouldn't be anything. It would happen so quickly, and I would never be the same again. If I made him mad enough where he would actually really want to not fight me but hurt me, I'd never be the same again. Same for this guy. If he thinks for a second Mike Tyson wouldn't change his life forever, he's lost his mind, because that's what would happen. Just one hit from Mike Tyson would change his brain makeup. It would give him brain. It really would. It would give him brain damage. This guy nobody could handle it. Boxers take it, but it knocks them out. Anyway, so you can't go in there. It's like fighting a bear. You're not going to win. You're not going to win, just you and a bear. Yeah, except for Greg. Greg can wrestle one pretty good, but but no, you're not going to win. But after the shielding question, we see another classic that all the panelists are aware of, and that's contempt as well as anger again. And it's that the left lip raises up on the left side of his mouth, and that chin comes out. We see just a little bit of that, but it happens really quickly, so you got to pay attention. But it's there, so look for that when you watch this again. Now, that lean back and the yawn combined with that rubbing together the fingers and all that, that's a lot of psychological stress happening there, because we're getting into the stuff that's really important for this interview. And that's why he's getting rid of that built up stress and tension. He's adapting. That's why I keep saying these are all classics. I keep repeating the same stuff because we're seeing the same things over and over. And this is obviously what he does when these things bother him. That's how he's self-pacifying, self-soothing himself as he goes through this, trying to get rid of that stuff. And all these behaviors like that are ways he's calming his brain down, or his brain's trying to calm him down and make him feel more relaxed and be able to present what he's talking about a little bit better. So this is where we get, I think, a great look at his ego, because quite often in an interrogation or an interview, there's a situation like this, your ego, or not your ego, but the ego can be manipulated to get to the truth, like Greg was talking about earlier. And there's no way this guy, like I said before, could fight Mike Tyson and not have a life-changing experience. And I think that's I don't think this guy went in planning that at all. I don't think it's why he brought that up. But I think maybe he's got that idea he can play on that and get a little bit more out of him, kind of not make him mad, but kind of poke around on him and get a little bit more out of him. I can't think of any other reason why he would let it happen that way, or his questioning happen that way, if he wasn't trying to get the guy worked up a little bit. And I'll leave it there. Who we missing? Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, well, I mean, it does get a good change out of him. And let's talk about what that change might be in just one moment. I agree with you, Scott. Anger and contempt. Tiny. I mean, quick, but beautiful. Freeze that frame, and you'll see it there. So that idea of Suge Knight, Tupac using Suge Knight as a shield. Yeah, there's some real contempt and anger around that. Now, is it contempt and anger that somebody should even put that idea forward, or is it contempt and anger because it happened? I don't know. Not a mind reader. But clearly it's there, and it's writ large but quick. Okay, so when I first started watching these videos, one of the ideas that I entertained the possibility of is some of this lean back, which actually has quite a big display of upper body strength to it, is his way of going, look, I'm large, I'm big, I take up territory. You don't want to cross me, you don't want to take me the wrong way. So I thought, okay, maybe it's that. But then when you see that challenge of the Mike Tyson idea, and it is an idea, it's just a thought experiment. I mean, it's put forward as a thought experiment. Some people have said that Mike Tyson has said this, what do you think of this? It's a thought experiment. He comes right forward into it. He starts to really display this upper body strength here, because in the thought experiment of it, it's a very safe place to be, because we know it's not really going to happen. It's not really going to happen. And I think, in his mind, he's just like, it would be a scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark. He just gets out a gun and there you go. Okay. So what is lovely to see from my point of view is that I can no longer entertain the idea that this is aggression for him. Because when given that thought experiment, he comes forward, he displays that big upper body strength. There's a whole different air around him. When he feels strong and safe, he's going to be forward in that chair and he's going to display forward. When he feels unsafe, he's in that retreat response, I think. So just nice, I think, for me to see that and be able to lay to rest. He's not leaning back because he's kind of passive aggressive. He's leaning back because he is on the back foot on this one. That's all I got on that.
I got a funny story for you, Scott. When we were doing UK4's Torture, the Guantanamo Guidebook, there's a guy named Smiler Turner. You might know who he is, Mark. He was a MMA guy, big beast of a guy from UK who was a European champion. And we took him down, just grabbed him and took him down. And later, people were saying, why didn't you fight back? And two things. He said, well, these guys kill people. I just punch people. There's a difference. That might be what he's trying to get at. The other thing is when he said, what would you have done? We had pepper spray. He would have been crawling on the floor crying like a baby while we scooped him up and handcuffed him. So those positions of authority are the thing. But yeah, I agree with you.
So you guys went to the hospital. They patched him up. And then the next set of events happened.
Yeah.
There was the rumor that the Suge Knight used Tupac as a shield.
No, he didn't.
That didn't happen.
No, that didn't. Like I said, I thought he was dead.
Suge was dead.
Yeah, I thought he was.
Well, he got hit in the head.
Yeah.
Right, and I remember I even interviewed the first responder, and he said that Suge was just like spraying blood damn near out of his head when he pulled up. Was Tupac trying to get into the back seat?
Yeah, I said it a lot of times. Yeah, he was jumping around. Yeah.
In an interview, Mike Tyson, who was close friends with Tupac, said that he wishes he had 5 minutes in the room with Tupac's killer.
Mike Tyson's a boxer, man. You know what I'm saying? He all these dudes, Tretch, I be hearing them all saying all that old tough guy shit. Them dudes are rappers and boxers. They ain't about that life, dude. You know what I'm saying? They need to stay in their place, dude. You know damn well you don't want to see this. You know what I'm saying? I'm trained to go. I don't know about him. It's do or die. And I'm from the old school, homeboy, and I'm from Compton, dude. I'm not playing with nobody like that, dude. Nobody, period.
Well, I interviewed Mike Tyson. You know, when the incident happened, there were 4 people in the car. You're the only living person that was in that car right now. Everyone else had passed away since then. What witnesses were saying, though, was that when they saw the arm stick out the window and do the shooting, it wasn't a skinny arm. It was a bulky, hefty-looking arm.
Well, I was in the passenger seat. No way, you know.
I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying that there's 4 people in the car, but they said it wasn't a skinny arm that stuck his hand out the window.
Who the witness?
Can't say.
Okay. They lying? Was they there?
Yes. They were there.
Okay. Only witness it was Suge Knight and, me. Only two persons left. I kind of see this little, you know what I'm saying? He trying to say it's me and all this.
I'm not saying it's you.
He's so full of.
But at the time that, that you actually, that Greg Kading met up with you and recorded, the proffer agreement and everything else like that, wasn't there one other person that was still alive at that time? Was it Dre or who?
No, they had went through there already. I was the last one to know, big dog.
Okay, so at that time, there was no one else alive.
I was the last one to know.
You're the last one. Okay, fair enough.
All right, Bearbait, what do you got?
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me because here we really do see some stress. He's got respiration increase. You can see his chest rising and falling. His hand is now starting to really adapt or to comfort. He's petting whatever that is he's sitting on really hard. He's just trying to get comfortable. Earlier, we were just all in the car. Now I'm in the right front seat. So he's putting himself out of the ability to do it. He's unwinding his story. Remember, in the very beginning, we were just all in the car. So he was trying to set it up. When he says he's got a witness, watch that brow rise. Remember, what we've noticed with this guy is when something is hot, when something is important, his brow rises above his glasses. We see it happen. We also see him starting to come apart when this happens. When he says they are lying, he does not attack their facts or say it could be someone else. And he has a little nervous smile that disappears. I mean, it's fleeting and disappears almost immediately when Vlad says, yes, they were there. Foamy Suds, what you got?
Yeah, for shizzle. The adaptions on the jacket here. The adaptions on the jacket. And then freeze response throughout the bulk of that questioning. Then, as you were saying, the self-soothing on the arm there. We haven't seen that before. Now, maybe it's because the camera's gone wider there, but we have been able to see shoulder movements. And I haven't seen that kind of level of shoulder movement out of him. So I think it's getting really quite hot here. Single eyebrow raises, double eyebrow raises, single shoulder shrugs, double shoulder shrugs, all in quick succession. Now, what does that mean? Well, the quick succession of them means a whole bunch of indecision going on. So look, we're not mind readers here, but we know that the stress is building and building and building around the pressure of this really specific questioning going on. We haven't seen anything like this before. Flip-flop, what do you got?
He says they're lying here, and this is sometimes a good sign that somebody's innocent. But after he says this, there is a tremendous increase in these stress behaviors. Foamy Suds, like you were talking about, there's fidgeting, there's postural retreat, there's self-soothing, there's locked down behavior, trying to lock down even further with his hand just jamming into the pocket. There's a loss of fluency, which is where harder to produce words for him. There's zero body narration. He's not moving along to the story, which is his baseline. And he softens his voice after the confrontation and the denial. So the defensiveness is about the bulky arm. And we see a lot of defensiveness spike right there. So his desire to be significant is still showing through here. I was the last one to know him. And when he says those words, and this desire to be seen as significant might point to the fact that he was maybe not the shooter, but that the fame and status associated with his vagueness and conveying the idea that he might have been the shooter is appealing to him. And I think if he wasn't the shooter, there's a strong desire for him to hint that he might have been, which would bring him some kind of fame or notoriety. DJ Kendall, what you got?
All right. The first statement, as that comes to a close, he starts rubbing his leg with his right hand. Like we talked about before, that's a huge indicator of psychological stress. That lets us know there's an issue here. Now, his voice tone and volume remain fairly low the whole time. At the top of that, he's frozen. It looks almost like, when I was watching, I thought, oh, the frame is frozen. But you see just a little bit of movement. But he is locked onto this guy, listening to what he's saying. And that's really important because that lets us know that he's paying attention hard because he wants to make sure he misses nothing. and make sure that he's sort of prepping. So when he gives his answer, it'll be okay to still keep looking at him that hard to make sure the guy believes him. Then overall, he almost clams up as the questioning goes on. It gets quieter. His replies are really short, and his words are really, really small. And and I'm going to say he's fairly quiet during this. I mean, he is a quiet talker, but I think he's getting really quiet on this part. And he's answering from a defensive perspective, right? But the thing is, he doesn't say, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. He says, I was on the passenger side. And that's odd to be confronted with details like this and for his involvement in a murder and not saying, hang on, man, I see what you're doing. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. I know what you're saying. I see where you're going with this, but let's get this straight right now. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I was there. Obviously, I was there. Everybody tell you I was there. Yeah, I said I was there, and I'm telling you now I was there, but I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Nothing like that at all. No, he's being defensive, but he's not being defensive in the right way. He's not being defensive in the right way. So that's yet again another classic sign of what I would see as deception.
You know, when the incident happened, there were 4 people in the car. You're the only living person that was in that car right now. Everyone else has passed away since then. What witnesses were saying, though, was that when they saw the arm stick out the window and do the shooting, it wasn't a skinny arm. It was a bulky, hefty-looking arm.
Well, I was in the passenger seat. No way, you know.
I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying that there's 4 people in the car, but they said it wasn't a skinny arm that stuck his hand out the window.
Who the witness?
Can't say.
Okay. They lying? Was they there?
Yes. They were there.
Okay. Only witness it was Suge Knight and, you know, me. Only 2 persons left. I kind of see this little, you know what I'm saying? He trying to say it's me and all this.
I'm not saying it's you.
He's so full of.
But at the time that, you know, that you actually, that Greg Kading met up with you and recorded, you know, the proffer agreement and everything else like that, wasn't there one other person that was still alive at that time? Was it Dre or who?
No, they had went through there already. Well, I was the last one to know, big dog.
Okay, so at that time, there was no one else alive.
I was the last one to know.
You're the last one. Okay, fair enough. There was the rumor that after Pac got killed, Puffy gave Zip $1 million that was supposed to be handed over, and Zip ended up keeping it. And I remember when I interviewed TK Kirkland, who was actually roommates with Zip at one point. They were that close. He actually said, yeah.
The feds said that too.
He said that actually happened. Well, the story that has circulated was that after Tupac got killed, Puffy allegedly gave the money.
I heard
to Zip.
Yes,
and Zip was supposed to give the money to Keefe and them.
Yes,
but he never gave the money to him.
But thank God he never gave him the money. Right? Think about it. If he gave the money, Puffy will be in prison now. Money for hire, a murder for hire. So thank God. If this is a true story, I'm not saying yes or no. But if he would have gave them the money, it'd have been a murder for hire, and Puffy would be locked up.
Yeah, said he's a dirty.
Yeah, and he even said that, like, in retrospect, that was probably the best thing that could have ever happened to Puffy. By Zip stealing the money, now Puffy isn't connected to that, or else it would have been like a murder for hire or something. You know what I'm saying?
The FBI said it was just Zip.
So the FBI told you the same thing. So the FBI told you that Zip kept that money as well.
They said Zip's the dirt. Everybody crossed you. You're the last one to know everything. Even lawyers, your friends, everybody can cross your ass. You just don't know. Even the dudes you was riding in the car with every day, like a low jack. Like, what the
Well, I mean, like I said, Zip had a history of ripping people off.
Yeah. He never ripped me off.
Well,
otherwise he wouldn't have.
Did he technically do? I mean, if he kept the money that
Yeah,
supposedly.
True.
So actually, he let you off for $1 million.
Yeah. If that's what happened, yeah. They sure said it. The FBI said that. The people down, U.S. attorneys, all that. They said that. Zip's a piece. They said he's a piece. But I didn't ever know that he got no money.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I'm not going to talk to you guys on this one. I'm going to talk to you. Sitting at home out there, in this one video, I want you to do some profiling work on your own. So I'm going to give you one tool to take a look at this video when it comes back up. And all I want you to do is to apply this one tool to the video while you're watching it. And once you see how powerful this is to kind of see behind the curtain, I think you're going to start using this in your everyday life. So here's the tool that when you use it, I think you'll be addicted to it. So what I want you to do is carefully observe what someone criticizes and condemns. What do they criticize and condemn? So this can reveal a ton about a person's behavior. Let me just I'm going to give you a few things that it can reveal. I'll let you decide what's being revealed here. The first one is values and beliefs, because these mirror our personal values. It can reveal some insecurities and some projection. So these are traits that somebody's insecure about in themselves. Some past traumas can come up. When somebody's sensitive to some kind of specific issue, there's some cultural influence that can come up, reflecting some societal or cultural norms that a person spent some time in. Then we have some personal boundaries that you'll see, and this hints at their comfort zone. So you can start determining somebody's comfort zone. Then hidden desires can come up. This is what they secretly want or secretly want to get behind that wall. Then there's some superiority needs. And this is when somebody's trying to establish a moral or intellectual dominance here. And finally, we have internal conflicts when they're struggling with something internally, or affiliations. And this is their maybe criticizing because of some kind of group loyalty or bias. And I'll let you take a look, leave it in the comments. For the first time in my life, I will actually open the comments on our videos and take a look. I'll read them. Scott, what do you got?
All right. For me, this sounds like that he's admitting the money was coming to him for shooting Tupac. That's what it sounds like from what this guy TK is saying. And if TK is saying that if he had gotten the money from Zip, if Keefe had gotten the money from Zip, then the payment would have been made, which would make that murder for hire. So what's here? This is the video. If this is true, what this guy's saying, Puff Daddy's going to prison forever, because that's intent to pay this guy to murder somebody. Whether he got paid or not, it doesn't matter. The money was on the way. It was in the pipeline, and that's why that payment was executed. So if they can, Greg and I talked about this earlier, if that can be traced back to Puff Daddy, he's done. That's it. And that's what the big hoo-ha on the internet is about all this. Because the intent to murder somebody, and you paid for it, and it happened, but just because the money didn't get to that person, the courier didn't get it there, doesn't mean you're not in trouble, doesn't mean you're not guilty. That we're all familiar with that. That's intent. And so if they can prove that, then he did execute that payment to him, even though, again, the courier didn't get the money to him. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. He's still going to go to prison forever for that. And I think if they'll start, which I'm sure they are, I'm sure that's what this may be the reason that they're brought this back up and have arrested this guy, the cops or the FBI, whoever got him. That's what's happening. And I'll bet you anything, that's what they lay this whole thing on, is that story right there from TK. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so it's murder for IOU, no difference. If you try to hire somebody to murder someone, you go to prison. It happens all the time. There's sting operations where people try to hire FBI agents. So that part is a given. The interesting piece to me here, and we're talking about it may not be him that pulled the trigger, but his organization. That's what he would be saying is, look, this happened. But they don't appear to be hiding there's no logic to the thing. It would, as you said, it would be murder if the payment had been made. No, it still would be murder. However, as he goes through it, he doesn't say this did not happen. He doesn't say any of that. He says, this guy's a scumbag and kept the money. Well, did that really happen? If it didn't, you're pretty stupid to say the FBI told me that and these guys told me that and this. However, I can also tell you this. If I were an FBI agent and I were interrogating this guy, I would do everything possible to drive wedges. I would be hate of opponent, hate of guy who cheated me. I would do all that, and I would ensure that that guy believed that there was money heading his way. Now, the only thing that doesn't make any sense is if I thought there was any way that I would be implicated for killing someone for money, I wouldn't admit it, which makes me now start to go, did that really happen? Did any of that really happen? Or was it just he was angry and they went to do something, he was going to shoot him, and, he didn't get shot in the head. We all know, Chase, most people can't hit anything when they're under duress. They're shooting wildly, and he may have emptied an entire clip into the car and caused a whole bunch of stuff to happen. So who knows? But here you see that he shows concern only one time, and that's when he's saying he never stole from me. And then he has to point out, well, if he did take the money, then he stole from me. Oh, yeah. Which makes me think this whole story might be a little bit of hogwash. Mark, what do you got?
Okay.
Mark, what do you got?
Here's what I want you to do is go back and listen to Greg try and explain the intricacy of this story. And Greg's pretty good at laying down a linear line of like how something, but it's hard to follow. And if it's hard to follow when Greg's trying to explain it, there's summing up with it. There's something not quite right about this situation. Now, I agree with you, Greg. Is this a situation? Now, actually, having said that, TK is pretty fluent about how he's putting his story across. Compare that with the guy before and after. The fluency isn't so good. So how come one is very, very fluent and the other not so fluent around that? I haven't got any theories around that. What I do have some theories about is just to your point, Greg. Yeah, absolutely. If you were at FBI, you would use pretty much any tool that you legally could in order to pit people against each other and lay down ideas that might be able to tip people towards giving you information. Also, you might not, if you were one of these guys, you might let a rumor and not go, no, there's no way I paid nobody any money. You might let that rumor because it doesn't do your PR and the type of person or affiliations you want to be seen as have some kind of resonance and strength. So, is it the FBI putting ideas forward? Is it, I guess, Puff, allowing these rumors a little bit because the rumors are good? I don't know, but something isn't right about it because it's not a clear story that somebody who is usually able to put a clear story together is able to tell. There's summing up with it, or something's missing that we're not being told about this, or it just didn't happen at all. I don't know which one, but maybe the courts will make that clear at some point.
One of those tape replays.
There was the rumor that after Pac got killed, Puffy gave Zip $1 million that was supposed to be handed over, and Zip ended up keeping it. And I remember when I interviewed TK Kirkland, who was actually roommates with Zip at one point. They were that close. He actually said, yeah.
The feds said that too.
He said that actually happened. Well, the story that has circulated was that after Tupac got killed, Puffy allegedly gave the money.
I heard
to Zip.
Yes,
and Zip was supposed to give the money to Keefe and them.
Yes,
but he never gave the money to him.
But thank God he never gave him the money. Right? Think about it. If he gave the money, Puffy will be in prison now. Money for hire, a murder for hire. So thank God. It's just a true story. I'm not saying yes or no. But if he would have gave them the money, it'd have been a murder for hire, and Puffy would be locked up.
Yeah, he said he's a dirty.
Yeah, and he even said that, like, in retrospect, that was probably the best thing that could have ever happened to Puffy. By Zip stealing the money, now Puffy isn't connected to that. Or else it would have been like a murder for hire or something. You know what I'm saying?
The FBI said it was Zip.
So the FBI told you the same thing. So the FBI told you that Zip kept that money as well.
They said Zip's the dirt. Everybody cross you. You're the last one to know everything. Even lawyers, your friends, everybody can cross your ass. You just don't know. Even the dudes you was riding in the car with every day, like a LoJack. Like, what the f?
Well, I mean, like I said, Zip had a history of ripping people off.
Yeah. He never ripped me off.
Well,
otherwise he wouldn't have.
Did he technically do? I mean, if he kept the money that supposedly.
True.
So actually, he ripped you off for $1 million.
Yeah. If that's what happened, yeah. They sure said it. The FBI said that. The people down, U.S. attorneys, all that, they said that. Zip's a piece. They said he's a piece. But I didn't ever know that he got no money.
Shoot, I got you. They don't want to take the other bottles. I can dig it.
So you saying that's been the same bottle of Effing for 2 years? That's what
I don't even.
That bottle's empty.
Hey yo, the only thing I speak about is Ciroc, man.
This guy's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? But
I'm glad Angela, you said it.
I'm saying we can't sip one bottle and have it.
I like to talk to my family. Y'all my family. I like to talk to. We on the same team, so I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just trying to get out here and hustle, man. I'm an entrepreneur, man.
More bottles of Ciroc.
That's all. I just wanted to ask on air, on live, on Revolt. You know what I'm saying? We doing some business together. You know what I'm saying?
Cases or something.
I'm gonna send so many damn cases. You ain't have to say where, because I can understand people want to take the bottles. There's a lot of liquor up there they may not want to take home, but they want to take that Ciroc home, baby.
Now let's talk some hip hop shit, man. I want to talk to Puff right now.
Yes.
Now it was this documentary that claimed, which we know wasn't true.
Yeah. Check this out. We don't talk about things that are nonsense. We don't even entertain nonsense, my brother. So we're not even going to go there, with all due respect, but I appreciate you as a journalist asking.
All right.
Thank you.
And I saw you started the...
Puff is smooth with it. That's all you got to do. Artists don't understand that.
People get upset about the question. You got to just say...
Oh, no. Hey, yo, I'm going to tell y'all this. This is very important. I got this new hashtag. It's called New Life. I got to start living it. I had to start living a new life, man. The way I was approaching things, the way I was reacting to things, you know what I'm saying? Just, we all grow up. We all, do things in ways that maybe you could do better. And I'm just trying to figure out ways to do better. I know I'm in the public eye. I got to handle all types of different stuff. Y'all have a job to do. So, it ain't no problem, but I'm in control of what I say. And I don't get into nonsense. I don't have nothing but love for everybody. God sent me on this earth to give life, to inspire life, to only do things that are positive. Any negative things that I've done, that's the devil at work. And at the end of the day, the devil's a liar, and I can't feed into negativity or anything like that when I'm in control of myself. So I gotta always be trying to strive and to get better. So I really thank you. It's encouraging that you're saying that, you feel like, I'm reacting to things a little better, because I'm actually making an effort. And I want to tell people out there, like, you can change. You know what I'm saying? If you can change. You know what I'm saying? Charlemagne has grown. Charlemagne has grown. I think we've all grown.
All right, I'll go first on this one. Puff goes from extremely animated to almost a statue again, just like we've seen earlier with Keepy D. When the question comes up, it doesn't really get to a question. He just talks about an interview, and he sees it coming. And so he tries to shut that down. And we see him get really quiet. He pulls that mic up. He scoots down a little bit. And he takes his pen and he starts pushing it into his face. And that's one way we get rid of built up stress and tension. That's another way to pacify yourself. And sometimes if we've been pulling on it, we would call that facial distortion. If he's pulling on his face or pushing on his face to make it look different. But he's pushing on it with his pen. And then he starts chaffing and redirecting and ends up talking about God's mission that God wants him to do, how the good things he wants him to do. And he starts talking about how he's changed and how things are different. He gets to the specifics of what a great guy he is now, but he used to be not a great guy. So that to me right there says a whole lot when we see and hear all that. Now, at the same time, he should have as well shut this down when that started. He should have said, I know where you're going with this, But you know what? I had nothing to do with that. It wasn't me. I didn't have anything to do with it. I did not do what you're getting ready to talk about, and I don't want to talk about it. And he should have gotten up, in my opinion. He should have bowed up a little bit and said, so we're not going there to talk about that. If that's what you're doing, because I see where this is going, we're not doing that. We'll talk about this other stuff. Are we good? And go from there. But he never does that at all. He just keeps talking about what a wonderful guy he's turned into and the mission that God has planned out for him. So that for me is enough, in my opinion, to go, okay, and then light him up. If it was a normal interview or interrogation situation, that would be my approach anyway. All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, a couple of things you already covered. He's got a lot of illustrators going when he's doing this whole, he's doing a whole entertainer piece. He's loud, he's doing all that. And then when Charlamagne asks him the question about, now let's talk hip hop, he turns and he does some appearance enhancement. He licks his lips because he's thinking it's going to be hip hop talk, not, hey, did you pay to have somebody killed? The minute that happens, he uses, the only way I know how to describe this is he Cosby's. He does Bill Cosby to the letter. We don't talk about that. Remember Bill Cosby doing exactly that to control the situation. Doesn't make him look good. His cadence shifts. You hear a bump, bump, bump change. He goes to internal voice. You see him look down and to his left. He adapts to that pin to his face. And after he gets through the whole thing, guys, I'd rarely say something looks like Dupers to me. That looks like it to me. That quick, little turn to the side of the mouth when he says, as a journalist, boom. That to me just does not look good. Then he chaffs and redirects eloquently into how his life has gotten better. A person who's not guilty, we typically associate, look, we're not telling we can read minds. This is my opinion. If you didn't do anything, you sure need some help, because here's the key. You look for the world like you're hiding something. When you do all those things we just said, we talk about clusters, and Chase, I'm sure you'll go down the list of what's on your BTOE. But as we look at it, he's adapting. He shifts word patterns. He changes cadence. His voice gets lower. He goes to inner voice. He changes and gets away from it. Looks like Dupers. And then he goes to insulate himself and take high ground or holy ground. All those things make you look, put it this way, if that happened in an interrogation room, it would be bare knuckles. I mean, we would go at it for a while voice-wise. I mean, when I say bare knuckles, I'm not talking about punch you, but it would be a rough ride in an interrogation room, because I would use every trick I know to get into your head to figure out what's going on. Those are really big red flags. Chase, what do you got?
So I'm just going to break down the narratives only in this. So just the narratives that he's using here. And I'm going to leave body language out of it. He says things, we're not going to talk about things that are nonsense. If it's someone else's fault, then maybe he can call it nonsense, and we'll see where he's going with that. And he says, I've got to start living a new life. And this is about a realization to become a new person who isn't doing bad stuff. And then he says, any negative things that I've done, that's the devil at work. This literally says that it's someone else's fault and not his. And this has started getting down a confession route here. This is like pre-confession language here, because they're showing you the pathway they need to hear to start making a confession. And he says the devil's a liar. So now the person or thing responsible for all of that bad behavior is deceptive, meaning he might have been tricked into doing what he did. So again, another layer of insulation to make it not his fault. Then he says, God sent me on this earth to give life, to inspire life. Looking at what he said and his desire to just live a new life, the opposite of this in his previous life would be taking life, or at least maybe having lives taken, which would literally be the second part of what he said, which was inspiring death instead of inspiring life, making something happen through someone else. And he says, I'm reacting to things a little better. I'll leave that up to you to understand what he's hinting at there. Then he's saying you can change. Not I changed. You can change. So this is all about the narrative of a character arc or a hero's journey, where if they decide to change, they're no longer responsible for things in their past. They're completely cleansed. Then he says, we've all grown. And then he says, this guy next to him has grown. He's socializing the issue, making it clear to you very covertly that other people have grown. But this also means that he's saying that lots of other people have done bad things and have grown out of the capacity to do them. That was long. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So here's what I'd say about this. We've got a showman, we've got a salesman here. And the first part of this showman salesman is selling alcohol. I think Ciroc or something like that. I think it's a type of alcohol. And also managing this barrage. I mean, Greg, to your point of going bare knuckles, he is being rolled by these people around him. He's getting a fare. He knows what's coming and it's already happening. He knows where they're going with this. And so he is there going, can we get onto the, can we just deal with me selling the alcohol? Essentially, he wants to get back to what he sees as his job and his brand now, which is to sell alcoholic beverages. So there he is in that position, trying to control being rolled by these people. And then he changes his control mechanism, Chase, to the narrative that you're talking, a whole different tempo, a whole different style around this, to now, I think, protect his PR and protect his public representation of himself around this entity that sells, some kind of quality alcohol or whatever that stuff is. Never drunk it. Could be quite nice for all I know. Now, look, the thing is what you could do here with your public, representation and relations is to go, look, this is an idea that we let, mill around. It was a rumor. We let the rumor go because it was kind of good for my image at the time, but just want to set the records straight. I paid no money to anybody. I was nothing to do with this. It was just good. That was the image we wanted to get across, and it was a useful rumor, and a rumor was all it is. But he's not doing that. No, I don't know whether he paid money to anybody. I have zero idea or really concern about that. Maybe I should have some concern, but I don't really. But he's not managing that particularly well. So he's not made a choice, I think, because you've got to make a really clear choice here. You can't have, I've changed my life, but I will let a rumor still rumor. You've got to be able to go, I've changed my life. I don't want this brand anymore. And it was just a brand. It was just a story. It was just a piece of artistic imagination. And I've left that behind. Just like other artists would say, I don't wear that costume anymore. I'm not doing that act anymore. My act now is this. What he's done is to allow, as many great artists do actually, is to allow real fantasy to get mistaken for real life and then not correct that. Other artists do correct it. David Bowie would say, look, I will not actually come down from space. But that was the act that I was doing at the time. And I don't do that act anymore. I'm now doing this act over here. Very, very clear clarification and won't go back and do that act. Anyway, just as you're saying, Greg, not great for clarity here, not great for control, but interesting that we see these two different ways that he's trying to control being rolled by this interview.
One of those tape replays.
Shoot, I got you. They don't want to take the other bottles. I can dig it.
You saying that's been the same bottle of Africa for 2 years? That's what
I don't even.
That bottle's empty.
Hey yo, the only thing I speak about is Ciroc, man.
This guy's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? But
I'm glad Angela, you said it.
I'm saying we can't sell one bottle and have it.
I like to talk to my family. Y'all my family. I like to talk to. We on the same team, so I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just trying to get out here and hustle, man. I'm an entrepreneur, man.
More bottles of Ciroc.
That's all. I just wanted to ask on air, on live, on Revolt. You know what I'm saying? We doing some business together.
Send
you know
some
what I'm saying?
cases or something.
I'm gonna send so many damn cases. You
Please.
You ain't have to say where, because I can understand people want to take the bottles. There's a lot of liquor up there they may not want to take home, but they want to take that Ciroc home, baby.
Now, let's talk some hip-hop shit, man. I want to talk to Puff right now.
Yes.
Now, it was this documentary that claimed, which we know wasn't true.
Yeah, check this out. We don't talk about things that are nonsense. We don't even entertain nonsense, my brother. So we're not even going to go there, with all due respect, but I appreciate you as a journalist asking.
All right.
Thank you.
And I saw you started the...
Pop is smooth with it. That's all you got to do. Artists don't understand that.
People get upset about the question. You got to just say...
Oh, no. Hey, yo, I'm going to tell y'all this. This is very important. I got this new hashtag. It's called New Life. I got to start living it. I had to start living a new life, man. The way I was approaching things, the way I was reacting to things, you know what I'm saying? Just, we all grow up. We all, do things in ways that maybe you could do better. And I'm just trying to figure out ways to do better. I know I'm in the public eye. I got to handle all types of different stuff. Y'all have a job to do. So, it ain't no problem, but I'm in control of what I say. And I don't get into nonsense. I don't have nothing but love for everybody. God sent me on this earth to give life, to inspire life, to only do things that are positive. Any negative things that I've done, that's the devil at work. And at the end of the day, the devil's a liar, and I can't feed into negativity or anything like that when I'm in control of myself. So I gotta always be trying to strive and to get better. So I really thank you. It's encouraging that you're saying that, you feel like, I'm reacting to things a little better, because I'm actually making an effort. And I want to tell people out there, like, you can change. You know what I'm saying? If you can change. You know what I'm saying? Charlemagne has grown. Charlemagne has grown. I think we've all grown.
Just one more thing.
All right, Mark, how's it looking to you so far? What have you seen?
Yeah, well, there's some complexity there. There's some stories there that don't quite make sense. There's some stuff, I think, which is quite clear. I tell you what I think right now. I'm actually quite interested in this story now. I'm actually quite interested in how this plays out. I might be a little bit hooked to this one as it goes forward. That's all I'll say about it. Chase, what do you got so far?
Looks like there is a ton of concealment and artificiality going on here. It's a display. It's a posturing display. And Greg, earlier you were saying, why would he do this? Why would he do that? In my opinion, he was just grown up in this environment that prioritized significance over safety. So his safety matters less than how significant he is to him. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah, I think what we're talking about here is a very complex world. Number one, being the bad guy is the good guy in the world that these guys are talking about. And in fact, when you heard this guy, Keefe, talking about Suge Knight making it to be a 100 millionaire before he came back to be a thug, look, that then is celebrated. And by the way, that's celebrated in American culture today. I say this to young people I meet. Yeah, that guy can get away with driving 150 miles an hour and getting a ticket, but you got to go to work next week and you're going to be in trouble. So it's celebrated in our culture to some degree. When that's celebrated, then things become more and more complex. So he has to act tough. He has to be this. He has to be that. And to your point, Mark, it's possibly let a rumor run because it made him have more clout. Now, that would explain also why the complex story from the two guys before, from Keefe D and the other guy. I'm going to let this rumor play that he was going to pay me this money and do this. And that all seems all good, well and good until it comes down to a point where now it's compounding and it appears that you're going to be locked up. And this guy's been in jail for 15 years of his life already. You're going to be locked up for the rest of your life for taking money to kill somebody. And we'll see how it plays out. Do I see a smoking gun to tell me, no pun intended, do I see a smoking gun to tell me that this person killed this guy for money? No, but there's a whole lot of body language that looks like he's tied up in the murder of Tupac. Now, the Diddy piece, little tougher, but he did himself no favor by the way he managed that Cosby-like. We don't talk about that. Scott, what are you seeing?
All right. I think when you have a situation like this and you're questioning somebody like Keefe D, once you get to that, let's say this was an interrogation and this is a different situation, and you get all these cues, you get all these things that tell you this guy's probably being deceptive or maybe being deceptive. You let it lay like that and leave everything as calm as it is. And you get up and leave for about 10 minutes and let him think a little bit, let him go up in his head. He's been talking slow. His thought process is fairly slow. Everything's just moving along, just creeping along at a snail's pace. Then when you come in after that 10 minutes, 7 to 10 minutes passes, you come in hot. I mean, you come in confrontational and light him up and start presenting your side of it faster, a little quicker, and from different angles, and make him start thinking. So he almost gets confused. It's almost like a confusion style you do, and you start throwing things out from different directions. As he starts trying to answer these, that's how, in my opinion, how you get him boxed in. And it wouldn't happen really fast, but it would happen. I think you'd get it done in about an hour and a half once you started that happening. That would be my approach on it. Now, my opinion on this is, and it's just my opinion, this is what I think, and I could be wrong, probably am the whole time. Everything I've said on here is just an opinion. It's just what I think. But I think maybe Puff Daddy might be in a lot of trouble from looking at this and listening to all this. And I think this guy, Keefe D, is going to be in a lot of trouble as well, because everything lines up to and points to them. They were there, or Keefe D was there. He had that connection with Puff. And that thing's been explained by the guy, TK. And if they can work that out and connect all those things together, that's going to close this. That's what will close the case. And they'll both go away forever. That's the way it looks to me. Again, that's just my opinion. All right, fellas, thanks is another good one, and we'll see you next time. Today, we're going to talk about Jada Pinkett. And this is the second interview we've analyzed on her. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
So we're going to watch excerpts from 2 videos. One is an interview where she went to correct something from her first interview with Hoda from today. And then we will have a Jay Shetty interview with her, which is a very different style video. And I think it's telling.
If you find another great love, or if Will finds another great love.
There's no finding another great love. And I think that's the point. It's like we are in a place now that we are in a deep healing space. And we are really concentrating on healing the relationship between us.
So it may not be the divorce on paper anymore?
There's no divorce on paper.
I mean, not on paper. There might not be a divorce in theory anymore?
Yeah, no. We really have been working hard.
Oh.
See?
Okay. Well, I didn't know that.
We might get... I was trying to think. Well, wait. Totally missed that on the whole... That's the whole thing.
So wait, just so I'm 100% clear. You were divorced, not on paper, but now we might be a point where we're back together.
We are working very hard at bringing our relationship together.
Back to a marriage again.
Back to a life partnership. Yes, because here's the thing about husband-wife marriage for me, my healing process. I came into that with very specific ideas, right? Very specific ideas that were blocks to me just seeing Will as who he is. He can't be this perfect, idealized husband.
Yes, of course.
I have to be able to accept him for the human that he is. He accepts me for the human that I am, and we want to love each other there.
Okay, so you might like live in the same house and have the same...
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the only part. That's the only part in the special that I felt like got lost.
Well, guess what? It is found. We found it today. We found it today. Jada, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I want to know what y'all think, but if Stanley Kubrick was still alive, this looks like a scene from some dystopian candy shop where the employees are in there with this colors and the white turtleneck and the white couch. It looks like Stanley Kubrick to me. I'll let y'all figure that out or answer that. One thing you're seeing a lot of is this, and this is commonly referred to as a stop gesture. The fingers are all the way extended. And in your history, if you've ever tried to talk someone out of doing something or try to get someone to stop doing something, your fingers extend. Even if your hand is in your pocket, down at your side, in your purse, doesn't matter. We naturally kind of do this to stop somebody from doing something. When she says relationship between us, it's a strong chin boss movement right there. And she says he can't be perfect. And there's no mention of her being imperfect. She doesn't mention her imperfection at all, just her being a human being. And right at the moment that she says, that Hoda says you can live in the same house, there is pure disgust And if you just think of the facial expression of disgust, everything kind of squeezes in toward the middle a little bit. You imagine like smelling a rotten jug of milk. And then her eyes close all the way when she says, yeah, about living in the same house. That had some huge red flags for me. Y'all probably picked up on even more. Scott, what'd you see?
All right. Yeah. Well, I won't repeat that part of it. But yeah, that's, I think we saw a lot in here. And the thing is, this originally was the last video we were going to show. Then Greg called and said, hey, listen, we should put that one at the beginning and do the first video because she contradicts a few things in that thing. In this first video, we can go through and watch that. So here we're seeing this pretty much the same gestures, the same illustrators. We're seeing the same body language we're seeing in the following videos in a different interview that we're seeing here, except for they're not as animated. There are some spots in the other ones where she's more animated, but in this one, I agree with you, Chase. It seems so fake. I mean, it is because it's TV. Nobody has a couch like that at home. No, you wouldn't talk that way at home. I don't anyway. I know you guys don't talk that way. So the whole thing seems a little bit odd, but she falls back into, and watch from now on in the other videos, as she falls into this thing where she starts, like you were saying, using her hand, but she starts this teaching mode thing where she starts telling you about what's happening and what she's learned and all these wonderful things that have happened and how she's in control of it. Everything looks as it should if you're in that world, if you're in the TV world and you're on TV and you're an actress and or an actor, I don't know what they call them these days, and you're an actor and you're trying to be this person. You've shown everyone you are and trying to stay in that character. I think everything looks the way it should, especially since she's following that protocol she always follows of trying to be in charge of what's happening and telling you what's happening and teaching you something as you go along. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah. She almost Gollumed up the wrong answer there. I love that. When she asked her, can you live together? Yeah, that's the oddest answer of all of the things she does. But let's leave it at that and go backward and look at everything else. Mark, you and I talked last week about glass painting is what I call it. And we were saying maybe we come up with a collective name for it. But she glass paints. And by that, I mean, she is there to deliver a package of goods that is packaged for consumption by that person. That takes a hell of a lot of practice to be good at, which is a bad sign that somebody's being that casual and that selective with the way they deliver information. Chase, you have a security clearance, or you did when you're active military. It's like the first time you walk up and you're talking to somebody about something you know, and you can't talk about the topic in detail because you know something that they might learn. And they're fishing and poking. They don't know that you know this thing, but you do. And so you're so careful with it. You do your best to avoid it at every turn, and you hold them off at a distance. That's what she's doing here with the way she uses her words. I love the body language in this one because there's a whole lot of mechanical stuff going on here. When Hoda asked the question, this first question, look at her lower teeth get exposed. That's anger. Arrows in her eyes are narrowed. And then it's followed by some asymmetry in the left side of her face or contempt as she starts to describe what this is. This is not what that is. Her tone says everything to me. Listen to that shift in tone. It's not an angry tone. It's a patronizing tone. It's very strong, in my opinion. And then you look at those elongated key points as she elongates the vowels in the words she's trying to drive. And I was wondering, Chase, I was thinking is because she does some false cognates in other places. I've never seen anybody capable of controlling their chin, so I don't think it is. But it's in an odd kind of abandoned place. And that left eye, that data intake eye in her, as narrow as it can be in this situation. We're going to see a very different situation when she's sitting with somebody talking about something she wants. And when she says yes, her head bobbles. I got a 1958 Impala. I think a Jada doll would look really good on top of the dash. Just doing that look like something from the 1950s. None of it looks real. None of it looks believable. And it looks like she came, to your point, packaged as some person to fit into the situation and to give the details. Very different from what we saw last week and all this bubbly over the top about this relationship and avoiding outright the question about whether they're going to move in together or not. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I would call this Jada-splaining going on to Hoda. It is very forceful. It is quite condescending, I think. Also, it kind of switches codes. You've got this first explaining part where she's very, very forceful and direct. And then she tries to, I think, ameliorate that a little bit with something more kind of colloquial to the two of them, something more banterish. The pitch starts, going right up there. And I think she's trying to, level out how explaining she's doing. But as an explainer, she's, to my understanding, she's come on to redress something that wasn't fully understood the first time around. I'm no clearer as to what on earth is going on here. It's not a good explainer. The cynic inside of me would suggest it's like one of those emails you get from a company that's marketing when it says in the title, we messed up. We got something wrong. But all they're trying to do is get another eye shot at you to send you through their link. It feels the same to me that the cynic inside me would go, you're correcting a mistake that you don't think was a mistake because you're getting another shot at pitching your book. Listen, no problem. I don't mind people who send me those emails to go, we messed up. I kind of know what you're doing. And so I kind of feel like I know what's happening here, which is a little bit disappointing. I've no doubt they're not going to live in the same house. There's that inflection there. There's the disgust that we see there. There's even a bit of a peach snort beforehand as well to see Hoda out of that territory. She spins. It's very political what's happening there. She tries to reframe a lot of the ideas that are going on. And we see the start of something we're going to see throughout the next lot of videos, which is, I think she finds it very hard to explain her feelings in very literal form of who will do what and where and what things actually tangibly are and look and feel like. And she goes for concepts that we're not allowed to touch and we're not allowed to question those concepts. She does it here, and we'll see that going on. Interesting start of that chase you're right, with all that white against white. It really is the savior look. Will Smith did the same in one of his videos by literally having a white light behind him in a halo. It was interestingly done. So the savior has shown up, and I think that's something of her idea that she is a spiritual master of some sort, and I think that's the icon she's now looking to push, which is tricky because she maybe doesn't have some of the self-knowledge that you would probably think somebody should have in order to fit that category.
One of those tape replays.
If you find another great love, or if Will finds another great love.
There's no finding another great love, and I think that's the point. It's like, we are in a place now that we are in a deep healing space, and we are really concentrating on healing the relationship between us.
So it may not be the divorce on paper anymore?
There's no divorce on paper.
I mean, not on paper. There might not be a divorce in theory anymore?
Yeah, no, we really have been working hard.
Oh.
See?
Okay. Well, I didn't know that.
We might get... I was trying to think. Well, wait. I totally missed that on the whole... That's the whole thing.
So wait, just so I'm 100% clear. You were divorced, not on paper, but now we might be a point where we're back together.
We are working very hard at bringing our relationship together.
Back to a marriage again.
Back to a life partnership. Yes, because here's the thing about husband-wife marriage for me, my healing process. I came into that with very specific ideas, right? Very specific ideas that were blocks to me just seeing Will as who he is. He can't be this perfect, idealized husband.
Yes, of course.
I have to be able to accept him for the human that he is. He accepts me for the human that I am, and we want to love each other there.
Okay, so you might live in the same house and have the same...
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the only part. That's the only part in the special that I felt like got lost.
Well, guess what? It is found. We found it today. We found it today. Jada, thank you so much. I really appreciate your...
I wanted you to walk us through, what were the stages and how would you define the stages as you do in this book, your stages of your relationship with Will? Because I feel that that's the part that people get blurry because they're looking at it through their lens.
Yeah.
But you both have been so clear about stages of your relationship internally, which I actually think is the hardest part. And so how would you define the stages of your partnership with Will that help people understand like the conversations that you're having behind the scenes, from like being madly in love to, you know?
Yeah. Whew. The stages of getting to the most authentic, and it's difficult. So I just want to honor that for a second. Like, it's almost like talking about relationships and the romanticism around the idea of relating is sometimes as detrimental as talking about politics and God, because it's such a staple in how people look at marriage and relating culturally, right? And all of the romanticism around it. And Will and I have been what I would consider kind of the relationship goals. This romanticized version.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I love this interview for one reason, not because I love it, but because I like knowing who I'm dealing with and meaning all facets of a person. She does a lot of embedded confession in that last video we watched where she says she can change to fit the situation. That's being chameleon-like, which is okay, but not if it's to get what you want. That there's a certain personality type that has that, or there's several personality types. But her baseline here is dramatically different than the one we just watched and very different from the NBC interview. This is why I always say to you guys, you can't look at baseline in person at home, eating Cheetos on the couch. You got to look at the baseline for where they start and look for deviations in that situation. This is a great opportunity. Mark, I was going to wait till the end. I know you got to have something to say about a wardrobe choice considering the situation and what we're talking about. I mean, if she's not... she's not trying to look like a Hare Krishna, I don't know what she's doing. All the loose clothing and all that. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's a wardrobe decision. Maybe I'm projecting onto her, but it sure looks like it's an intentional wardrobe decision. I'll leave that one alone just because I think it's a hot one. But this guy, Jay Shetty, does a textbook image of what we call internal voice. If you see him looking down to his left as he works through a question, that is exactly what we mean by internal voice or internal conversation or discourse. He's thinking, he's using words and bringing them up as he thinks through the process. And it's a great, great illustration of it. She came here to pontificate, and I think that's part of this whole interchange that they do. And you can see that that's part of their whole game, because she's doing this right, that she would do in other places when she's pontificating. Then there's that edit. And you guys are going to talk about the edit, I'm sure. But how do we go from that topic to another topic entirely in there? What my immediate brain wants to say is, why did that happen and who chose to take out whatever that was? Don't know what it was. Had to be something of significance or they wouldn't have cut it that poorly. I'll just leave it at that and say, Scott, what do you got?
I agree with you about the edits. I had a big thing about that because on some of these, she's got one expression is just blaring out, and you go to the next one, it's completely changed. And you can see where they piece these things together. One time in one of these, her arms are crossed, and the other one, you come back and they're not crossed. It's just, but there may be a reason for that. I don't know. Like you were saying, I don't know what the reason would be or who decided to make that decision, but it may be. She may be like me in some cases where she talks and then waits a few seconds and it starts jumbling up, and they just cut that out and then to make it shorter and tighter and a better conversation. I don't see her running over her words like I do, because here we see where her head goes down and she starts gripping her ankle, just above her ankle with both hands, and then starts talking from this quarter-inch depth of newfound knowledge she's got from all these therapy books apparently she's been reading. And these are just platitudes that she's talking, that she's spewing out. That's all it is. It's just things she's heard before. She's just giving you things from these books. I know somebody like that does that, and she does the exact same thing. That's why I was like, oh my gosh, I recognize this. I think there's a bunch of people that might do that. And it's probably because they're excited and they want to tell you about what they've learned, but it always seems to go inward and from this narcissistic perspective. That's the person that I know that does this. That's the way they handle it. So it's kind of unnerving when you start getting deeper with it. Then, and I just did this, but Jada's doing this a lot. That's really odd to be throwing your illustrators out and going, we did this without saying we talked about something. We did this. And she's making this little sock puppet gesture with her hand, which was odd to me. We've seen it before. In the last episode we did, she was doing that a couple of times, but here she does it. It seems out of place when she's doing this. Notice the words she uses as well. She uses words, we'll hear these over and over: honor, healing, of course, me, my, myself, I, those words, transparency, journey, path, trauma response, acceptance, and share. We hear all those things, and there's nothing wrong with those words individually in and of themselves, by themselves. But when they keep coming together in groups and you keep hearing the same thing over and over, that's how we know she's eyeball deep in these therapy books, because that's the way those things present themselves. Once you've ingested all that information, you start puking it up and telling everybody you know it. Like when we read books on behavior and body language, we get in here. I get so excited I can't hardly stand it. I can't slow down and get it out quick enough. But she's been thinking about this long enough where she wants to be the teacher here, or the guru in this situation, and teach you these things as she's going along. If she didn't take the narcissistic approach to it, where it's all I, me, to me, I think, it would be accepted a little easier on my part anyway than the way she's handling it. And then I think her illustrators, I think she's being honest about this. I don't see any deception cues in this thing, because her illustrators are right on point, land where they should. She seems to, when she uses her illustrators are up high, they're good, they're solid. She's talking at a great volume. She's got it, and it's even, it's steady. Her cadence seems to be just rolling right along. It seems fine. So I think she's speaking from the heart. And when she does this too. And she touches her chest and her heart. So I think this is an example of the more someone talks, the less they know. And we're seeing that here. The more she talks about this, the more you start realizing she doesn't know a whole lot. The depth of it's very, very shallow, because she's learning about it. I don't think she knows as much as she'd like to, but I think she knows more than is comfortable for us to listen to, if that makes any sense. Mark, what do you got?
So I totally agree with you, Greg. She's shown up in a monastic-like clothing. We could both of us be projecting on that, knowing that the interviewer is an ex-Hare Krishna monk. But, possibly not. The environment is not hers. The environment is his, but she gets to choose her clothing. And it is interesting what she's gone for there, given that circumstance. And also the circumstance of, like you say, Scott, the idea that she's trying to get across now of being spiritually, woken and wanting to tell people about that. Okay, so Jay, who's interviewing her, puts forward and gives her an offer there of a metaphor that she picks up on and goes with, which is people get blurry. Other people's lenses are blurry when they look at her situation. So external people looking at this are blurred and romanticized. They both the interviewer and the subject agree and put forward this idea, whereas internally, Will and Jada are clear and authentic. So their lens is clear, they're authentic. Our lens as an outsider, we're blurred and romanticizing this thing. Well, no, but our lens doesn't have that opportunity. All our lens can deal with is what you project to us. We don't really have a lens to look at it. You're in control very much of the image that's being put forward. And we, the public, got a very different idea than you're now saying is the internal thing. Why? Because your machine and you communicated very clearly to the public what you wanted us to believe. And we believed it, because what else had we got? We hadn't got anything else to go on. She then puts forward this idea that this talking about this relationship is like politics and God and culture. So she's basically gone, you get off this territory. You do not question this. If you question how I'm seeing this, it's political, it's religious, and it's cultural. She gave us the 3 top things, which certainly in America will get you into an argument with somebody. Politics, religion, and culture. I think we just got seen off the territory here. Though I'm still in. I'm English. I'm still in. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a bit obtuse, and not well brought up. So I'll just dive straight in there. Though she has tried to see all of us off on commenting on any of this in a detailed way, because we'd get ourselves into trouble if we do that. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I think it's funny here how Jay says they both have been so clear about their relationship. He says this in the video about her lying about the relationship. And she says the stages to getting the most authentic and it's difficult. That's a sentence that was used. The stages to getting the most authentic and it's difficult. Whatever that means. Then she says, I want you to count the number of distancing phrases that you hear in this sentence. It's almost like talking about relationships and the romanticism around the idea of relating is sometimes. That's in one sentence. This might be the most avoidant, empty, and distancing sentence that we have ever analyzed here on the show. 300 plus episodes, maybe 200 plus, I don't know. But then she says it's such a staple in how people look at marriage and relating. This sentence has no reference, no meaning, no origin. And the word staple, I think, is used to describe something that she isn't talking about or referring to at all. And I don't think staple means what she thinks it means. Then she says, Will and I have been what I would consider kind of the relationship goals. That's a real sentence. Will and I have been what I would consider kind of the relationship goals. I genuinely don't think she's doing this on purpose, and she isn't aware of these fragments making no sense at all. I think for a lot of people in Hollywood, there's a tendency to speak in this way that sounds like it makes sense, but means literally nothing. It's kind of like the people who spend 10, 15 years in college subconsciously start thinking that sounding boring and emotionless means they're an intellectual because their professors sounded that way. See a lot of that. The only time we see respect and true happiness in all of her interviews is when she talks about Tupac.
One of those tape replays.
I wanted you to walk us through, like, what were the stages and how would you define the stages as you do in this book, your stages of your relationship with Will? Because I feel that that's the part that people get blurry because they're looking at it through their lens.
Yeah.
But you both have been so clear about stages of your relationship internally, which I actually think is the hardest part. And so how would you define the stages of your partnership with Will that help people understand, like, the conversations that you're having behind the scenes, from like being madly in love to, you know?
Yeah. Whew. The stages of getting to the most authentic, and it's difficult. So I just want to honor that for a second. Like, it's almost like talking about relationships and the romanticism around the idea of relating is sometimes as detrimental as talking about politics and God, because it's such a staple in how people look at marriage and relating culturally. Right? And all of the romanticism around it. And Will and I have been what I would consider kind of the relationship goals. This romanticized version. I had to, in my own relationship with Will, dissolve my romanticism around what I thought marriage would be, should be. And honestly, we really never had what I would consider the ideal honeymoon stage. You know, even though you do have the honeymoon stage, but our relationship started with some challenges, you know, because he was divorcing. And then our life just took off like a rocket ship. We just took on this huge life in our early 20s. And where his focus was really about, hey, I want to be the biggest movie star in the world. Mm-hmm. And I knew that going into our relationship, and I knew there would be sacrifices with that. And then along the way, and I talk about this in the book, just having those different perspectives and really trying to figure out how to reconcile those different perspectives and also deal with a lot of challenges. So I think one of the things that I address in the book in regards to, you know, people thinking that we've had an open marriage, and we haven't had an open marriage. I talk about starting off pretty much early on in our marriage of having the need for transparency. And that is a big difference between, hey, you can do whatever you want, you know, versus like, hey, here we are, very young people in this place called Hollywood that has a lot of temptation. Let's have a partnership around this. Let's be very realistic of what this life is. If we're talking about we're going to be together forever and ever and ever, that means there's going to be some temptations that come up. Let's be in partnership and let's talk about that.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Okay, yeah, just one thing on this, which is just, as I said on the first video, the inability to land on anything solid, tangible events, things that happen with people, things people say, the intention behind those things, you know, the stuff that you might talk about if you're having a real conversation with somebody to really understand, like, what is actually really happening for you and other people. What did you do? What did you say? How did that feel to you? No, we've got challenges, transparency, temptation, realistic, partnership, nothing, all good concepts, but this list of concepts which mean we can't get our fingers on any event that ever happens. And if we try and get to an event with her, it'll just be thrown up into a conceptual area, which means, again, we can't touch it. So she's seen us off the territory with politics and God and culture. And now if we're going to stay in this territory and try and analyze what's going on, because we may be actually interested in it, again, we can't get a finger hold in any of it. There's nothing solid in there. Greg, what do you think? What do you got on this one?
You know why? That's because feelings aren't real things. They are only real things to you. They aren't real things to me. They aren't real things to any of us. We can see the symptoms. That's what we're looking for, but they aren't tangible. And this is a person who is living in a world of feelings, in my opinion. And all they do is talk about how they feel and how things are. We didn't hear any facts in almost anything we've heard to now. She'll go in and tell us all of these feelings and how she's going to work. If you watch her, we talk about eye accessing on this show fairly often. You see her going left, going over to this auditory kind of place that she's recalling something. You ask her a conversation and she went, no, now we get to start looking. And she's going back to the same place for memory. The problem is when you lay down something in your head as rote, something you've read, something becomes a mantra for you, to use a word, then that kind of becomes just auditory memory. And we're seeing that auditory memory in her as she goes back and she's pulling pieces of conversations or things she's read that are becoming part of her operating system and how she feels and why she feels that way. That's my opinion of this. She overcomes all that Botox or whatever she's had done to her forehead to actually get a wrinkle in her forehead when she says, dissolve my romanticism. And it's actually pretty pronounced as a request for approval. Do you get what I'm saying? And then when we see her move off to the right and up to a different part of her brain, her eyes are moving up high and the opposite side, she's going to talk about something where she's saying we didn't really have a honeymoon, and she's visualizing that honeymoon, the perfect honeymoon. And then she realizes, well, wait a minute, I'm rich, and the rest of the world isn't, and we probably did have a perfect, see those regulators, those stop motions, as you called it, Chase, and she thrust her hand forward to take that over. Really interesting to see. And then after she said, I knew there would be sacrifices because Will wanted to be the world's biggest movie star, you see this taste in her mouth. That's pretty interesting. Then she moves immediately to overpronouncing the word open. When she overpronounces the word open, she does that with words that she's going to try to drive home to you. She then shifts gears and turns into Bill Clinton and redefines a word. I think it's really a good indicator that mostly what we're going to see from her anyway is going to be feelings, not facts. Chase, what do you got?
Mark, I want you to elaborate on this, if you can. Is her use of the word romanticism, I don't think that means what she thinks it means. I think it means she's thinking romantic ideas about a romantic behavior. But I think romanticism might mean something different. Do you agree with that or no?
Well, I think there are two potential meanings here. One is the romantic ideal, which would be, let's say, roses and candles and riding in on horses, and it'll mean different things to different people. Those are the images that I'm going to pick for this ideal of romanticism. Then there's when you romanticize something, which is make it perfect. So I think there are two possible things that she's picking from.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah, when you were saying the first idea, all I could think was just cut scenes from every season of The Bachelor would be that.
Right.
That exact thing. So
and drinking from a mug like this
with two hands. Yeah. So she says we had different ideas about the world. We had to figure out how to reconcile perspectives. We had to deal with challenges. We need transparency in the marriage. Show me someone that's every human. That's every relationship in the world. That's just generic blather. It's hollow, generic blather. But this is honest behavior here. And there's no deception really about what she's saying. Her cadence is smooth. Her delivery is consistent with her baseline. There's nothing off about her movement, especially with all the stuff that we did find in the last video with some red flags when she interviewed with Hoda. With all that said, there's nothing she's saying that is detailed, transparent, actually conveying an answer to the question. So while we aren't seeing deception here, we're seeing other types of truth avoidance. And there's 8 types that I teach in my training. And I'll let you decide which of these 8 you're seeing in the video here. You can put it in the comments. There's propagandizing, gaslighting, deception, selective truth, cover-ups, self-enhancement, omission, and avoiding. So with that little list, I'll let you decide what you see there. Scott?
All right. Here she continues to alight upon the obvious with this profound and original discovery vibe she's got going on. Like, look, I've discovered this. No, you haven't. You're just puking up stuff you've read in these books and on Google. She's just Googling stuff, and it's coming. Or maybe she's not Googling, but she's definitely underlining words and phrases in these books and then sitting around thinking about it, memorizing them. And then when she gets the chance, like here's the perfect example, just pukes them out and thinks it makes her sound profound. And it doesn't at all. She speaks really slowly so she can construct these sentences with these phrases she knows, because I'm sure they're sitting up here in a bubble, just, and she just connects with those and starts putting them in order, like those little things on a refrigerator where you have all those words and you can make sentences out of them. It's kind of like that, because that's what it sounds like when she speaks. It sounds, I think she thinks it makes her sound intelligent, whereas it doesn't. This is one of those things that gets on my last nerve, where somebody uses these words and phrases to help enhance the way they look to someone from an intellectual perspective, and it just right in the commode. It doesn't work at all here, because you get that creepy feeling of what's wrong here, and this is what's wrong here. So nothing original. It's just regurgitation of the things she's read and things she's underlined, and that's all it is. If I sound a little bit been out of shape, it's because these kind of things just get on my last nerve when somebody does this, and it's so obvious. It's so bad.
You're sounding like you need some deep healing, Scott, around this.
Yeah,
I do.
Need some deep healing.
Hey, I'm on my journey, man. On my journey on the path to healing.
Your journey.
Deep healing
journey.
Yeah, it really is.
I need some healing after watching 2.5 hours of this video.
One of those tape replays.
I had to, in my own relationship with Will, dissolve my romanticism around what I thought marriage would be, should be. And honestly, we really never had what I would consider the ideal honeymoon stage. You know, even though you do have the honeymoon stage, but our relationship started with some challenges, you know, because he was divorcing. And then our life just took off like a rocket ship. We just took on this huge life in our early 20s. And where his focus was really about, hey, I want to be the biggest movie star in the world. Mm-hmm. And I knew that going into our relationship, and I knew there would be sacrifices with that. And then along the way, and I talk about this in the book, just having those different perspectives and really trying to figure out how to reconcile those different perspectives and also deal with a lot of challenges. So I think one of the things that I address in the book in regards to, you know, people thinking that we've had an open marriage, and we haven't had an open marriage. I talk about starting off pretty much early on in our marriage of having the need for transparency. And that is a big difference between, hey, you can do whatever you want, you know, versus like, hey, here we are, very young people in this place called Hollywood that has a lot of temptation. Let's have a partnership around this. Let's be very realistic of what this life is. If we're talking about we're going to be together forever and ever and ever, that means there's going to be some temptations that come up. Let's be in partnership and let's talk about that. Marriage, like, I am going to be. My husband is never, ever, ever going to look at anybody else. You know what I mean? Like, I am just a realist in a lot of ways. I know what it's been like for me, right? When I first came to Hollywood and I could go into the clubs and have anybody, just the level of just like, like, you know what I mean? It's just like,
it's intoxicating.
It's so intoxicating. That's one. Now, what I do believe that what people don't know that I talk about in the book a lot is that there have been several breakups between Will and I. Will talks about it, my 40th birthday, which was a big breakup for us. We were actually looking towards separating and divorcing. And we separated. The world just didn't know. Then we had a reconciliation. And then 2016 came and we had the ultimate break. But the world didn't know. And I think that that's where some of the misconception about having an open marriage came into play, because we were living lives as single people and the world didn't know. Over the span of 12 years of just trying to figure out this thing called love and marriage between Will and I, it's been a trip. And I think that even with that entanglement piece, which I talk about extensively in the book, how I played a part in the misconception of that narrative of allowing myself to be portrayed as an adulteress, allowing myself to be portrayed as someone that had betrayed Will. And that wasn't the case. We broke up in 2016. He went on to live a life as a single man. I went on to live a life as a single woman. And then when we had the talk at the red table, I was going to go to the red table by myself.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
Can we go back? I have a mouthful of ice cubes.
I think you got chaw.
Okay. Chase, what do you got?
I think I'm confident here saying that there's a pattern with her using the word right. And she uses that word the moment she's bringing up a topic which she thinks could incur some form of judgment or criticism. So there's some social buy-in from the interviewer. When someone doesn't use this word often, pay attention when they use it, and you'll start to see the exact situations that make them feel like they need backup or social backup. This can tell you a lot more about their psychology than you might imagine. And there's a slight smile at the word breakups here, which I thought was really bizarre. And I think some people might misinterpret this as being happy about the breakup, but with how fast it comes on to her face, and secondly, how she makes brief eye contact while she's smiling, this is what's called social confirmation smile, or maybe another word for it. But we use this to make sure somebody else is comfortable and that they're still with us in the conversation. And there's a hand gesture she's doing here. Mark picks up on these so much that hopefully I'm taking something away from what he's about to tell you.
Get ready to cross it out.
There's a hand gesture where she's flipping over a document like this, and then moving the document closer and then further away from somebody with her hand here. This is unusual for her. So I wanted to pay attention. And there might have been some document involved with this process she's talking about, like maybe a divorce decree, a prenup, or, whatever. I only say this because of her baseline. She's known to illustrate and narrate when she's being truthful. And she does this in a way that she's interacting with an object, which she does all the time. So 2 incredible pieces of advice that I got from my late grandfather growing up was, number 1, you have to love your person more than you need them. That's a big deal to understand that. You have to love them more than you need them, because when that scale tips, you're in for a huge disaster. And 2, only get mad one person at a time. All the behavior that I'm seeing here looks like the same unusualness that we see when we see Kamala Harris ever talking on any camera ever. It's the same kind of behavior as you see with Kamala Harris. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, it could be a document that she could be turning on the gas cooker. I don't know. Could be one or the other. Well, certainly, look, it is a what I've put as a broad performance around this idea of the intoxicating nature of being able to have anyone. Her hand comes right up into the ecstatic plane, so she's getting really excited by that. And I believe her. I mean, when you're right, Chase, when she gets more animated, it's more true, I would say, to a trained dancer who is being really expressive. And I believe every moment of that, because her body, really fills, and all the lines of energy complete. There's nothing flaccid in there. It's quite exciting to watch. We can see a really good physical performer there for sure. And contrast that to when she talks about other stuff that she wants to be more obscure and closed around, and she's barriered. So when we see her cross-legged and what traditionally people might say, she's barriered, but we could easily go, actually, well, it kind of looks like her baseline, and that might be true. But look what happens when she's excited about something and she becomes a really good, honest storyteller, or certainly maybe not honest, but more expressive storyteller, because she's got clear detail and she wants to get it out. Well, she's big, she's bold, which is great to see. I just picked up on the idea of her talking about love and marriage. It's a classic Sinatra phrase, and it just reminded me she used lyrics of I'll Be There when she was talking about being there for Will. And it seems to me, talking about romanticism, Chase, often when we're being romantic about something, we use, popular culture or poetry to explain our lives because, often we haven't experienced the panoply of life, but poets try and artists try and give us what it would be like by creating songs and lyrics and pictures. And so when we're living a situation, we'll often talk about it in the poetry of the artists because it's the nearest thing we have. So we get Love and Marriage, the Sinatra, and I'll Be There. I don't think she's using it in the Michael Jackson sense because she puts her stress on the there rather than the I'll. Anyway, she talks in classic lyrics. She is a romanticist, I would say. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I'm just going to cover a couple of things. One is pay attention to what she's talking about when she does this whole move. It's something I call the let me tell you move, not the teaching face thing, the let me tell you move. You see people narrow and purse their lips. They half swallow when they're talking. They may chew the inside of their mouth. They have their head tilted down and they're rocking their head as they're telling you. They may be doing this or that, but they're telling you something and they're looking down at you. Pay attention to that because that's a let me tell you. And that's a little bit of a patronizing move when they're doing that. You see people chewing their mouth when they do it as well. That's one. The second one is when she's talking about positive things about herself, she's large and she's in active voice. Go to the pub, to the bar, have my pick. She's saying these words not like they happen to her, but like their actions, and she has some control. When she gets to the bad things around going to the red table, she goes to passive voice. Played a part, allowing myself to be portrayed. And then she does that weird adapter where she grabs her leg at going to the red table by myself. Look, this thing's filmed. I think this was a pretty big series and recorded, and it was something she could have said, well, that episode's never going to see the light of day because it was in her house. Her studio was in her house. So she has a little more editorial control than she's letting on here. She's a victim by this. She shifted gears and went to that whole passive voice. Not a real big fan of that. Scott, what do you got?
All right, so they recorded this in her house. That's her place.
Yeah, the red table was done in their house.
Yeah, not this interview.
Oh, not this one. Okay.
Yeah, the red table. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, in this clip, this is the most animated she gets when she's talking about how famous she is and how she could have her choice of anybody in the club. Ladies, let me give you a little secret here. If you're a woman, you can go to any club and have any guy you want in there. Just so you know. That's on the table. That's on Scott's beige table. Take that with you and do with it what you will. But know that is a fact. Now, notice when she talks about herself, she's either really loud or she gets really quiet with that head down a little bit. And then she uses that voice where she sounds like she's just come off the mountain with a tete-a-tete with a burning bush, and she's come down to hip the cattle to the way things are and about her. And it's just mind-blowing, the self-absorption that must have gone on before this to be able to let that out of your mouth, some of the things she's talking about. However, these are all cues of confidence. Some may say overconfidence or super confident, but for some reason it's not playing right. It just doesn't sound or look right. But these are all the things you see in a confident person. That's the things a lot of these things are things we train people to look like when they're going in to whatever the situation is to look confident. A lot of this is what that is. But for some reason, maybe it's what's coming out of her mouth that's making those things clash together. What's coming off her from her body language and what she's actually saying. Maybe those are clashing, and that's what it is. I don't know, but they're all cues of confidence. And like Greg was saying, she's. It's not the I'm teaching you something as much as it is. What was the phrase you used, Greg?
Listen to me. Yeah.
Yeah. The listen to me. So that
let me tell you, listen to me is the one I would usually use when people.
Let me tell you. So that I think that's what's happening now. I've just slammed her so bad, but let me tell you something. This is something that I'll have to tell you since I've been talking so bad about her. When we go do Dr. Phil's show, we have someone that will come pick us up, right? And so one of these times I was there by myself, and the driver came pick me up, and there's two questions I always ask. The first one is, who's the nicest person you've had to drive, that you've gotten to drive for? Who's the nicest person? Who's the best one? And I've had two people tell me Shaquille O'Neal's the nicest one. Oh, they say that guy, this one guy told me, he said, look, I won't use his name, but he said, when we go somewhere, we go to these really nice restaurants and I drop him off, he says, what do you want? And even when he says, I don't want anything, he sends the waiter out and he says, he told me I have to take something. You have to tell me what you want to eat or I can't go back in there. And so he tells them what he wants to eat and they bring out this big layout for him to eat, the driver. And I thought that was so cool. Now, having said that, I said, who's the worst? And one of them said, Will Smith is the worst. And I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, well, what makes him the worst? And he said, he when he gets in the car, he never says hello, never says anything, doesn't address me. And then when he needs something, he just keeps looking down and says, get my bags or do this or do whatever. And when we get out of the car, we always sort of open the door and get out ourselves. He waits for the guy to come around and let him out of the door. Nothing wrong. Some people are like that. And he said, however, the one thing that came out of that was his wife, Jada. He said, she is so nice and she is always so pleasant to me. She is the nicest person. Every time I've driven for them, she comes out and apologizes for the way he acts once he's in. And I said, oh my gosh, you're kidding me. He said, no, she is the sweetest thing. He said, I really like her a lot. So there's that. The juxtaposition of that as to what we're seeing. I don't know what's happening. I hope I don't get that guy in trouble. Should I put that story in or not?
I don't know, but I love it that we're now a Hollywood gossip channel.
That's true. That's what that's turning into.
Like we're now OK Magazine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with
nothing
that.
wrong with that story.
Yeah.
No, it's funny.
We're OK Magazine. We're now.
Who would? How would they know it's him? There's 1,000 drivers in LA.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Is that all of us?
Yeah.
One of those tape replays.
Marriage, like, I am going to be. My husband is never, ever, ever going to look at anybody else. You know what I mean? Like, I am just a realist in a lot of ways. I know what it's been like for me. Right? When I first came to Hollywood and I could go into the clubs and have anybody, just the level of just like, like, you know what I mean? It's just like,
intoxicating.
It's so intoxicating. That's one. Now, what I do believe that what people don't know that I talk about in the book a lot is that there have been several breakups between Will and I. Will talks about it, my 40th birthday, which was a big breakup for us. We were actually looking towards separating and divorcing. And we separated. The world just didn't know. Then we had a reconciliation. And then 2016 came and we had the ultimate break. But the world didn't know. And I think that that's where some of the misconception about having an open marriage came into play, because we were living lives as single people and the world didn't know. Over the span of 12 years of just trying to figure out this thing called love and marriage between Will and I, it's been a trip. And I think that even with that entanglement piece, which I talk about extensively in the book, how I played a part in the misconception of that narrative of allowing myself to be portrayed as an adulteress, allowing myself to be portrayed as someone that had betrayed Will. And that wasn't the case. We broke up in 2016. He went on to live a life as a single man. I went on to live a life as a single woman. And then when we had the talk at the red table, I was going to go to the red table by myself to talk about the entanglement. But Will decided he wanted to come with me. And we were going to then tell the world, hey, we haven't been together. And this happened during that time. Well, when we got to the table, Will wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for the world to know that. I had to respect that. Well, I didn't have to, but I wanted to. But I was ready. I was ready to let go of the persona I had created around myself that had put me in a golden cage. I wanted to let that go And so I had to stay on my journey. I had to stay on my path while also respecting that Will wasn't ready. So I said, you know what? This is my mess anyway. I'm going to take this heat because guess what? The heat is coming either way. Whether when we decide to get divorced, when we decide to separate, whatever. This is my practice run. Strip it down. Let it go, Jada. And then let's see what's left. I didn't have to put that particular show out, but I had already gotten myself so ready for that journey for myself. And to me, that was moving closer to my freedom than holding back and creating a narrative that I felt like was just going to entrap me more. And as difficult as it's been, because the irony is I spent so much of our relationship having this open communication between he and I, creating this beautiful friendship of authenticity and honesty. And so to be labeled as someone who had cheated on him was devastating, but it also put me in a position where I had to learn how to let go of what anybody thought about me and really be 10 toes down on understanding who I am and being able to walk in that no matter what anybody thought about me. But I needed that journey for myself. You know, it's kind of like that is the walk when they talk about walking on hot coals. It's like creating that level of when we talk about that inner world work and creating that like strong foundation within yourself of knowing exactly who you are, no matter what other people think about you. I mean, I've gotten that to a certain degree. And so that was a very challenging moment. And I talk about it in the book.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, a handful of things. She has her brow up and her lips pursed. And when she says Will wasn't ready, that's condemning to me. And then there's one of her brows is higher than the other, skepticism. So there's clearly some irritation there. We can't tell what. We can just see the symptoms we're talking about. One of the things to point out, you know, we're talking about Jada because she's the one talking. And relationships are sticky, nasty, messy things. We don't know what happened in the past that might have been an egregious act to her that caused her to behave a certain way with Will Smith. We don't know any of that. So we're only trying to read symptoms and what we can see. We're not trying to tell you what's going on inside the relationship, except for how we see things playing out in a conversation and our opinions. There's a shift in tones, and she elongates again, which says, I was ready. And batoning, she drives her point home. Then she talks about her journey, her path, and healing. Well, this might be healing for her, and it might not be healing for him. If I had a cat, I might name it Jada. You know, that might be just kind of poking around and toying with somebody as they're in that situation and you're back and forth. What do you think is going to happen? What kind of healing do you think is going to happen when you going to say, hey, we were separated and I had an affair or I had this relationship, but you don't include the we were separated part. What do you think that outcome is going to be? Is there a logic piece missing here in thinking about what will happen? Is that healing is the question that comes to me. The big thing to me that's missing here are the hard questions from the interviewer. And I don't think that's the kind of interview it is. I would have said, what the hell were you thinking? Didn't you know this would turn out bad? And then she does that last thing where she says, I didn't have to put this show out. I agree with her. She didn't have to. And you see her foot flex. So probably there's some maybe remorse, who knows what, showing up there. Chase, what do you got?
Entanglement is something that I experience annually, and it's with Christmas lights that are stuffed into old Amazon boxes. And other than a few jujitsu classes, I've not really been entangled with a human. So it's interesting, these extra words that are outside of norm that she uses for all of this stuff. And her repeating, he wasn't ready 3 times is significant here. Her body language is all flowing and honest, which doesn't mean she's being transparent. So let's make that distinction. Honest and transparent are not the same thing. So there's something in her psychology about his lack of readiness that I would pick up on as an interviewer here. And I would keep that phrase in my back pocket because she's exposing what's called a reasoning process. So when you hear these in somebody's speech, you know that these are powerful phrases that you can later use to help them open up or make a decision later in the conversation. And then she says, the heat is coming. I'm assuming she means from people she doesn't know. And that's the trouble with living in what she refers to here as a persona. It means you will be emotionally affected by strangers you don't even know. Like if someone I don't know leaves a mean comment on our video and it hurts me, that means I have a very serious problem with reality. So if you're struggling with judgment from people who don't know you, there's a problem with you knowing you. That's the big issue here. It's her talking about knowing herself and being in herself and not even knowing who she is enough to be unaffected by these people's opinion. So her behavior here is similar to baseline from the other videos, which is restrained, self-soothing. At every point she's talking about will and consistently seeking social confirmation from the interviewer. And this is likely a mirror to her life. Think about those three things that I just said. It's a mirror to her life since we see it in most of her interviews. And she's still not speaking a word about Will's journey, his character, his desires, his integrity, only him not being ready. And I will leave that to you to make a guess at what that means. And it will be a guess. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, I couldn't agree with you more on the Will wasn't ready, and here's why. With my journey and closer to my freedom, we get really strong, direct down. It would be actually down her wheel plane, which is like that center plane there. If she didn't have a mic in front of her, I think she's only to the side of it because she can't come right down her wheel plane there, which means she's very direct and very decided about my journey and closer to my freedom. Then we get this great control gesture here a couple of times on my mess, my heat. Again, direct, clear, controlling. We get strip it down, where she comes right down the side at an angle and really cuts the air. And I'll talk in our next video about what I think she's talking about in terms of strip it down, because we will see her repeat that gesture with a different phrase. But with Will wasn't there, we get the hand coming out, and we get no line of energy there. So if you imagine, with all these things here, if she had an object in her hand, she would not drop that object. If she had a ball in her hand, it would still be there. The ball in her hand over here would just fall off her fingers and fall onto the floor. She drops the ball on that. And that shows a very definite feeling, I would say, in how she talks about control, and Will wasn't ready. So there may be something about him not being powerful enough, because these are really powerful gestures. I don't mean powerful enough in terms of his Hollywood status. There's nobody more powerful, probably. But there was clearly for her something that's lacking in him, something that is limp around that. An energy that isn't there, I would say. And she talks about the internal relationship again, and authenticity and honesty. And I'll come back to this idea of the internal and the external in our next video. Scott, what do you got on this one?
I'm not seeing any cues of deception here. I mean, there's nothing to be deceptive about. These are just confident cues of a skilled communicator. And I really think she's a skilled communicator. She's an actress or actor, however you say it these days. And I think she's doing a great job of getting what she wants to say across. However, from a psychological perspective, let's talk about what she's talking about. Whenever you start explaining things to the world and your concern is how the world sees you, and you start telling people what you've been doing because you've decided to tell the world what you're doing, the level of narcissism in that may be unrivaled when get to that point here.
Oh, she gets better.
if you think the world is concerned whether or not you're getting the world is concerned whether or not you're getting a divorce, how removed from reality must you be? Earlier, I said what a sweetheart she was and how wonderful she was to this guy. I think that's fantastic. But there's something here that separates that. Maybe this is a character she's playing or something. That's the only thing I can think of. Maybe this is just her public persona that we're seeing. And the other one is who she really is. She's that sweetheart, that nice person that makes sure everything's good, takes care of people, apologizes for other people's mistakes, even who are in her group or whatever, to make sure everything's okay. Because when you start talking about the world and what the world thinks about you, fellas, if I ever say something like that, you call somebody, call Dr. Phil and get in here. Tell him he needs to go up in there and tweak some things, man, because that's not right. That's not right. And again, she talks about, like Mark was saying, she talks about herself and her journey. But her illustrators are all falling in the right place. Everything is where it should be and as it should be. And I don't feel, I might feel sorry for her because she's putting all this stuff out there. I think that might be the new personality she's moving from this persona we're seeing her that she was before to this new one. She's created a new person that she's becoming, and maybe that's why she's saying all these things like this. But that's not a lot to do with body language. It's mostly from the psychology side of it. But still, that this is some odd behavior we're seeing from someone who is, other than this, has not done anything weird or out of the ordinary as far as I'm aware. So.
Yeah, I don't know. But you said it's not body language; it is behavior, and that's, after all, what we are is behavior panel. Yeah. For me, one of the interesting, you're dancing around something very specific here, in my opinion, and that is every time we interrogate. If you've ever interrogated a prisoner, it's about finding the role you're going to talk to and pulling that person forward. And that every one of us has many roles. You're a father, a brother, whatever you are in your life, and you're somebody who gives advice, whatever your role is. You might be a fireman, you might be whatever. I don't want to talk to the tough role. I want to pick that weak role and pull that weak role out and show them how fragile their little egos are. And if she is playing her only card out front, and this is really who she is, and she's worried about how people feel about her divorce, that's dangerous territory, Chase, to your point.
And I'm thinking about all the people that are watching right now. What Greg just said is worth at least $10,000 if you take that piece of advice about speaking to certain roles. And Mark, I cannot believe you didn't get the golden cage thing. The golden cage is like a Hare Krishna key principle of, like, the bird is dying inside the cage, but we're polishing the outside.
Yeah.
It's also a song by a band called The Whitest Boy Alive. Pretty good song.
It's a classic music hall song. I'm only a bird in a gilded cage. It's beautiful, beautiful British music hall song.
But the last question I have is, did anybody else notice in the interview, she said they were never going to divorce, but she's talking about divorce here?
Yeah.
A lot of that.
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah. All over the place.
Well, that was the other persona.
Yeah, right. The one she should have brought to the dance.
One of those tape replays.
To talk about the entanglement. But Will decided he wanted to come with me. And we were going to then tell the world, hey, we haven't been together. And this happened during that time. Well, when we got to the table, Will wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for the world to know that. I had to respect that. Well, I didn't have to, but I wanted to. But I was ready. I was ready to let go of the persona I had created around myself that had put me in a golden cage. I wanted to let that go. And so I had to stay on my journey. I had to stay on my path while also respecting that Will wasn't ready. So I said, you know what? This is my mess anyway. I'm going to take this heat because guess what? The heat is coming either way, whether when we decide to get divorced, when we decide to separate, whatever. This is my practice run. Strip it down. Let it go, Jada. And then let's see what's left. I didn't have to put that particular show out, but I had already gotten myself so ready for that journey for myself. And to me, that was moving closer to my freedom than holding back and creating a narrative that I felt like was just going to entrap me more. And as difficult as it's been, because the irony is I spent so much of our relationship having this open communication between he and I, creating this beautiful friendship of authenticity and honesty. And so to be labeled as someone who had cheated on him was devastating, but it also put me in a position where I had to learn how to let go of what anybody thought about me and really be 10 toes down on understanding who I am and being able to walk in that no matter what anybody thought about me. But I needed that journey for myself. You know, it's kind of like that is the walk when they talk about walking on hot coals. It's like creating that level of when we talk about that inner world work and creating that like strong foundation within yourself of knowing exactly who you are, no matter what other people think about you. I mean, I've gotten that to a certain degree. And so that was a very challenging moment. And I talk about it in the book.
When that is there and it's being deconstructed, someone would look at you and be like, why would you do that? Like, why do I need to know? Why? And really, I just want to highlight, and I want you to share about that the intention was healing.
Absolutely.
The intention wasn't to save face, or the intent, and I know this because we were talking about it. Like, the intention wasn't to...
Yeah, it wasn't to save face. And it surely wasn't, and I need people to know, I didn't ask Will to come to the table. That was not my idea. Will wanted to come to the table because he didn't want me to be there by myself. He had all the best intentions. And got there and was, I think, his trauma response kicked in, like, I'm not ready. So many people were like, don't do this. And I'm like, nah, I'm doing it.
For myself.
For myself.
Because I want to live.
Because I'm ready. I don't want this whole thing anymore. This whole Jada, Will, I'm done with that. It was part of the work that I was ready for, and it was what I needed. And everybody's in different places in their journey. Also, that's also a dynamic I had to look at within myself in regards to, so it was two things. There's this healthy Jada is like, tear it down. I don't want that persona anymore. Tear my ego down. And there was this other part of me that was like, oh my God, I need to protect, he's not ready. He's not ready. My, codependency kicks in and I go, this is what I do. I'm the martyr. I can do the martyr thing. So once again, it's both things. It's healing. Like, I'm ready. Like, I'm ready for the tear down. And then this martyr that's like, and I want to make sure, Will, as long as you're okay, I'm okay. That's part of my relationship with my mother's addiction that I brought into my relationship with Will that created a certain dynamic within myself, in my relationship with him, that I also needed to get my eyes on, that I didn't see. That needed to be healed as well. Without that table, without that moment, I would have never recognized that. As painful as it was for people to watch, existential disappointment in a collective. I'm so sorry. I wish it could have happened another way. I'm sorry that it had to be so messy in front of everybody. I'm sorry. But I needed that. What I got to clear up, what I got to clean up, what I got to see. And to be able to sit here with you today and embrace it all and have so much acceptance for myself for all of the choices I've made. And people ask me, if you had to do it over again, would you do it any different? I don't think so.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
Let's kick it off with saying, she says it wasn't to save face, and I need people to know. That's what saving face is. I need to go back and make sure everybody knows. And I thought that was stunning that those were in the same sentence there. And then you're going to see this. You're going to see this little shoulder shrug here is out of baseline for her, and it spikes the moment that she's saying she didn't ask Will to come to the table. So if you're not familiar with that gesture, it means that a person might be lacking in confidence in what they're saying. And we also see a really pronounced lip retraction here. The lips go back into the mouth, and you're going to see that. And there's rapid no head shaking, which is way outside of her contained and restrained baseline here. So this is just a cluster, not just a single behavior, but a cluster of uncertainty and deviation from baseline. When she says, that was not my idea. Again, another shoulder shrug, and you know what that means. And she says a few things about healing, and I'm not sure how healing needs to be done on camera in front of millions of people. I've never seen that psychology textbook that talks about that. Maybe it's a new thing. And her issues are all from external sources, nothing about her. There's nothing internally that's really coming forward here. And there's anger clearly on her face when she's speaking about a couple of these things. And she's saying, I wish it could have happened another way. I don't believe this at all. And I'm willing to bet anything. She's heard of a therapist, a room without a camera, a counselor, or even talking at a kitchen table that might be wood instead of red. She's saying, I don't think it could have happened any other way. I think that's so strange to hear. And I think she's also very aware of a delete button when it comes to recording and then deleting a video. Since the healing took place, why publish the video? So this is all just responsibility shedding. And when healing absolutely has to happen in public, it's not a person healing, it's a persona that's healing because the public has to participate. So it's a persona that's being healed, not a person. So this has so many hallmarks of what I think is a sunk cost fallacy that seems to be this relationship, the sunk cost fallacy. If you don't know what that is in psychology, you can Google it, or maybe one of you guys will roll into that. Greg?
It's in the book. It's in the book.
Yeah, buy my book.
Yeah. So, Chase, I'm going to hit a couple of points you just hit. Just add, I'm going to see your cluster of a rising shoulder, lip withdrawal, short stroke nodding. I'm going to add to that eye blocking. She just does all that when she says, it wasn't my idea to bring Will to the table. So all of that makes us have less than confident belief that that's true. There's also the piece you were just covering about her feeling the need to be in front of people. She actually says out loud a couple of things that I find interesting. She thought that their relationship breaking up caused us pain. I candidly don't remember when I found out they were breaking up or that she had an affair. The only time I even know is because I watched these videos, and this was 2.5 hours of it. All this talk, if you're putting up with this all the time, I can't imagine. This is a combination of self-help books. You said it, Scott. There's some self-help. There's some real therapy in here around being a martyr and around not being able to control her mother's addiction and those kinds of things. There's some other pieces in here. There's some Hare Krishna stuff we heard. There's even, we're going to hear something that sounds a little bit like Scientology coming up. So she's got a mix of all these things that she's created a whole new religion. And this, whatever you want to call it, whether it's your belief system, your whatever, it becomes a religion when you're doing all of this. And I need to heal. And okay, your healing is one thing, but as I listened to her talking about Will Smith was not ready, but she went ahead and did this, is there a healing part for him? Is this deep healing for him or deep healing for her? And then it gets to be pretty subjective in whose religion it is that you're enforcing. And I'm not a big fan of people enforcing their religion on me in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Maybe it's because of where I come from and all that kind of thing. But it gets pretty subjective after that. So yeah, Scott, she does one thing in here that you're talking about a lot, and that's the teaching face. Say some words, watch you. As soon as you get it, say some words, watch you. Well, it's all over here. It is all over here.
You explain it.
And so anyway, the self-importance there's just a lot of stuff. If you really want some healing, watch this show. Scott, what do you got?
Good. I know it sounds like we're bashing therapy, but we're actually not. No, that is, if you need that, if you've experienced trauma or something like that, go do that. I've seen it change people's lives, make them from just the living a mundane life. They go to therapy, man. They come out and they're actually happy. Their lives change because somebody said, "No, man, you're looking at this from the wrong perspective. Look at it like this." And they go like that. And they go, "Holy smokes, you're right." That's such an important thing to keep in mind as we're going through this. We're not slamming therapy. We're not slamming somebody getting help for that. We're specifically talking about this one person in this one video or one group of videos. That's it. So if you are in therapy, don't get out because we're talking about her.
No, for sure.
She thinks she's a therapist.
I don't want you to think that's what I said by any stretch.
Oh, no. You didn't. No, I'm just saying I want everybody to know that while we're sitting here talking, because I've been leading into it over here about how she thinks she's a guru. But still, at the same time, for real, if for therapy stuff, man, you do it. At least check it out. If something's up or something's wrong or things seem like they're going a little bit sideways on you, do that. It gets you fixed quick. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. Well, look, maybe she is making that journey towards the possibility of that guru status. Here's maybe why. She does a big ecstatic wipeout gesture right at the top there around, I think, the external world that she's talking about around. Then she does this gesture that I was talking about before, cutting through. And instead of strip down, she says, tear down the ego. So look, if she's using the Freudian idea of the ego, and I don't know what idea or ideal she has about that, you've got your id, which is like that authentic animal, let's say, reaction to stuff. And then you've got the part of you that kind of projects out that other people see. And then you've got your ego, which is like the mediator, the moderator between the two of those things. And if you tear down that ego, there now is nothing between, your reactive feelings and the thing that projects out to other people. So people are going to see the internal you. There's no moderator in between, and there's no moderator for you. There's nothing protecting you anymore socially or even personality wise from the outside world's reaction to who you are. Well, if you go through that process of tearing down the ego, like some people do it in monasteries of some sort, and it takes them a long, long time. Some people can manage to do it with some very, very strong drugs, and it's like, that'll sort things out for a few moments. And then it's like, then you spring back again. It's like, wow, what happened there? I was totally egoless. Like everything seemed to make sense for a moment. And I really felt like me, and it all kind of felt right at the time. So you can, there's a couple of ways. There's some other ways you can, you can get, metal spikes and stick them through yourself and, hang from ropes and there's all kinds of stuff you can do if you want to go down that route. But most of it is monastic or very, very counterculture, or just plain dangerous to do. So it's not that you can't do that, but usually you've marked yourself out as having some kind of very pure kind of spiritual journey that you're now on, and many go on that journey and few come back with the results that they were hoping for, because it's a pretty tricky journey. But those that do come back from that, egoless, often become teachers of spirituality, and that's maybe why they went on that. So look, maybe she is on that journey. Who am I to say? It's not my story to tell, is it? It's not my story to tell. So let's see. Great. And you're right, Scott. None of us here are saying anything that of that therapy or spirituality is a bad place. It's a fantastic place to go. But, one would have to be careful, I think, not to have a kind of a boil in the bag approach to it, which is like if I just take a whole bunch of ready-made recipes and dip them together in the same pan of boiling water, that I'll come out with some kind of, 3-star Michelin meal. It's like, no, it won't work like that.
Mark, I had in my notes further down, this is a low country boil approach to religion.
Right. Right. Okay.
One of those tape replays.
When that is there and it's being deconstructed, someone would look at you and be like, why would you do that? Like, why do I need to know? Why? And really, I just want to highlight, and I want you to share about that the intention was healing.
Absolutely.
The intention wasn't to save face, or the intent, and I know this because we were talking about it. Like, the intention wasn't to...
Yeah, it wasn't to save face. And it surely wasn't, and I need people to know, I didn't ask Will to come to the table. That was not my idea. Mm-hmm. Will wanted to come to the table because he didn't want me to be there by myself. He had all the best intentions. And got there and I think his trauma response kicked in, like, I'm not ready. So many people were like, don't do this. And I'm like, nah, I'm doing it.
For myself.
For myself.
Because I want to live.
Because I'm ready. I don't want this whole thing anymore. This whole Jada, Will, I'm done with that. It was part of the work that I was ready for, and it was what I needed. And everybody's in different places in their journey. Also, that's also a dynamic I had to look at within myself in regards to, so it was two things. There's this healthy Jada is like, tear it down. I don't want that persona anymore. Tear my ego down. And there was this other part of me that was like, oh my God, I need to protect, he's not ready. He's not ready. My, codependency kicks in and I go, this is what I do. I'm the martyr. I can do the martyr thing. So once again, it's both things. It's healing. Like, I'm ready. Like, I'm ready for the teardown. And then this martyr that's like, and I want to make sure, Will, as long as you're okay, I'm okay. That's part of my relationship with my mother's addiction that I brought into my relationship with Will, that created a certain dynamic within myself, in my relationship with him, that I also needed to get my eyes on, that I didn't see. Mm-hmm. That needed to be healed as well. Without that table, without that moment, I would have never recognized that. As painful as it was for people to watch, existential disappointment in a collective. I'm so sorry. I wish it could have happened another way. I'm sorry that it had to be so messy in front of everybody. I'm sorry. But I needed that. What I got to clear up, what I got to clean up, what I got to see. And to be able to sit here with you today and embrace it all and have so much acceptance for myself for all of the choices I've made. And people ask me, if you had to do it over again, would you do it any different? I don't think so.
And so I wanted to talk to you about, I think when it all went down on Oscars night, and you talk about this in the book, and so I want to leave everyone to read about it in full. But the perception was that you were so offended that you'd kind of urge this action, which is bizarre in and of itself for so many reasons that you lay out in the book. But I want to hear from you, like, what were you actually hurt by about the condition that you were going through? And in that gap between what we saw and what we didn't get to see, which everyone had their own theory on, what was actually your thought space? So where were you?
Let me start with, that was a really layered moment. Let me start with also that there was so much that people didn't know in regards to what was happening with Will and I at that time. And I will leave for people to get the book.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's so much history.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And you go into
present,
you break it down.
I break it down.
Hence why I did not.
Exactly. It's so much history that I think would give people a lot more context to understand that moment. Let me also say that I know that was a difficult moment to watch because of history that Chris and I had in regards to the 2016 Oscar So White. And I'll let people read to get up to speed on that. But when I first saw Chris' name come up as one of the presenters, I said, oh boy. I looked to Will and I was like, he's not going to be able to help himself. This is going to be something. I was like, I already knew. And I was like, okay. So Will had been going back and forth backstage all night. So when Chris said what he said, I looked to Will as if to say, see, I knew it, right? And then I was like, oh boy, that's not cool to like talk about a medical condition that people, okay, there's nothing you can, like, it's not something that can be cured, right? And that how many stories I had heard of people, young people committing suicide and the shame and just how many people suffer and you don't even know. Like once I had the condition and I saw how many people around me had it, I was like, all these years I didn't know, and people expressed the shame, the level of shame they had around it. I'm gonna be okay. As far as my condition, and as you can see, my hair is growing back. That's what it does. It'll grow, it'll fall out, it'll grow back again. Pieces of my eyebrows will fall out, grow back. I'm having a good moment right now. My alopecia is not as extreme as most people who are dealing with that condition. And I just felt like that's not okay. So I wasn't upset about me. And I don't remember actually rolling my eyes. I think what people saw was me looking at Will going, I told you, I knew he was going to do that. And oh boy, here we go again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was kind of the
reaction. Oh, here we go. But I wasn't upset about me. I really wasn't. It wasn't about me. It was just all the stories I had heard and that I continue to hear about people who have suffered from this condition.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, she starts off with this so much history, and she says that in an elongated fashion. And I think that is probably her, again, broadcasting what are key things she thinks about. Her baseline's fundamentally changed here, but she sits back and she does that whole hand thing she's doing differently. But she is supporting what she's saying with her words as she goes through this. Look, I'm going to cut short on the body language piece here. Do we think that she went in that night and said, go slap him if he does something goofy? I don't think so. I think, like she said, the history from your relationship boils up. A lot of stuff adds up. People do things. That tells you that one person's journey to healing might not help the other person at all, whatever that healing is. And we have no idea what has gone on inside their relationship. People have been together however many years they've been, 30 years, whatever it is. There's all kinds of baggage, all kinds of cues, all kinds of things. They're a microculture. And I always talk about microcultures, meaning two people can have so many signals between them. If you're involved with somebody right now, you probably have signals that tell somebody something across the room that no one else will pick up on. They may pick up that you're doing something, but they probably can't pick up the detail in what that means to the other person. My wife's Greek, and she's always saying, God, I wish she spoke Greek, because there are times I want to say something to you in a room that I can't. And I said, don't worry, I can see it in your body language all the time. And you can cause a person to behave a certain way, not because you intend to, but because of all the history that goes with it. I think all of us are guilty of some of that. Even the four of us who've been together for now 3.5 years can get on each other's nerves with something we do or say that's subtle because the other person has seen it enough times. Imagine you spend 25 years every day with somebody and take into account people who have enough money that they don't have to go out every day to earn a living and who are always together, probably are doing more of that in a more cyclic fashion. And the other problem is, and this happens to all of us, happened to a lot of people during COVID, the narrower your group of people get, the more you have to satisfy your Maslow in odd ways, because now when you go to work, there's the dumb guy, there's the person who's a pain in your ass, there's all these people. But when there's only two of you, you're going to fill those roles for each other. So we have to be really careful when we're judging from outside. And I want you to hear that about this relationship as well. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. Look, ultimately, here's what I learned from that one is that we cannot trust anything that a Hollywood ceremony delivers to us. We've got a couple turning up that, as far as we're concerned, as a public, are a couple, their husband and wife. As far as there's no information that tells me that that's not the case. Zero, nothing at all. And we find out that the outer world is not reflective at all of this inner world, that there is an ego or a superego there that is absolutely carefully moderating what we as a public get to see, and then says, well, it's kind of your fault that you don't understand this. Why? Because, it's layered. It's layered and it's complex, and you'll understand it if you read the book. But if you don't read the book and get yourself up to speed, then you'll be slow. So we as the public end up as we're slow idiots because there's this moderation system that's deciding what we can and cannot see of the inner reality of Hollywood. Doesn't sound like my fault. Somebody who was called, slow at school and a bit behind and a bit stupid. I'm like, no, I don't think I am. I don't think that's my fault. I don't think you're teaching me very well. I don't think you're giving me all the information. Then you're going to blame it on me. No, I don't buy that at all. Well, says in the end, look, I was just there as family. Just there as family. It's all I was there for. So to your point, Greg, it is that, well, family do affect each other.
Family ain't family without family.
Family ain't family without family. We've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times. So they do affect each other, and saying I was just there as a member of the family doesn't make you any less culpable. Yes, I don't think you'd walked in there and gone, if Chris Rock says anything bad, give him a smack. I don't think you gave anybody that look at all. But you are family, and you are part of the, it's either him or you and him, or him or you. It's probably a combination of all of those things, I would imagine. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, this is her saying, we deceived you for a very long time, and you have a problem understanding the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's your fault. One thing in this video that you're going to see is Jay, who I subscribe to on YouTube, gets a little uncomfortable about plugging the book so much here. You can see a very uncharacteristic shuffling with his feet. I know this is not something he does often. I watch Jay's videos pretty regularly. And with Jada, the facial touching here goes from 0 to 100. And it's all wiping her nose and stuff already. She's saying, I already knew, as a single shrug here, and then back down to locked body language. And then she says, that whole look was, see, I knew it. There's more social approval seeking, because she says, see, I knew it, right? She's asking for approval from Jay. And I think this is revisionist, as there was no enjoyment or happiness in this moment, but she's trying to rewrite that back into that moment. And she's increasing her use of this word right. And her eyes are closing, which Greg frequently calls this eye blocking, which you've probably heard Greg say before, or Scott, or me. This long period while she's telling us this complex and detailed process of medical conditions and stories in her mind at this moment. But here's what's actually happening in this video, and you're going to see it, and you won't unsee it after I tell you this. She gives us two completely separate stories about the reaction to the joke from Chris. Story number one, she's sad and upset and hurting for all the people who suffer from alopecia. Story two, she's smiling and laughing it off that she knew it was going to happen all along. Those are two separate stories being told in the exact same 60-second time span. Scott, what do you got?
Well, this is my favorite one so far, because we see a great example of watching an answer being constructed, being created and constructed, structured, and then let go. When he asks that first question, her head goes down. She closes off the world so she can think by herself, so she can get in there and start thinking as she drops her head. And then she clasps her hands, and she looks straight down and pauses. And she hadn't done a whole lot of long pauses. I think this is the longest one so far. And that lets the interviewer know, hang on a second, I'm getting ready to say something. So that gives her a little pause button on him so he won't say anything. Then she uses her hands to illustrate distance and time, this thing here. When she talks about people didn't know, that's when she clasped her hands together. And that lets you know it's something important because she's bringing this together all to the middle and going, hey, look at this. Check this out. This is really important. Voice gets lower, just a little bit, not a whole lot, as she starts firing that off. Then when she talks about what was happening with Will and I, she moves her hands over to the left. So that's where she's creating the space, the distance with whatever happened with those two from whenever it happened. And then she has them pressed together and she's illustrating when she says so much history, because again, that's important to her when she's taught. I think these are the most important things we're hearing. And she's trying to really make a point and get it across in a strong manner or method. That's the one she uses. And then when she says, I'll let people read, then you see an edit to get up to speed on that. So that's the case. I don't know what we missed in there, but there was more than 1 or 2 seconds in there. I don't think it was 30 seconds or a big thing she went off on talking about something, but there's definitely an edit there, and her hands are in a different spot. So go back and forth a couple of times and watch that, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Then she starts goofing around with her nose as she's talking about Chris and the Oscars. And she's got a slight gastric upset. And that's, we call that the psychogenic belching. We've seen that with, what's his name, Robert Durst, in the video we did on him. When he was talking about the murders, then he got a little bit burpy there, I guess you'd say. But that's psychogenic belching. Now, we've also seen it on, who's the other person we saw that on? It was a woman.
She was a cop. And
Stephanie Lazarus. Stephanie Lazarus.
Yeah.
She's really
Stephanie
bad.
Lazarus. Yeah. So we can see the stress level growing as she starts to talk. And later on, people are going to hear her sniff and they're going to say, maybe it's drugs or something like that. I think it's just left over from when she was goofing with her nose earlier. Maybe it itched. Maybe she got a little emotional and that's why she was messing around with it. And then she touches and crosses her chest several times during this, when she's talking about alopecia. And I really do think, like some people Greg and I were talking today, I said, does your hair grow back when you get alopecia? And he said, I don't know. I have no earthly idea. Maybe sometimes it does or doesn't. I think it does for some people, depending on how bad it is. I have no earthly idea anything about alopecia, but I believe her when she says that's happening. I really believe she has that. We got a lot of comments where people said, I don't think she has alopecia. That's a lot. I think she actually has it because she's showing all the body language of true concern, not just like, I'm really concerned about so-and-so. She's doing the classics that we know. And I don't think she's paying attention to that when she's crossing her heart like that. Now, I always read the comments. I get in there and I'll put hearts by it. If you've commented, you get in, you'll see you get a heart by it. It's usually me 90% of the time, because I go through every day and I try to read as many as I can. If I can read them all, there are thousands, so it's impossible to find each one. Some people get mad when we don't find them or answer them. And I know that because I really say, I've been, commenting forever. You never answer my things. And I always say something like, I'm sorry, we don't answer comments. We wouldn't read one like this. And I let them know that I'm actually reading them by saying, no, we don't read comments anymore, but I've just read it and commented or replied to it. So if you have a story, if you have alopecia and you have a story or something you can enlighten us with, give us less than a paragraph. Don't do a whole novel. Get in there and give us about a paragraph and tell us what that's like and tell us about if it comes and goes or how that works. I have no earthly idea. I could Google it and look into it and all that, but I want to hear your experience from it. So if you have that or know somebody or live with somebody that does, tell us about that down in the comments. I'll read them. Yeah. I read as many as I possibly can. So
I think it's got to be tough for a woman losing her hair more than a man too. I mean, it's just part for me, having been
look who's talking
through it. I remember when you first start losing your hair, you're like, what? Hold on. This is not supposed to happen to me. So I can only imagine, especially for women in our culture.
One of those tape replays.
And so I wanted to talk to you about, I think when it all went down on Oscars night, and you talk about this in the book, and so I want to leave everyone to read about it in full. But the perception was that you were so offended that you'd kind of urged this action, which is bizarre in and of itself for so many reasons that you lay out in the book. But I want to hear from you, like, what were you actually hurt by about the condition that you were going through? And in that gap between what we saw and what we didn't get to see, which everyone had their own theory on, what was actually your thought space? So where were you?
Let me start with, that was a really layered moment. Let me start with also that there was so much that people didn't know in regards to what was happening with Will and I at that time. And I will leave for people to get the book.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's so much history.
And you go into
present,
you break it down.
I break it down.
Hence why I did not.
Exactly. There's so much history that I think would give people a lot more context to understand that moment. Let me also say that I know that was a difficult moment to watch because of history that Chris and I had in regards to the 2016 Oscars So White. And I'll let people read to get up to speed on that. But when I first saw Chris' name come up as one of the presenters, I said, oh boy. I looked to Will and I was like, he's not going to be able to help himself. This is going to be something. I was like, I knew. I already knew. And I was like, okay. So Will had been going back and forth backstage all night. So when Chris said what he said, I looked to Will as if to say, see, I knew it, right? And then I was like, oh boy, that's not cool to like talk about a medical condition that people, okay, there's nothing you can, like, it's not something that can be cured, right? And that how many stories I had heard of people, you know, young people committing suicide and the shame and just how many people suffer and you don't even know. Like once I had the condition and I saw how many people around me had it, I was like, all these years I didn't know, and people expressed the shame, the level of shame they had around it. I'm gonna be okay. As far as my condition, and as you can see, my hair is growing back. That's what it does. It'll grow, it'll fall out, it'll grow back again. Pieces of my eyebrows will fall out, grow back. You know, I'm having a good moment right now. My alopecia is not as extreme as most people who are dealing with that condition. And I just felt like that's not okay. So I wasn't upset about me. And I don't remember actually rolling my eyes. I think what people saw was me looking at Will going, I told you, I knew he was going to do that. And oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah, that was kind of the reaction.
You know, oh, here we go. But I wasn't upset about me. I really wasn't. It wasn't about me. It was just all the stories I had heard and that I continue to hear about people who have suffered from this condition.
And obviously you didn't want what happened to happen. Like I think that, I'm just clarifying that. I know that. I'm just clarifying it.
Of course. It wasn't like I looked at Will and said, you know.
I know, and that's the kind of, you know, those are the kind of moments of context that I think are lost sometimes.
Listen, there was an aspect of that I was as shocked as anyone because Will and I hadn't been referring to each other as husband and wife since 2016. I was like, wife? Oh, me? That's right. I am. I'm okay. That's right. I am your wife. And that kicked in. I'm like, yep, here we are. In that moment that did happen, I was like, we came together, we're leaving together. You know, that part of me that put everything else aside and was like, this is going to be something. I need to make sure Will's okay. We're going to get through this. I had no idea that was none whatsoever. And I came as family. I actually didn't go to the Oscars as Will's wife. And I know for people that's weird, but what was going on behind the scenes, Will and I had been like, we weren't living as husband and wife since 2016. I was happy he asked me to go. I was happy he wanted to share that moment with me still. And I was going to be by his side. And I think also people weren't really aware of the journey that had taken place after emancipation as far as Will's concerned.
Totally.
It was a really difficult movie. And afterwards, he decided to get into therapeutic settings, and he asked me to join him because a lot of stuff was coming up. A lot of stuff from his past, childhood stuff. I think people didn't understand that there was a history there between he and Chris as well. So there was a lot of context that people just didn't have.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm going to tell you something else. I understand why people thought it was me. I understand why people blame me. I don't think it's right, but I understand, you know, considering the narratives that were out there that I was part of. I have to take responsibility for that. And I talk about that in the book. You know, me being the adulterous wife that had, you know, pushed Will to his limit. I get it. So I couldn't even take any of it personally. And I had to put myself in the shoes of the audience and go, if I was looking at this, what would I say? I probably would have said the same thing. And then that made me really look at like, oh man, like culturally, we're always blaming women. Like I had to really go deep into that. Why do we do that?
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, not much on that. I mean, look, it seems that, you know, it's all Will's fault, isn't it? He went and did a film, very worthy film, got himself into a headspace, Chase, as you were indicating before, then got himself into therapeutic situations, which I'm not sure whether that's therapy or I don't know, hot baths or cold baths. Could be anything between actual therapy, you know, some kind of, you know, could be any. I mean, my mind has gone wild as to what that could possibly be. But in the end, he goes up and, you know, thumps somebody, mainly because apparently he got himself into these situations. And then she has to put herself in the shoes of the audience, which in my experience, that was like, as an actor, that's something that you should always be doing, is like, how are they going to see this? Like, what's it going to be like for them? What would they be? Even before the event is happening, you're going, so what are we going to do? How are they going to see that? Are they going to see it as we intend it to be seen? So it's interesting, the language there. Who, because of something very, very worthy, has been driven into behaviors that they probably wouldn't have normally done, and then driven somebody else into a behavior that they're having to put the shoes of an audience on and see things from their angle. Very odd. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so now I'm just going to be interrogator me. I'm not going to talk much about body language. For me, behavior matters only as a tool. It matters for me to be able to get to why, so I can get the person to give me whatever it is I need in terms of interrogation, and that body language is a symptom of that behavior and a symptom of things going on in their head. So when you're looking for this stuff, all the things we're talking about, we're looking for a fracture, a weakness, something to go after. And when I see somebody who only lives in feelings, I can usually tell by language they use. When I poke and prod and we get into a discussion about government things or anything else, and a person gets to I feel, I'm done. I usually say, well, I'm not going to go into feelings because I can't feel what you feel, and I know how to manipulate feelings, and that's not fair to you. This is a situation where if this is who she is, if she's playing her ace card, her hidden card, or vest card, whatever you want to call it, out front, then she is a person who works mostly in feelings, mostly in that. Maybe that's because it's this specific kind of interview with Jay, and maybe that he does a good job bringing it out if that's the case. But what we have seen with her today is she is very evasive with facts. Mark, we talked about it last time around this, what I call this glass pane image, that it appears I'm giving you what you need, but it's mostly in feelings. I haven't heard a lot in facts in any of these things, other than the therapeutic situations. Chase, what do you got?
Which isn't a fact at all. And Scott, you went last time. Why don't you take this?
Oh,
one?
Sorry. Yeah.
I'll go.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chase. So let me get this straight. She's made such a big deal. The last episode we did, when she talked to Hoda about the being married and staying married, but now she's forgotten that she was married. During this, she's talking about how she had forgotten that she was married to Will Smith. She's there with him, is going to go with him. And then the whole thing where I'm sure she has to go to his house and have him picked up, or however that's going to work, or they stay together that day or something. And she forgets that she's married. Going back to what you were saying, Greg, as an interrogator, this is where you'd light her up. And that's where the interviewer could have done it. It's laying right there. I mean, it's right there. And he doesn't even bring it up. But from an interrogation perspective, you'd say, oh, there it is. I got this now. But no, he doesn't do that. And then she contradicts herself again by saying she went as his wife, that she intended to go as his wife. There it is again. And you could just light her up with that. And at that point, there's not much way. There's a slim way out of it, but it's very narrow if you're going to get out of that one. And I think this is where we lose all the feeling of validity for her story or any value in it being completely true. This is where it starts to look like it's constructed for what Mark was talking about earlier, for the persona to be out in public. This is what we're seeing. That's the story she's constructed for all of us to see and hear. So, which I understand. Kafka said, every man must be the hero of his own story. That's paraphrased, but I get that. And that's what she's doing. She's protecting her ego by creating this situation where she says she forgot she was his wife, and then she remembered, or I guess she did remember, because she said, I went as his wife, but then goes back and started trying to protect it there. So it's confusing from the point of trying to see this as a valid statement or statements that she's making. Okay, Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, this as I'm speaking right now, my laptop is sat on top of a giant a boxed set of Carl Jung books. It's called the Black Books set. And what we're looking at here is someone who doesn't know the shadow. So this is very common in and I call this an enlightenment placebo or a self-knowledge placebo, where a person is convinced that they've kind of gone to the depths. And what we're seeing here is a full video of somebody who has no blame, no flaws, and only needed healing from things that were way outside of their control. And we don't see any admission of insecurities, no anger, no resentment, no fault. There's a moment she gestures all the way to her right when she's talking about not referring to each other as husband and wife since 2016. And we associate right with future in our timelines. This might confuse some people, especially if you've been a subscriber for a while. So when the video comes back on, you'll see a few references over to her right side here. So at the Oscars, this is where Will Smith was sitting beside her, and she's pointing to Will here, not referencing a timeline. So just keep that in mind. She's very referential with her gestures when she's telling the truth about stuff. And she's talking about having to go deep. I want you to really process this. She's talking about having to go deep to understand why people thought the things they did. And how did they think this? How did they all think this? And then winds up at people just defaulting to blaming women. And I think she ignored the fact that she was almost a decade of false narratives deliberately being played out that she participated in and also allowed to happen in her own words, saying a lot of this stuff. But she had to dig deep to understand it. I don't understand how that's possible.
One of those tape replays.
And obviously you didn't want what happened to happen. Like, I think that just clarifying that. I know that. I'm just clarifying it.
Of course. It wasn't like I looked at Will and said, you know.
I know, and that's the kind of, those are the kind of moments of context that I think are lost sometimes.
Listen, there was an aspect of that I was as shocked as anyone, because Will and I hadn't been referring to each other as husband and wife since 2016. I was like, wife? Mm-hmm. Me? Mm-hmm. That's right. I am. I'm okay. That's right. I am your wife. And that kicked in. I'm like, yep, here we are. In that moment that did happen, I was like, we came together, we're leaving together. You know, that part of me that put everything else aside and was like, this is going to be something. I need to make sure Will's okay. We're going to get through this. I had no idea that was none whatsoever. And I came as family. I actually didn't go to the Oscars as Will's wife. And I know for people that's weird, but what was going on behind the scenes, Will and I had been like, we weren't living as husband and wife since 2016. I was happy he asked me to go. I was happy he wanted to share that moment with me still. And I was going to be by his side. And I think also people weren't really aware of the journey that had taken place after emancipation, as far as Will's concerned.
Totally.
It was a really difficult movie. And afterwards, he decided to get into therapeutic settings, and he asked me to join him because a lot of stuff was coming up. A lot of stuff from his past, childhood stuff. I think people didn't understand that there was a history there between he and Chris as well. So there was a lot of context that people just didn't have.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm going to tell you something else. I understand why people thought it was me. I understand why people blame me. I don't think it's right, but I understand, you know, considering the narratives that were out there that I was part of. I have to take responsibility for that. And I talk about that in the book. You know, me being the adulterous wife that had, you know, pushed Will to his limit. I get it. So I couldn't even take any of it personally. And I had to put myself in the shoes of the audience and go, if I was looking at this, what would I say? I probably would have said the same thing. And then that made me really look at like, oh man, like culturally, we're always blaming women. Like I had to really go deep into that. Why do we do that?
So Jada, one of the things that you mentioned was that you went to the Oscars as family, but not as a wife.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, how do you define the status of your relationship now? And what is it like?
You know, right now, of course, it's been an intense 2 years, and we've really been doing some deep healing together. And that's why I was saying before the idea of how just really disruptive situations can amplify love in a certain manner, because it kind of forces you to have to dive a little deeper. That's what we've been doing. We've just been growing together and see what happens then. See what grows from there, you know? But like I said in the book, it's like we have this beautiful friendship and we really look at our marriage as being the cornerstone of family. We're both kind of coming up with different definitions of what marriage means for us. We're still figuring all of that out. Yeah, but the beautiful part is that there's been some really deep healing going on. Yeah. I mean, you know,
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just going to start with one line. Different definitions of marriage. And I'm going to tell you that that's how you end up on this show. You have different definitions of marriage, and somebody ends up in a house fire and the other person's being analyzed by the four of us. That's how stuff happens. You can pretend all you want that you can have those two things aligned. Just be cautious how you think when you get in that situation. When he first starts talking about family, not wife, watch her. This is the first real discomfort I see in her. She shuffles, she bobbles in the chair and her feet move, and then she lip grooms. And that's probably just so that she will be more attractive in the video. Don't know. But then she changes voice tone and goes to herself and there's contempt at an intense 2 years just before she moves to that deep healing. And then she talks about something about you can't walk away. You can. This doesn't force you to do anything. And people end up sometimes, one of the people is thinking they're doing some good for the other and the other isn't. As she says, that deep healing, and she's showing her hands up about deep healing, she's doing that T-Rex thing we talk about all the time. Her elbows are welded to her sides and her hands are moving. That's not openness. That's feigned openness. This doesn't feel good. This doesn't feel like I'm getting good things coming out of this. Whatever deep healing is for her may not be deep healing for the other guy. It may be something else. And she may be keenly aware of that. Not sure. Could be a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of uncertainty, some discomfort, and lack of transparency as she raises her hands this way.
So look, I think none of us are saying that you can't have a different definition of marriage than the one that the priest had when they married you, or the one that the law office had when they. But if you want to be in a partnership, you're going to have something of the same definition. For 3.5 years, almost 4 years, we've made this show. And I would suggest the reason we manage to make it week after week is we have a very similar definition of what the show is, a very similar value system, if not the exact same value system, which means we start displaying all the same kind of behaviors. But if one of us had a whole different definition of the show and a different value system, you'd see them doing very different behaviors. And you'd be like, well, this isn't going to work. So in some kind of partnership, you have to have similar definitions. So to your point, Greg, I couldn't agree more. It's okay to have a different definition of marriage, but the two people in the marriage will need to have something of that different definition, which they live by. And it seems that seems to be the problem. Now, what's the state of the relationship is the question. She comes up with nebulous concepts, which I think is just chaff, Greg, which is deep healing together and growing together. So it's about depth. It's about growth. The question is what's the status of the relationship? Which for me is like, what's going on? What's going on? So I think this is a good interview in that this person is getting her talking and she's talking in a certain way that I think she's enjoying. And it means we've got a lot of grist for the mill here in terms of what we do, but we don't have any very defined answers for really understanding what does her daily life look like. If it were me interviewing, I might start with that question, what's the status of the relationship? But I wouldn't let deep healing together and growing together. I wouldn't be nodding my head. I mean, I might be nodding my head and go, yeah, exactly. What's a day actually look like? What happens in a day would be my question. When you have a conversation with Will, what happens? Yeah. And if she said, well, a lot of deep healing, I would go, yeah, I get that. I get that. That's really good. But give me some of the words that you say. How would you start talking? What might Will say in return to that? Where, just basic stuff. Where did you see each other? When did you last see each other? And where? And what did you say? And what happened? These basic fundamental things, these are not the questions that are getting asked. And so, she is getting away with, I would say, nebulous ideas and read the book, which is the real issue here, because it did open at quite a high rank, but has now dropped, I think, to about a 44, which is it needs, buy the book, because she needs to sell that book. If you do anything today, buy the book and have a read, because she really needs you to buy that book, Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, this is a perfect example, Mark, to your point of someone pretending to be public about a relationship. Pretending to be public. If you started asking me questions about my relationship, I would say, I think it's adorable that you think you're entitled to that information. I think it's just adorable. And then I would tell you to piss off. But when somebody's pretending to be transparent, they're still not revealing anything, and it's still behind closed doors, but they're pretending like there's an open door there. And count in this video, how many times does she mention Will's name? And let me walk you through what she mentions here. And I'll do it, I think, word for word. I think disruptive situations can amplify love in a certain manner. Okay. See what does that mean to you? Here's another one. We've just been growing together. See what grows from there, Like I said in the book, we have this friendship and we look at our marriage as being the cornerstone of family. We're both coming up with kind of different definitions of what marriage means. There's been some really deep healing going on. I mean, that's the core of what was said here, what information was conveyed. So to analyze any behavior here would require some information, something tangible to associate the behavior with. only one mention of something tangible here, and it was about disruptive situations where there was some emotional, downright eye accessing. And even then, there's nothing mentioned there at all. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, out of all the videos that we've seen, she moves the least in this one. She's leaned way back as she talks about the new ways they're defining their marriage and what it is for them. And she's quiet and very still. And her illustrating is at this point where you use your hands and it's your brain emphasizing specific words and phrases. Those things have dropped to zero until she starts talking about Will again. And she starts using words like healing and family and growing. That we'll see him there as well. Things that excited, then we'll see him light up a little bit, then they calm back down. And this suggests to me anyway, that she wants to give the impression she's got it all under control. I don't think she does. And then after she says, and see what grows from there, the smile immediately disappears right after that. We've talked about this in other videos. We've seen the Amber Heard thing where she's smiling, then it goes away. That lets us know she's acting or this is put on, because that's not a true emotion. Expressions, when you go from one to another one, they sort of blend into each other as you go along. They fade, smiles fade. And fake doesn't last. Fake expressions, they go away really quick. If you're smiling and it goes away quickly, that lets you know that person, that wasn't real for whatever reason. It may not be that they're being deceptive or whatever. They just may be doing that to make you feel better or make somebody else feel better for whatever reason. And the editing here leaves so much out. Every cut has something edited out of it. So watch really, really closely at these shots as they change from the straight angle, that they're static cameras, so one angle to the next angle. Watch the changes in her seating position, where her arms or her hands are, what her face is doing. Watch those from cut to cut, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It may have been to make the whole thing shorter. She may have just been blathering on for a long time, or she may have gotten too serious about something, or she may have, talked too in depth about something that isn't very interesting. Maybe that's why it was cut out. But I don't think we're getting the entire shot of her here. Or they may be editing it so it makes her look better. I don't know. I don't think they do it so it make her look worse.
One of those tape replays.
So Jada, one of the things that you mentioned was that you went to the Oscars as family, but not as a wife.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, how do you define the status of your relationship now? And what is it like?
Right now, of course, it's been an intense 2 years, and we've really been doing some deep healing together. And that's why I was saying before, the idea of how just really disruptive situations can amplify love in a certain manner, because it kind of forces you to have to dive a little deeper. That's what we've been doing. We've just been growing together and see what happens then. See what grows from there, But like I said in the book, it's like we have this beautiful friendship, and we really look at our marriage as being the cornerstone of family. We're both kind of coming up with different definitions of what marriage means for us. We're still figuring all of that out. Yeah, but the beautiful part is that there's been some really deep healing going on. Yeah.
You've both talked about how you feel like you're a mirror for each other.
Yeah.
And when I've spoken to Will as well, it's like he feels like you're the person who knows him to his core.
Absolutely.
And he knows you to your core. Like, everything that potentially there is to know about each other.
Everything.
And you're obviously still learning.
Yeah.
What's really interesting about that is some people would say, well, why not just get divorced?
Yeah. Everybody's always like, why don't you just get divorced?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's like quitting. I don't think there's any person that could embrace the best and the worst of me and be willing to hold space in the way that Will holds space for me, in the way that I hold space for him. And I know that most people probably go into their relationship as like, you are here to please me. And Yeah, our relationship isn't quite that. It's like, it's more about there's no greater mirror I could have than Will. I can't get around myself, just like he can't get around himself with me. And I think that that's just been what this has been all about. Like, it's been a deep clearing, like really having to look at yourself in ways in that mirror that, sure, we talk about this all the time. Would it be easier to go and find somebody else and have a more pleasing, more comfortable relationship? Maybe. But would that get me to the person that I really want to be? I don't think so. And I'm not saying that everybody's relationship is supposed to be that. I'm not here to say that. I'm just saying that that's what my relationship is. That's something I desire to get to a deeper part, a more spiritually sound, emotionally sound, and really understand love unconditionally. And the thing that I've learned about unconditional love, you can't really understand what unconditional love in ideal circumstances. To really get to what it is to love yourself and someone else completely with all that's divine, all that's human, all that's perfect, and all that is deeply flawed, and have full acceptance for it all. I tell you, this is, marriage is not for the faint at heart. It's just not. And it is definitely, I believe, different people get married for different reasons. So I'm not trying to say why anybody else should be married. But for me, the holy path of getting to a divine aspect of myself in partnership with Will. And it seems like Will wants the same for himself. And it's taken us, we got together at what? I was 23. Okay? 23 when I first decided to commit myself to Willard Carroll Smith. Lord Jesus.
So young.
So young. We were babies trying to figure this out. And you know what's interesting about young relationships? You create these young patterns that get so, like these really young, immature patterns in yourself and how you relate to your partner. And then you create these dynamics between one another that it takes a while to like really be willing to look at that stuff and dissolve it and let it go and mature and grow. It takes some real like self-inventory, patience, courage, right? Because you're breaking down everything, all your romantic ideas, everything you thought, relationship or marriage, all your romantic fantasies, just, blow up in flames. But it's really been freeing. It's really been freeing to see what's more true, right? I'm not saying that I know the truth yet. I just feel like I'm seeing more of what's true, as regards to what love and partnership is about. Because I was definitely one of those people that's like, you're here to make me happy. And when you don't do it, that's a problem.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'm just going to hit a few things. Everybody says get a divorce. I thought nobody knew you were living apart. Nobody. It's just us, clearly. That's number one. And maybe there are other people, and she's just using that word broadly. This is another 180 to her story, though, because she acts like they're together. I mean, nobody knows. I'm still learning. We're doing this. That's weird to me that she's suddenly done a 180, like they're living together and that they're every day working on this thing or that thing. Candidly, I think she's more about feelings than she is about facts. And I think that's what we're seeing. She feels like this. She feels like they're connected. And that makes it a tough discussion when you're talking to somebody who does that. She also adds the word clearing. Clearing. This is clearing. That's very specific language to a very specific religion. So here's yet another decorator crab of religion, or a low country boil of religion. We're getting together. Not there's anything wrong with creating your own religion. Clearly, people have made a ton of money doing it in the past, but that's what it is, and it's pulling together. She talks about I desire. She doesn't talk about will one time. She says, I desire in this situation. Well, if I have a very different opinion than you do about what marriage is, and I want to keep you in it because it's going to make me clear and better, that doesn't sound like a very healthy relationship from my angle. Everybody has to figure out their own relationship and how all that works. All I would say is, in the approach of saying these words, you have to be careful that you're not perceived as being some kind of a monster. And I think people tore her to pieces in our last chat, in our last live, our live debut or our live premiere. People were tearing her to pieces because they have this perception of her as some kind of a monster. So you have to be really careful when you're using language this way, that I desire, he has a different opinion, and we can't separate and. We're back to, Scott, something you just said. You're kind of a marriage hostage, not necessarily a partner. Okay, Mark, what do you got?
Look, I think it's helpful to have something of a mirror out there, though it's confusing as to what a mirror to yourself would ever be, because of course, you are it. I mean, you're doing the final perception. So everything out there is basically a mirror of you. And I would be concerned, especially within Hollywood or any entertainment world, that the mirror is not a fairground mirror, a very distorted mirror. So there's a bit of an irony there about this external world. She looks to this external world as the most important reflection of her. Divorce is quitting, she says. I think that again speaks, Chase, to your sunk cost fallacy idea. Divorce is quitting. Well, is it more like, in fact, that she won't change mirrors? Because some people would say, yeah, you've probably had it with that mirror. Change the mirror. Yeah, but this mirror knows me best. It's rather like with a therapist when you won't change therapists. It's like, but we've done all this work and they know so much about me. And it's like, no, it's not working. Like, go find another one and start again. I know it's hard, but start again. It isn't working for you. Exactly the same, Greg. Deep clearing, in fact. Deep clearing is going on there. Look, it seems to me from what she's saying, and I haven't really talked much about body language throughout this, because it's very interesting what she says. It seems to me that will, for her, is a tool for the holy path of finding the divine aspect of herself. He's one of the things she's having to use, or she's going to use, in order to come out of this journey that she's on of finding the divine in her. Look, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. My opinion is I wouldn't want to be Will in that situation, unless I'd really signed up for this at the start and gone, I will do that for you. I will be the fairground mirror that will show you the reflection of you walking along this path to your divine self. I hope for her she gets that divine self that she's looking for. And, I'll buy the book when that one comes out, maybe, because that could be interesting. Chase, what do you got?
This is like if you asked ChatGPT to come up with generic words to randomly talk about marriage. That's kind of what this video is. There's no reference to her flaws, only Will's. And there's all these rumors about her being controlling, about Will being controlled and subordinated, about her being almost domineering over him. Where is the denial? Where is one sentence that really denies this or gives Will some agency, some credit, some respect to him, except saying he's human, which is kind of the only message we got about Will here throughout these videos. That's all I got. Scott?
All right, here's where it gets a little bit strange for me. She lives the life of a divorced person. However, she doesn't want to get divorced. So I thought that was interesting. And after she says, he holds a space for me and I hold a space for him, she says, and there's a huge expression of contempt. And I think that expression is for the following sentence, where she talks about the people who think differently than she does about a relationship and marriage. And then she laughs about that, like her version of marriage is the one, and can't believe how everybody else doesn't see that, which makes sense because she's been reading all these books. And it makes a lot of sense to her what she's thinking or what she's figured out at this point. And then what she goes on to describe sounds like almost like she's holding him hostage by staying married. Like she doesn't want to do things that come with marriage. She doesn't want to hang out with him every night. She doesn't want to eat with him every night. She doesn't want to watch videos with him every night. She doesn't want to do any of this stuff. She wants to live in her own place. She wants him to live in his place, but she still wants that connection of marriage. It sounds like she's almost holding him hostage as being married. Whatever situation they have going on sounds like it's really odd. And maybe it's some religious thing we haven't found out about yet, or she hasn't told the world about yet, that won't let him get divorced. Maybe it's something like that. But it sounds like she's holding on to him and he can't get away, almost like a hostage situation.
One of those tape replays.
You've both talked about how you feel like you're a mirror for each other.
Yeah.
And when I've spoken to Will as well, it's like he feels like you're the person who knows him to his core.
Absolutely.
And he knows you to your core. Like, you know everything that potentially there is to know about each other.
Everything.
And you're obviously still learning.
Yeah.
What's really interesting about that is some people would say, well, why not just get divorced?
Yeah. Everybody's always like, why don't you just get divorced?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's like quitting. I don't think there's any person that could embrace the best and the worst of me and be willing to hold space in the way that Will holds space for me and the way that I hold space for him. And I know that most people probably go into their relationship as like, you are here to please me. And yeah, our relationship isn't quite that. It's like, it's more about, there's no greater mirror I could have than Will. I can't get around myself, just like he can't get around himself with me. And I think that that's just been what this has been all about. Like, it's been a deep clearing, like really having to look at yourself in ways in that mirror that, sure, we talk about this all the time. Would it be easier to go and find somebody else and have a more pleasing, more comfortable relationship? Maybe. But would that get me to the person that I really want to be? I don't think so. And I'm not saying that everybody's relationship is supposed to be that. I'm not here to say that. I'm just saying that that's what my relationship is. That's something I desire to get to a deeper part, a more spiritually sound, emotionally sound, and really understand love unconditionally. And the thing that I've learned about unconditional love, you can't really understand what unconditional love in ideal circumstances. To really get to what it is to love yourself and someone else completely with all that's divine, all that's human, all that's perfect, and all that is deeply flawed, and have full acceptance for it all. I tell you, this is, marriage is not for the faint at heart. It's just not. And it is definitely, I believe, different people get married for different reasons. So I'm not trying to say why anybody else should be married. But for me, the holy path of getting to a divine aspect of myself in partnership with Will. And it seems like Will wants the same for himself. And it's taken us, we got together at what? I was 23. Okay? 23 when I first decided to commit myself to Willard Carroll Smith. Lord Jesus.
So young.
so young. We were babies trying to figure this out. And you know what's interesting about young relationships? You create these young patterns that get so, like these really young, immature patterns in yourself and how you relate to your partner. And then you create these dynamics between one another that it takes a while to like really be willing to look at that stuff and dissolve it and let it go and mature and grow. It takes some real like self-inventory, patience, courage, right? Because you're breaking down everything, all your romantic ideas, everything you thought, you know, relationship or marriage, all your romantic fantasies, you know, just, you know, blow up in flames. But it's really been freeing. It's really been freeing to see what's more true, right? I'm not saying that I know the truth yet. I just feel like I'm seeing more of what's true, you know, as regards to what love and partnership is about. Because I was definitely one of those people that's like, you're here to make me happy. And when you don't do it, that's a problem.
Just one more thing.
All right, Mark, what have you seen so far up to this point?
Look, I'm maybe a little old-fashioned. When I hear an interview with somebody, I usually like, you know, a few facts. I like to hear some feelings. And I like to hear a bit of conceptual stuff as well. I like the full meal, the full dinner. I hear a lot of conceptual stuff here. I hear a little bit of feelings, but they tend to get chunked up more for me in concepts. And I hear very little factual detail, if any, really. And so the more I listen to Jada, the more confused I get. And I don't think that's because of my intelligence level or not really being able to, you know, understand the layers, or even that I haven't read the book. Though some of this does really convince me that I should go out and buy the book so that I really can understand every potential, you know, context for this and understand it so much better, you know, what is going on here. But I get left, I would say, a little bit hollow by it. And maybe there's an irony in that I get left hollow. Chase, what do you got?
I can already hear like some people are going to say like, well, they did this for their kids. And why didn't you talk about them doing this for their kids? You know why we didn't talk about that? Because they didn't say it. And this is artificial transparency. This shows a consistent use of vague and evasive language, suggesting that there's a whole book you can go buy, but there's also an effort on her part to appear profound, while I think avoiding anything of real substance. And we're seeing just repeated needs for validation with this right and all of this stuff, which I think might go to her personal psychology. And I think Jada positions herself as a passive recipient of external events, avoiding a lot of responsibility. And when it comes to the mention of healing, what needs to heal? Wounds need to heal. And the way she refers to healing as being in progress would suggest that none of the wounds have healed yet. Some people talk about their wounds, which should have turned into scars a long time ago. So be careful around those people, especially old-fashioned kind of people like Mark who just want to hear facts and real things in a conversation. That's weird. Greg?
Mark, take one for the team, read the book, tell me what's in it. Not interested.
Yeah. You got it.
I've had enough. Like I said, 2.5 hours of this. I might go slap Chris Rock for Will Smith. It was just too much for me. A lot of feelings, a lot of, and you said it probably better, a lot of ideas, concepts about feelings, not real feelings. Hey, I felt this way. He did this. He did that. My guess is deep buried in all of this, if we were to get their therapist to talk, is they have some egregious problem between them way back when that caused all this abrupt changes. But that coming together and going, we all know that the more cloistered you are, the more likely your ideas are to become strange. Every one of you, there was a pandemic. You're living at home, having very little interaction with people other than 2 or 3. Think about what that did to your psyche in that short period of time. Now, plug yourself into an environment where you are sequestered because of the nature of their life. And if you don't take some kind of input, then you start getting very navel-gazing kind of mindset ideas. And when you come out and tell them to the public, they'll seem really outlandish and really off. So you have to be very careful how you approach this. And doing this therapy talk with a person where we can all listen to her might reinforce the beliefs that other people had. And it might not be true. It might be that Will Smith did something horrific and she's angry and she's holding vengeful thought to him. It might be that she's trying to make the best of things. We will never know that. We can only say what we see. Scott, what do you got?
I'm with Mark. The sesquipedalian prose of Jada Pinkett Smith has left me hollow. I don't have that stuff. Just there's nothing there. There's a fellow named Stephen Bishop. And one time he said, I feel so miserable without you. It's almost like you're here. And I would surmise, I would believe that's probably the way Will thinks when he sees things like this or when he hears what's happened. Gosh, this is so negative. But
I don't think she's probably not a horrible person. I don't think she is. But I think she is.
Chase, I think if she were not saying all this stuff, you probably would like her in the conversation. She's probably a nice woman. You enjoy talking to her, and she's not doing herself any favors is the problem. The more you spill your psyche and you play that card, I mean, you hit it early on, that should be a roll. Should be a roll.
Sorry, Scott, I interrupted you.
No, it's totally cool. No, I was finished anyway. But I did hear, from a person who dealt with her, said she was the sweetest person in the world and so nice and so he couldn't go on enough about her. So he said she was really wonderful. So I'm more apt to believe the guy and think she's probably wonderful. And this is probably just something she's doing as her persona to,
and that's possible, sure,
protect herself or to be the person she wants everybody to see. So, all right, fellas, thanks for another good one, and we'll see you next time. Today's episode contains some graphic topics, so I've taken out as many of the graphic words as I possibly can, the foul language, but you won't have any problems figuring out what's going on. All right, here we go. Today we're going to talk about Brother Bilal. We're going to break down his body language and tell you what we think about it. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, so this was from an interview with Tasha K, and this is Brother Bilal apparently has known Will Smith for 38 years, most of that being his friend, and he's got a lot of kind of explosive things to say about Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith, and this video went on for a long time, and there's a lot of language in here that we're going to clean up, so get ready for some missing words.
So it was Will the one that stepped out of his marriage. What Jada didn't really have to do anything. But be herself.
Yeah, I mean, they were already going through it because there were some alleged things that said that, Cherie caught Will in bed with Benny Medina. So who? Yeah, Benny Medina. Benny Medina is who the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is based off, and he's a big talent manager. He had J-Lo, Puffy, a bunch of other. He had Will at one point, and he's a known homosexual as well. And he presents that. So, yeah.
Did you ever talk to Cherie about that to get confirmation?
Well, I didn't need confirmation because I saw the interaction between Will and Benny Medina. So it's a funny.
What was their interaction?
So this is crazy. So now here's the scene. I'm coming from Philly, the streets of Philly, but I'm coming back and forth to Los Angeles, right? Okay. So their entertainment culture is different.
Talking, yeah. I know you don't drink.
No.
I'm gonna drink for you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And so I'm hanging out at the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, as I do when I go out there, and I'm in Will's dressing room. There's a bunch of guys from Philly or whatever the case may be, and Benny Medina hollers down the hall, Will, I'm going to come see you in a minute. So, so he comes up there in a few minutes and he pokes his lips out like he's going to kiss Will, right? And I'm like, oh, man, I got to beat the shit out of this dude. Do we pack him? Like, all right, well, I'll just wait because I'm, I don't know this culture, right? And Will kissed this guy on the lips.
In front of you?
In front of everybody. Nobody does nothing. And I'm like, no, I'm just thinking, I'm like a deer with the headlights. I'm like, did y'all just see that? And where I'm from, that's not common. Maybe out in California it is. So it's a cultural
And Ben, he white, right?
I know. Benny Medina's black, but he's a very light, fair skinned.
Okay, I always thought he was white.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Benny Medina is definitely.
And so you saw him with your own eyes?
With my own eyes.
Was it a pucker?
Yeah, of course. It was a kiss. I wasn't with no long romantic movie kiss, but he kissed that man. And I'm like, nobody. Now, this is before I worked with Will.
Okay. You were just coming back and forth.
I was coming back. Will.
He was married to his first wife.
Cherie, but talking to Jada. But at this time, it's like it's just weird. It's hard. It's hard to explain. But now with the knowledge and information I have, because what I did in the book was to pull more research was I hired two.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So he starts off with some great illustrators moving his hands. We say that Vray says the more larger and better your illustrators, and by that we mean the way your body punctuates your thoughts, then the more likely you're telling the truth. Look at him when he says back and forth. He's illustrating, or Chase, you'll talk about body narration, but this illustrator is narrating his story. His eyes enlarged when he's asked, watch his eyes blow up, when he's asked about Will and this guy, Bedina. And we'll see this. You expect there's something shocking, your eyes blow up and look oversized because you got some residual emotion. Now, if we don't see that, then we wonder why. We'll see as we play through these videos what that means. His elbows are up and away from his body when he's describing the setup about when this happened. His body illustration is effeminate when he's talking about Bedina. That all fits his story. It's really good illustration. There's a bunching of his brow, or a furrowing of his brow when he kissed a man that appears to show some emotion that he would have. So all residual again. Thumbs and fingers are extended and away from each other. That's a good indicator that he's got confidence in his story. And then he's adapting as he talked about how hard it is to understand. But then he comes back out to open when he says, I need to do more research. So right out of the gate, for me, this is believable that he saw Will Smith kiss a guy. Does that mean he had a homosexual affair? Don't know. But I don't understand the situation. Don't know anything about that. But I think this guy's telling us what he believes he saw. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So having been an actor all over the world, I've kissed a lot of guys, and it's very normal. It's very, very ordinary. That's the way it is. That's actors. That's the way we can be sometimes. But from Greg's description there, there's a lot of movement in there. There's a lot of descriptors in there. Sounds pretty good. But then for me, the hands come together in this steepling motion. This is a gesture that has to be learned. It has to be one that you put on purpose. When was the time ever that you looked at, a child growing up and you went, oh my God, they've started to steeple already. They're doing it. Look, they've developed steepling. It's not a gesture that anybody develops at all. It's put on. So, to your point, Greg, yeah, absolutely. There is some veracity, I think, in him saying he saw in Hollywood a guy kiss a guy. Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen every day, whether they're homosexual or not homosexual. That's going to happen in Hollywood. Odd place. And we'll get more into that as we go along. But why does he need this throughout much of the telling? And we're not going to see this disappear a great deal. Why is he locked down into this? That's my question.
When you've got a YouTube show, you kind of get used to people knowing information about you. In fact, if I Google my own name, lots of information comes up about me, but that's information that I'd like you to see. Also, information might come up that I don't want you to see. And so that's what I want to talk to you about, and our sponsor, Aura. You see, data brokers are really happy to sell your private information to robocallers, to spammers, and all kinds of other people who will steal or hijack your identity in some way. Aura can identify data brokers exposing your info and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Now, brokers are legally required to remove your info if you ask them to, but they make it incredibly hard for you to do that. So here's the key. You can let Aura handle it for you. And you can try Aura free by using our special behavior panel link. But Aura also does so much more than protecting you from the online threats that you can't see. It's really easy to set up, so you don't have to download several different apps to get things like parental controls, antivirus, VPN, password management, identity theft insurance, and more. You get everything at one affordable price. So let Aura handle all of your online security for you and your family, so you can get on with the things that you enjoy with a lot of peace of mind. Here's an opportunity to stop people profiting from your private information. Go to aura.com/TBP to start your 2-week free trial, also in the link below. Click on it, go take a look.
Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right, this is the most shocking thing we've heard so far about Will since the big slap happened a couple of years ago, which makes this a pretty big deal. When I hear something like this, it reminds me of a UFO story or a Bigfoot story because it sounds so outlandish. It sounds impossible. It sounds like, right out of the gate, you're like, what? And you can even tell it's affecting Tasha K the same way. She's like, I can hardly believe this because it sounds so big. But sometimes these things are so detailed when they're not true that you actually see the minutia of things happening. I know this guy says he was there and all that, but the sincerity and the vigor that this thing was delivered with, that sort of gives me a heads up about that something might not be right here with what he's talking about. So let's talk about his behavior. Overall, his body language is open. His illustrators are on point, and they're timed well. And his voice is strong. His cadence is fairly solid. His tone is good. Everything sounds the way it should sound. His blink rate's fairly solid. And he adapts with that little touch to his face, but his leg keeps going up and down. So he's doing some adapting in there. He's moving around a little bit. And those are stress cues, especially when the part about Benny Medina comes up. That's when we start seeing all those things really start happening the most. So what's interesting to me here is that barrier ring of his hands in front of him. He's sort of, everything stays low at this point. It changes in the next video or so. But his hands are almost locked down to the table. They move a little bit, but this part of his forearm is almost stuck to the table. That gives me pause as well. So quite often when you see someone with their fingers together like this, that lets us know that they're probably not as confident as they should be with whatever they're telling us, if it was something that was true, or they're trying to get some information across that's important, or something we should trust. Because the more space you have between your fingers, the more confidence you usually have. That's the way we see it. So I'm seeing a few little cues here that are showing stress and not much confidence as he's saying this, especially with that barrier sitting there in front of him as well. So that's 2 in 1 there, a barrier, and his fingers aren't very far apart at all. They're sort of stuck together. And when he tells that story, his voice volume starts getting pretty low when he starts getting into the story part of it. And so his tone gets a little bit soft as well. And he's not moving a whole lot at this point from anywhere, from his torso and the parts we can see. I wish we could see more under the table, but there's a lot of close up on him, which is good too, because we can see his facial expressions and look for little cues that'll tell us if something's up or not. So if you find yourself in a situation where you're hearing a story for the first time and it sounds like a UFO story or a Bigfoot story or something that sounds really impossible, look for these little cues we're talking about on here, and that might give you a heads up as to what's actually happening. So the key is observation, especially in this one, because it gets iffy up in here. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. And I think this looks decent so far. We have some baseline stuff, maybe baseline, maybe it's not baseline. So it's going to be interesting to find out. Mark, I've got a baby that's going to be born in about 6 weeks. And when she is, if she does the gesture, you agree, we'll do a YouTube video about it.
Totally. Get I want that moment captured. I want it.
So this guy is, if you're at all like me, then you need like a 10-second rundown of what the hell we're looking at. This guy's apparently Will Smith's former friend and assistant. He's on this podcast, and it's about to get pretty thick with some celebrity trash talking and some gossip stuff. And the Smiths have publicly denied all these claims. They made a statement that they're taking legal action against what they say are these malicious and false statements. This video has every single hallmark of sensationalism and just a campaign with a very clear goal of harm and malice here. But one thing I want you to write down right now, if you're taking notes during this episode, I want you to write down 3 words. Keep referring back to these as you listen closer and closer to the videos coming up. So social belonging and status or status. Those 3 words, because they are going to be interwoven through every video that we watch tonight. There's use of uncorroborated information here, the alleged things, to start casting doubt on Will. Then there's cultural and personal bias, and he's saying coming from Philly, the streets of Philly, could be an attempt to frame that behavior as abnormal, unacceptable, to help us start seeing it as more suspicious. There's a lack of direct evidence. He admits to not confirming some of the claims. He says, like, well, I didn't need confirmation because, I saw the interaction and all that, and bases his conclusions on personal interpretations of an observed behavior here, and then goes on a podcast to say that it's fact. So might be suggestive of a smear campaign, as it relies heavily here, just in this video, on subjective interpretations instead of facts. The storytelling style with details like, I'm going to beat the crap out of this person, these dramatic responses, is designed to engage and shock the listener. That's why you hear a lot of these vocal changes, in my opinion, and it's a sensationalist approach, and it's used in smear campaigns. It's also used in places where people are trying to sell a book. So he focuses on some very specific incidents and perceptions without providing any context. No context means there's a narrative. When you don't hear background and context and reasons, there's a narrative. Every detail is to achieve one goal. And I'll wrap this up here. If you listen to anyone speaking, anybody, for a minute or two, and just use this one question to hear what they're saying, all you have to ask is, what do they want to happen in my head with the language that they're using? Or to phrase it a different way, how does this person want me to internally react to what they're saying based on how they're talking right now? That's all I got.
Point out one thing: culture matters, and street culture matters into how people communicate and all that. We all understand that. What we're looking for are deviations from what this guy's normally doing. And Chase, I think it's a good call out there, because that culture is different from my culture and your culture and all that. But at the same time, it has some rules and some commonality that you look for deviations in.
One of those tape replays.
So it was Will the one that stepped out of his marriage. What Jada didn't really have to do anything. But be herself.
Yeah, I mean, they were already going through it because there were some alleged things that said that, Cherie caught Will in bed with Benny Medina. So who? Yeah, Benny Medina. Benny Medina is who the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is based off, and he's a big talent manager. He had J-Lo, Puffy, a bunch of other. He had Will at one point, and he's a known homosexual as well. And he presents that. So, yeah.
Did you ever talk to Cherie about that to get confirmation?
Well, I didn't need confirmation because I saw the interaction between Will and Benny Medina. So it's a funny.
What was their interaction?
So this is crazy. So now here's the scene. I'm coming from Philly, the streets of Philly, but I'm coming back and forth to Los Angeles, right? Okay. So their that entertainment culture is different.
Talking, yeah. I know you don't drink.
No. I'm
gonna drink for you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And so I'm hanging out at the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, as I do when I go out there, and I'm in Will's dressing room. There's a bunch of guys from Philly or whatever the case may be, and Benny Medina hollers down the hall, Will, I'm going to come see you in a minute. So, so he comes up there in a few minutes and he pokes his lips out like he's going to kiss Will, right? And I'm like, oh, man, I got to beat the shit out of this dude. Do we pack him? Like, all right, well, I'll just wait because I'm, I don't know this culture, right? And Will kissed this guy on the lips.
In front of you?
In front of everybody. Nobody does nothing. And I'm like, No, I'm just thinking, I'm like a deer with the headlights. I'm like, did y'all just see that? And where I'm from, that's not common. Maybe out in California it is. So it's a cultural.
And Ben, he white, right?
I know. Benny Medina's black, but he's a very light, fair skinned.
Okay, I always thought he was white.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Benny Medina is definitely.
And so you saw him with your own eyes?
With my own eyes.
Was it a pucker?
Yeah, of course. It was a kiss. I wasn't with no long romantic movie kiss, but he kissed that man. And I'm like, nobody. Now, this is before I worked with Will.
Okay. You were just coming back and forth.
I was coming back. Will.
He was married to his first wife.
Cherie, but talking to Jada. But at this time, it's like it's just weird. It's hard. It's hard to explain. But now with the knowledge and information I have, because what I did in the book was to pull more research was I hired two private investigator firms. Right? Okay. To find out a lot of the allegations that were made towards people in Will's circle. Okay. Right? And as we get into the interview, I'll start to give you real examples right, of how that goes. But seeing that, I said, wow. And I just didn't know how to take it coming from Philly and seeing something like that. But with my knowledge of now over having 30 years in the business, it's like, okay, this is the grooming. This is how the grooming starts. I didn't know that back then. But now, having spent decades in LA, I'm like, yo, they was grooming him all this time. So after that becomes 6 degrees of separation. And we can get into that a little bit. Will plays a gay guy, but you got to look at how Will prepared for the movie. So he admits to watching a lot of gay to learn how to kiss a man, to learn feminine attributes, right? So I find that bizarre. They flew him out to Europe to watch live shows, right? And I'm like, yo, this, like, I'm from Philly, so I'm just like, this is he's going in. He's, in his mind, he has to know how a gay man interacts with people, talking, mannerisms, getting ready for a love scene with another man. I'm like, why are you, in my mind, I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, why, you have a successful TV show. Why go to playing a gay man? And why go to the extremes? Because anybody know Will, when he puts his mind to something, every character, he goes in solid. You watching gay, you're going to live shows.
That means he had to get aroused by watching that.
That's what. And we end up finding that became, I believe that became his addiction to men. That was the addiction to men because he was in a safe environment, right? And they made that environment safe for him. So whoever he was, he could now become. And that created a monster.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. Okay. So we've got this steepling going on. Sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's here. But also what we're getting is a self-soothing in the median nerve here. Which is connected right up your arm. Sometimes if you've got a headache, if you kind of press into there, you can fix your headache. It's quite an important nerve. So it's interesting that we're getting this self-soothing from him, repetitious finger movement in this area. That means there must be some big stress going on up here. I mean, maybe it's shoulder stress, maybe it's elbow stress, and maybe it's stress in his hand. But it could be a bit of a headache for him to put this story across. I mean, there could be all kinds of reasons. Maybe it's a really difficult, maybe it's a very difficult true story for him to tell, or maybe it's a very difficult false story for him to tell. Some vocal clicks in there. as well. That's interesting. We'll hear some further down the line as well. That for me often means stress. Look, might be stressful for him to be on a podcast, but then again, I mean, this is a guy who was, like the assistant to some big Hollywood stars, running around. He knows Hollywood really well. He knows entertainment. He hangs out with the stars. So I'm not sure what the big stress would be for him, sitting around a few bottles of wine upside down to say, well, we've sorted that one out. Let's have another. And I don't know what the stress would be about there. I mean, other than he's throwing his best friend under the bus. That's extraordinary. I got some of my best friends here. Don't do that to me. I mean, unless you really have to. I mean, unless you've got a book to sell. I mean, that might be. I mean, but otherwise, like, I really wouldn't like that. That would suggest to me you're not a best friend, really. So the narrative here that comes across is Hollywood groomed a gay man monster. Essentially, Hollywood groomed. So he wasn't gay before, but he got into doing 6 Degrees of Separation. That groomed him. Hollywood groomed him into being an absolute homosexual monster. So, Chase, to your point, that is utterly sensational. That is from the Blue Lagoon. That's the thing. So classic Hollywood. Then for this Hollywood insider, I'll leave it on this. This Hollywood insider can't work out why Will Smith would want to do the lead role in 6 Degrees of Separation. Just can't understand it. Why would Will Smith want to play this role of a homosexual male in 6 Degrees? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it was the biggest show on Broadway. It was the biggest show. It won so many Tonys. It won a whole bunch of awards when it was in London. They then decided to make a film of it. Stockard Channing was going to do it. Stockard Channing was set up for an Oscar on that. She didn't win the Oscar, but she was nominated. He was hoping he would be nominated and win an Oscar for it. That's why he does it. Does it for every reason that anybody does anything in Hollywood. They at that high level, they're hoping to win one of those prizes. Why not? Like, if you were offering me one, I'd take it. I wouldn't send it back. That'd be fantastic. But I don't quite understand why this Hollywood insider has zero idea why he would have taken that role, because it was a great role. He could have won an Oscar. He didn't that year, but he could have. Chase, what do you got on this one?
I'll tell you exactly why. Because he's from Philly, and he tells you over and over and over. And it seems to be some kind of code that he uses to remind people that he's tough and that he doesn't participate in these scenarios. And I think this is obvious to anybody, but it's a personal and precision attack on Will Smith's character. As for motive, there's not much I know about when it comes to this issue and this case and these people. And I personally find this kind of gossip type stuff disgusting to watch. And I'm repulsed just kind of going through some of these videos, to be very frank with you. The campaign is crafted pretty well, though. In this video, he's making all the character assassination while at the same time, and I think he does this unconsciously, using justification, rationalization, blame shedding, and projection to make it look like there's no obvious attack on Will, which he does a great job here in this video. The eyebrow flashes up are all at these sensational moments, and the other nonverbal behavior that you're going to see in this clip is around sensationalism with the deep-seated fear that he's going to accidentally be associated with some of the behavior here, if you know what I'm talking about. So he's desperately trying to distance himself from the homosexuality, saying where he's from dictates what kind of person he is. And keep in mind, the stakes are extremely important when it comes to indicators of deception being present. The lower the stakes are for the person talking, the less likely you are to see deception markers. So stakes are very important to raise when you're questioning somebody. And just as a PSA, some of the videos coming up are about celebrity gossip, and just to let you know, I will not participate in that. It's a conscious choice of mine. No one here has asked me to do that, but I want to set an example, I think, for more people than just my kids. And I think the gossip stuff is a little bit socially corrosive and has a tendency to make shame and judgment become a hobby for some people. So if you understand, I thank you for that. Scott, what do you got?
You don't get it, Chase. You're not. Good Lord. I know. And some of this stuff is so gossipy, man. It's just it's so gross. But anyway, so I'll build on what you were talking about. The more on whatever she replies to, he starts building on top of that. She'll say, so this happened? He'll go, yeah, and this and this and that. No matter what she says, he never says, no. What happened was this. He doesn't correct her. He says, yeah, that's what happened. This, and she goes, this is the worst thing ever. It's worse than that, man. Here, and makes it bigger and bigger and bigger. This is the first time we actually hear him getting in detail about the grooming of Will. So his illustrators are slowly becoming larger and larger and more prevalent. And the swallowing between words, that's what got my attention there, because that lets us know he's a little bit nervous. As he's coming on with confidence, he's beginning to look more confident at this point. And his enlarging illustrators and his voice tone, that says, for me, I'm selling something. Because when she asks questions, quite often, a couple times he explodes out into it, but he starts off slow. We watch it ramp up to this excitement he's got going on. But he waits till she's locked in as he starts doing that. Because she's doing a great job. It's because she's just listening. The more he talks, the more she just sits there and listens. And that's what you want in from our perspective in an interview. You want somebody just talking, just let him go and go and go. And the more he goes, for me personally, the worse this thing's sounding to him. So he starts down this path about how, what sounds to me like he's heard all this before through gossip. Not that I'm sure some of the things like with that kiss he was talking about earlier, maybe he probably saw that. But a lot of this stuff, when it comes to the gossip part, going back to what you were talking about, Chase, I'm with you, man. A lot of this stuff just sounds like gossip that he's blowing up and saying, I can take that, I'll take this, because everybody knows about that. It's almost ridiculous. But I also noticed he's agreeing with, and not only is he agreeing with and building on what she's saying, I think he might be creating a couple things outside of that as well. I could be wrong about that, but as it gets bigger and bigger, I think he's adding to that stuff that he hadn't thought about before, if that makes any sense. So let's also pay attention to how the times that he backs up. It's not a big deal. It's not a whole lot. He doesn't back up like that. But as he's talking, he gets up and he backs up just a little bit. That's one of the key things you look for. When I'm training entrepreneurs how to pitch, and they're going into venture capitalist or an angel investor or just investors who they're talking to, I make sure when they get asked a question about financials, they don't move back even the least bit, because if there's somebody like me in there watching them, then I'm going to say, you know what, they're not really confident with their answer, what they're talking about. Not they're lying, not they're not telling the truth, but they may, even though they're the financial person, they may not be the one that came up with that answer to your question. It's something they read and they're prepped for it, but they may not know it in depth. And it's important to know if the financial person you're talking about or talking to, asking questions to about, knows what they're talking about. They have to know the backstory. Where are the financials really going? So that's one of the key things you look for is when they back up a little bit. Doesn't mean they're being deceptive every time, or they're not even being deceptive. They're just not confident with what's happening there. Quite often you hear that phrase, where there's smoke, there's fire. I smell smoke. This is starting to smell like something's up here because he's too into it. And I agree with you again, Chase. As we go through these, there's a couple other parts where it looks like there's something going on where I don't know what the problem is, but he's mad about something. If indeed he is angry, which I think he's been over the anger part for so long, he's just started, I'll agree with there as well, what sounds like a smear campaign, because so far he's not corrected anything that she's asked or said. Granted, she's just repeating a lot of what he's saying, but at some point you can say, well, it's not that bad. It's more like this. Nope. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Greg, what do you got?
So let's talk about a few things. One, Chase, I agree with you. There's a whole lot of gossip in here. What I hope to do through this is where the gossip is to pin it down and say, that's gossip. Here's how you know. Because the holidays are on us, and you're going to get a chance to talk to a lot of people in the next few weeks, and you should be able to identify gossip versus truth. I think it's a great opportunity for that. The second one is you're going to run into exactly what this guy's doing right here This is conspiracy theory thinking. Exactly what he's doing. He's got no real facts. He's got secondhand information, but he's shopping it as fact. And if you don't believe that, pay attention to him. What I love is Tasha's face is so expressive. She's like, what? I love that whole furrowed brow and all those things. When he does that down, and Chase, you're going to hear him try to separate self from Will Smith with that Philly thing over and over and over. I agree. And he does throw Will Smith under the bus where he almost comes out and says, I believe he was always gay. He just got the chance to be who he was. I mean, he's trying to throw him under the bus at some case here, even if he's masking it. But when I say he's doing conspiracy theory, what conspiracy theory people will do is they'll fish and farm information to you to see how much you're willing to take. And, I've used this term before on the show. I don't know how many years it's been, but in the Army, there's something we call aiming stakes. And it means that when I'm in the dark, Chase, you never had to deal with this, because when you're in a dirt and you got guys on each side of you, you put stakes in the ground so you don't shoot in their area. This guy is taking the most extreme thing he thinks of, and watch him raise his brow and ask for approval when he says they sent him to live sex shows. See that? Watch that face up, and he's waiting for an answer, and then his face drops. That's his outside stake. He does another outside stake, and then he goes and he's got believability because there's this picture of Will Smith kissing another actor. So then he's like, okay, now he's built on something where Will Smith kissed another actor in Hollywood. Now he's going to this. This is the basics of running a conspiracy theory. Now, look, here's the other thing. All conspiracy theories are not false. Sometimes they're true. We don't know, but they're not firsthand knowledge. You always see these guys who are saying, and then they had UFOs, and then there were aliens, and they're fishing for what you'll believe, and then they abducted me. And when they get to that point, then you have to start paying attention for where they're looking for that. Other comments are easier for him, than this one comment, so he's just rolling those off, but watch for where he's hit his hardest one. And then he comes back, and we'll start watching from here. He does requests for approval. He raises his forehead at every building block of his story. Doesn't mean it's not true. It simply means that he's getting your approval before he moves to the next state. And when you're talking to a person at a party and they are telling you a conspiracy theory, pay attention to those, because you'll see the elements that matter as their brow rises and they're asking for approval. And you'll see that aiming stake when they go really to the far and they're holding their head up like, you believe that one too? That's their far reach. Pay attention, and I'll give you some tools later for how to back that down.
One of those tape replays.
2 private investigator firms, right? Okay. To find out a lot of the allegations that were made towards people in Will's circle. Okay. Right? And as we get into the interview, I'll start to give you real examples right, of how that goes. But seeing that, I said, wow. And I just didn't know how to take it coming from Philly and seeing something like that. But with my knowledge of now over having 30 years in the business, it's like, okay, this is the grooming. This is how the grooming starts. I didn't know that back then. But now, having spent decades in LA, I'm like, yo, they was grooming him all this time. So after that becomes 6 degrees of separation. And we can get into that a little bit. Will plays a gay guy, but you got to look at how Will prepared for the movie. So he admits to watching a lot of gay to learn how to kiss a man, to learn feminine attributes, right? So I find that bizarre. They flew him out to Europe to watch live shows, right? And I'm like, yo, this, like, I'm from Philly, so I'm just like, this is he's going in. He's, in his mind, he has to know how a gay man interacts with people, talking, mannerisms, getting ready for a love scene with another man. I'm like, why are you, in my mind, I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, why, you have a successful TV show. Why go to playing a gay man? And why go to the extremes? Because anybody know Will, when he puts his mind to something, every character, he goes in solid. You watching gay, you're going to live shows.
That means he had to get aroused by watching that.
That's what. And we end up finding that became, I believe that became his addiction to men. That was the addiction to men, because he was in a safe environment, right? And they made that environment safe for him. So whoever he was, he could now become. And that created a monster.
So how did you get to Will Smith and Dwayne Martin?
So let me tell you. So Will did an episode of the show called All of Us, where he ironically plays Lisa Ray's love interest.
Okay.
And he starred on the show a few times. So of course he's there, and I have to take care of him. So meaning that production knows when Will come, everything should go through me. And he's wearing two hats. He's acting on his show, and he's executive producer. So we have a lunch break, and normally lunch break is never interrupted, but by Will wearing a producer hat, they say, hey, B, we need to get Will to break lunch for 15 minutes to come look at the next shot. He's a producer in the shot, not the actor. So I'm like, okay, we already know, and if you don't know, Hollywood is the hurry up and wait game. So 3 minutes later, after them telling me, hey, you got eyes on Will, we need him to come watch this. So I'm running all over the studio. He's not in his dressing room. I go to the cafeteria. I'm like, well, but I see his car there. I'm like, where's this guy at? So now I'm holding Dwayne down too. So I had the keys to his dressing room. So I'm like, yo, and they're calling I'm on walkie-talkie, and they're calling my cell phone. Yo, we need to get Will here. And I'm like, yo, kind of down. Like, I'm trying to find this. Like, this is unlike him, right? So, all right, I open the door to Dwayne's dressing room, and that's when I see Dwayne and having sex with Will.
Let me process that for a second. Who was on top?
It wasn't a top. There was a couch, and Will was bent over on the couch, and Dwayne was standing up, killing him. Murder. It was murder in there.
Okay, Chase, what do you got?
This is classic sensationalist speech here. And I'm just going to give you the exact formula that he's following, because it's been followed since the 1920s in a lot of these speeches. And I think he does this on accident. I don't think he has a team that built this up. He's not got like some Edward Bernays PR expert there. Here's the exact formula. He builds his own authority. He sets the scene for the listener. He builds his authority and status again. Then he demonstrates how good of a person he is. Then he builds up to the climax of the scene. Then right at that climax, he uses very strong language and metaphors to vividly paint a picture in the listener's mind. That's a recipe to make sensationalist content. That's what you would see in like the National Enquirer. So then the host here pretends to need to process it for a second. There's no emotion in the host. There's no real reaction whatsoever on her face. And then she asks the most irrelevant, sensationalist, predictable answer you'd hear in someone who's participating in a smear campaign. Who was on top? So, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, and while all that is true, yes, that's how you get to sensationalist stories. You also do some of those same things when you're telling the truth. So if I'm going to give you a frame of reference for why I saw this and why I know, what I love about this video is my little summary says he starts with a great bass line and residual emotion, and that dries up at the key time. That's damning. So what happens is he's got great illustrating as he's telling his role on the set. His brow comes up at, do you get it? And then his brow drops off as soon as you reward him. He does a request for approval again. When he talks about Will's two hats, we're back to him telling you the elements of his story that matter. As soon as she approves, he keeps moving. And then he says, you see it again when he says he's wearing his producer hat. This is his baseline. Lots of movement, lots of approval as he's telling you the stories. And he's still eye accessing to where he started in that very first thing off to his right. So probably that's where his memory is, somewhere over there. It could be rote because he's told it so many times. And then even when he's doing this Hollywood, his hurry up and wait, his baseline is punctuating with his hands and his brow. That's all good. Then there's also residual emotion when he's talking about not being able to find him. There's all the stress. You see his face, you see all the stress. When he says holding him down, he means he's his support team on the team. Don't infer anything by that. Then he gets to the real thing. Right before he gets to open the door, look at his illustration for walkie-talkie and cell phone. Everything is beautiful. He opens the door, and there's no shock in his face, no residuals, nothing. The hands suddenly close down from extended fingers. Now his brow goes up. If this is what he came here to say, you would think this would be the most comfortable thing and the most powerful and demonstrative thing he would say. This is arguably the single most important thing he's going to say in this whole interview. This does not look believable because all of this stuff comes apart and his hands close and he gets quiet and goes down, puts his hands together. There's just so much in this. However, while Chase, I agree with you, she doesn't show a lot of emotion in the beginning. At the very end here, look at that grief muscle as she's contemplating what she just heard. It's like she just discovered there's no Santa Claus. Scott, what do you got?
All right. This is the first time that he's given out information that's dangerous. He's bringing in somebody else that's famous or that's powerful in their business world. And he's telling some pretty graphic stuff here. I mean, this is there's a lot going on, supposedly. And he starts telling this mind-bending story about Dwayne, Martin, and Will. It's detailed. But when he talks about the going in the dressing room, would you not knock before you went in, even though you had a key? That's one thing you're going to do. You're going to go in and you're going to, if you have the key to the place, you're going to go in and you'll knock before you go in. That right there says to me, I don't know, man, that started shutting it down for me once I started listening to this. As it goes along, he's ramping up. He gets more excited. His illustrators increase. He gets up a little bit bigger. Everything seems to get larger. Even the story he's telling seems to expand as he goes along. And another thing that caught my attention were his head movements. He's doing a lot of looking around, going back and forth. He hasn't really done that. He has some up to this point, but this is getting even heavier. This lets us know there's some stress there, some nerves stuff going on at this point. And I think it's out of his baseline from what we've seen up to now. So after he gives that description, he looks back he goes back to his hands and that barrier thing, and his fingers close. So I think his confidence is sort of going away with that part as well. Not that he's going, oh no, I shouldn't have told that. But when you start telling a story and it's getting a little bit out of hand, there's got to be that inner dialogue going on. You go, ooh, I better tamp this down a little bit because it's getting a little bit out of hand. I don't think that's even happening. It sounds to me like a little child telling a story to his friends about Indians in the basement, or, I found this was given to me by a ninja, those types of stories, because it seems so out of reality. Like I was talking about earlier, it's like a UFO or a Bigfoot story. Something's just not right here. So Mark, what do you got?
Well, it is fantastical, but Hollywood, everything is possible. There are some facts there. Will did a show. And we see him baton, which is, that gesture that people make. Sometimes they'll baton with their hands. Sometimes they'll baton with their shoulders. They might do it with their nose, but he's conducting along to the rhythm of his speech. And Will did a show, and we go, okay, yeah, well, that's true. Will did do a show. So, okay, we got a good baseline there for the truth. And remember that, because we'll come back to those batons in a few videos' time. But you're right. Everything's been building to this part of the story, which is, for want of a better idea, the money. This is the money. This is the thing that he's really selling. This is the moment. And there's lots of detail up until the moment of opening that door. And then, I agree. Everything closes down from then on, when it should open up. When it should be the moment of you, like, you don't have to sell this stuff. This stuff sells itself. So why does he want to close down on that? We even get some self-soothing there as well. Watch out for that self-soothing, repetitive gesture there to make him more comfortable. Why does he need to be comfortable about this? He's selling out his friend, clearly, like he needs to go all out at this moment, not close down. We get an upward inflection with the voice at the end of the line. Like, no, I mean, if this happened, just tell me. It's just an instruction. It is, I wasn't there, so you tell me what happened. I can't answer your questions on this. So why the upward inflection on this? It's not cultural for him. It's we haven't heard it before. Why does he need that upward inflection at the end of this line? And Chase, I absolutely agree. We have the imagery that he puts with the sexual act there. killing, murder. Well, why use those metaphors? Maybe that's cultural to him, but it's an interesting choice to go with imagery which is criminal alongside this act. Doesn't really describe the act, doesn't describe what's going. There's no like, and my head turned and I had to look down the van or the I needed to. It's just like he steps in and like it's there right in front of him. Like there must have been more corners to turn. There must have been. I moved my head. There must have been more that happened there. There must have been certain things being obscured by, but no, none of that. He's right in there. In the crime, the murder, the killing, it's textbook Hollywood horror. Fantastic. Love it.
One of those tape replays.
So how did you get to Will Smith and Dwayne
So let me
Martin?
tell you. So, Will did an episode of the show called All of Us, where he ironically plays Lisa Ray's love interest.
Okay.
And he starred on the show a few times. So of course he's there, and I have to take care of him. So meaning that production knows when Will come, everything should go through me. And he's wearing two hats. He's acting on this show, and he's executive producer. So we have a lunch break, and normally lunch break is never interrupted, but by Will wearing a producer hat, they say, hey, B, we need to get Will to break lunch for 15 minutes to come look at the next shot. He's a producer in the shot, not the actor. So I'm like, okay, we already know, and if you don't know, Hollywood is the hurry up and wait game. So 3 minutes later, after them telling me, hey, you got eyes on Will, we need him to come watch this. So I'm running all over the studio. He's not in his dressing room. I go to the cafeteria. I'm like, well, but I see his car there. I'm like, where's this guy at? So now I'm holding Dwayne down too. So I have the keys to his dressing room. So I'm like, yo, and they're calling I'm on walkie-talkie and they're calling my cell phone. Yo, we need to get Will here. And I'm like, yo, kind of down. Like I'm trying to find this. Like this is unlike him, right? So, all right, I open the door to Dwayne's dressing room, and that's when I see Dwayne and having sex with Will.
Let me process that for a second. Who was on top?
It wasn't a top. There was a couch, and Will was bent over on the couch, and Dwayne was standing up, killing him. Murder. It was murder in there.
Okay. What did you do?
I froze. What did you, see, I'm not used to seeing. Listen, it's traumatizing. I've never seen it. I don't watch. I never seen a man, another man.
So Will Smith was bent over,
and Dwayne was killing him.
Condom?
I don't know. I don't.
You didn't look that close.
Listen, even when I was with the deer and headlights, and I finally said, "Oh shit." And they turned around and said, close the door, right? So I back out the door. I'm not going in there. No, I ain't going up in there. I back out the door, lock the door, I leave, right? So now I'm off of walkie-talkie, everything. So it's chaos on the set. Nobody can get in touch with Will. Nobody can get in touch with me. So I said, all right, I gotta leave. Then I said, do I leave or do I stay? So I said, you know what? I'm going to stay, but my position is I didn't see anything, right? So Will says, I got to talk to you. So I said, about what? He said, you know what? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, oh, you know what I'm talking. I said, well, I have no idea. What are you talking about? What we need to finish today? Like, I'm trying to get that out. So he said, no, we need to talk. So he said, listen, I made a call. Some papers are going to come here today. I need you to sign them. And I said, why am I signing papers? And he said, listen, I'm trying to protect you. So he says 3 things that make me scared because I fear no man but Allah. But I don't fear nothing but Allah. And he said that you remember the transsexual, I hope I'm saying it right, who got caught with Eddie Murphy. He said, you know what happened to him, right? I had no idea what happened to the transsexual that got caught in the car with Eddie Murphy.
Me either. What happened?
So I go home and Google it. They murdered him. Or the transsexual. I don't know to say him or her. I don't know what's politically correct. So I hope I'm not offending anyone.
It's transgender, but
okay, transgender.
Trans woman.
So okay. So they said, now you can Google this yourself. This is one of the things he said. They said that the transgender that was caught in the car with Eddie Murphy, where Eddie Murphy paid this guy to have, or the transgender to have, was about to start doing interviews. And back then, they paid, the internet wasn't big. They paid you gobs of money to do interviews. And they said that the transgender person locked herself out the house, tied some sheets together from a roof, and tried to swing into the apartment from the roof. This is documented. Do you know anybody that get locked out the house that's going to tie some sheets together and swing into their apartment from the roof? Okay. All right.
You just break a window.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I want people to Google that. So this is what he told me. And I go home and I'm on AOL. Plug-in. Not high-speed internet at this time. And I was like, oh, they murdered this person, right? Then he told me that he made a song called You Saw My Blinker. But Will's claim to fame in rap is he never cursed on records, right? We'd agree, right? In that song, he calls the woman a bitch several times.
I swerved left and I swerved right, but she was still tailgating me too damn tight. To the left lane, I tried to switch, then you saw my blinker.
So I believe it's like, you saw my blinker. And then now I tell people to go Google that too. And he's talking about slapping the lady he's talking crazy. So he said, the powers that be got me to do that song. And he said, they said it will never make a light of day and they'll always protect me, even though I say I don't cuss in records. So I go home, I Google that. I do the search engine on that. It comes back, Will cussing on records. I said, this is crazy. Why haven't nobody ever called him out saying he never cussed on records? And he's obviously calling women and talking about he going to slap somebody on this record. Then he said he referenced the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the first Aunt Viv, of how he got rid of her on the show, right? And she'll never work again. And he said, I don't want this for you. And I said, yo, I never went back.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So now when they're talking about what he did, he goes back to his baseline. And this feels like he's describing an actual act. He's back to the body language of that conspiracy theory on video 2, however. His cadence shifts. And right after he says, I back out of the door and leave, his cadence changes. Then he goes back into more elements of this whole, I'm going to give you details that can't be proven. I'm going to tell you things that I've heard that are secondhand. This reminds me of every conspiracy theory, every urban myth I've ever heard in my life. So how do I feel about it? I feel like I'm seeing a guy who lives in that space where he doesn't have to nail down facts, where he's going to use hearsay, where he can use gossip and be able to validate that because of his presence. Look, if you are a person, not saying this is the case with him, but it's quite possible. If you're a person who has a single thing, the biggest feather in your hat, the biggest thing to tie yourself to is Will Smith. And Will Smith starts to cascade out of control and go down the drain. You better ride that pony while you can. And that, I would not be surprised to see us find a lot more people come out of the woodwork and start doing things. I'm also going to tell you conspiracy theories can be true. All you have to do is watch the news every day in the U.S. and conspiracy theories are turning out to be true all over the place. But you should not repeat them without known facts because somebody told you. Now we're getting to Chase's problem with Hollywood gossip, but it doesn't have to be in Hollywood. This can be the cul-de-sac too. There can be cul-de-sac gossip going on about you or you. And the way you have to circumvent that is by asking hard questions. Hey, who told you that? How'd they know? And when did they hear it? Those are 3 questions we always ask in interrogation. If I'm interrogating Mark and he says, hey, there's nuclear weapons over here. Well, how do you know? Well, Chase told me. Well, how the hell does Chase know? Oh, he worked there. Okay, when did he work there? If you just ask those few handful of questions, they're not intrusive and jerky. You're saying, hey, where'd you hear that? It shuts down a lot of gossip. It shuts down a lot of that repetition of things, and we'll actually get to the root of it once you start tracking it back. And sometimes you'll find it's just somebody lying for sport, as I would say. Chase, what do you got?
This is a lot more celebrity kind of BS stuff, so I'm not really going to comment on it. But I will just say this. To Greg, your point, you talked about conspiracy theories. I'll give you one trick that people use when they make conspiracy theories that makes you feel superior by listening. And here's a perfect example of an easy way to understand it. Imagine you hear the news, somebody on the news say, local woman was reported missing. Earlier, witnesses say they witnessed her and her boyfriend in an argument. More on that at 6:30. So what they did was they didn't tie those things together for you. The trick that they did, yes, they did get you to tie those things together, but the true trick in that is making you get a placebo of feeling clever for putting those two things together. So it's maybe call it a clever placebo. So they're giving you two pieces of data and letting you start tying those together by yourself, which also makes you feel clever, which makes you more bought into the idea because it made you feel good to come up with it. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Again, his baseline changes a little bit more, and his illustrators here get huge. He gets loud, and his ramp up to this thing is odd as well. So this sounds like a Bigfoot story or ghost story, UFO story. This is what it looks like to me, when a little child says, here's what happened, and they start telling you what happened. His excitement increases as he tells what happened. There's no matter of fact, no delivery like, here's what happened. Nothing like that at all. It's like ghost story delivery. At the very end, that's when the ghost shows up. And he's missing an arm, or the phone call is coming from inside the house, whatever it is. That's where all the action happens in those stories, and that's what's happening here is the ramp up to it. Now, quite often when you have a story and you're pretty excited about it, you almost explode with it right out of the gate. You don't come on with, here's what happened. I'm sitting over here and this happened, and then all of a sudden, then bang, and then it blows up. For example, and Greg, I think you'll remember this. One time, I was going to talk to this guy. I was going to interview him about some things he shouldn't have done, and he was an IT guy. And they were trying to find out whether or not he was the guy that was stealing all this information from him and selling to somebody else. So I called Greg on my way, and I said, hey, he's like, what's going on? I was like, well, I'm sitting here. I got about 20 minutes before I go in. We sat there and talked for a little while, and I explained to him what the thing was. When I got finished, I came outside because what happened was this. When I started talking to the guy, I didn't even lean into him hard. I was with him for maybe 45 minutes, and he starts crying. Remember that, Greg? He shows you a picture of this guy starts crying, and then he just started puking everything. He's just telling me everything. 45 minutes in, tell me stuff I didn't even ask. Things, and he'd been doing this to other companies for years. He'd been doing it. Told me everything. So when I get back on the phone, I call Greg. I'm like, dude, you're not going to believe it, and just started. Wow, here's what happened. It wasn't like, well, I went and talked to him, sat for a little while, and the next thing you know, he starts talking about, and it doesn't ramp up like that. You get right to the point, and that's what this guy is missing. He's got that ramp up going at the end where the ghost is, at the ghost story. We've all heard those when you're a little kid, you're camping out or you're sleeping over at somebody's house, and somebody's got their ghost story, and they tell you what happened, and then you come up with a big kaboom there at the end. This guy, I think, I'll go ahead and say, I think he's telling the story. I think he's making this up because this isn't flowing the way it should flow. If he's mad, that's one thing. I think he's mad, but he's not showing any anger as he does it. That's why it's that conniving, in my opinion, that's that conniving thing where you're just smearing them. And you're being cool about it. Here's what happened, man. Because who knows? Outside of those people, the way he set it up. I'm going to go back to the door, knocking on the door. There's a hierarchy that goes on when you have an assistant. Now, when you're in the dressing room, let's say we're let's say we're doing Dr. Phil. Did anybody come in that room in our dressing rooms without knocking? No, they knocked and they waited for us to say. They weren't knocking and open the door. What's going on? They knocked. Then we said, "Who is it?" or "Come in," or whatever, and then they would come in. No telling what's going to be going on. We could be standing there in our underwear. We could be, naked, whatever's going to happen. But they always ask about that. And assistants, that guy worked for Will. So he's not going to jump that hierarchy and be above him and this guy, Dwayne, and just unlock the door and go in, especially if it's locked. He may have tried the handle. If he did, he would have knocked. He wouldn't just walk up and then open the door and go, and go in like that. That doesn't sound right. When you're in a situation where somebody's telling you a story like this and you get a feeling something's not right, listen to the reality of how things play out from scene to scene that they're creating. Think about what's happening. He says, I walked in. Well, did he just walk in like that? Why wouldn't he have knocked? You got to think of the little things like that. The reality of the chain of events that happens have to be in play there. They have to lay out perfectly, or at least close. And nothing here is close in this, from my point of view. That's the way I view things. Mark, what do you think? What do you got?
Yeah, just a couple of things. He says, I leave, and there's a vocal click again. I mean, if you just left, that would be just factual. I left. I leave. You don't need any stress around that. If anything, like, the stress should be down now because you're leaving what was a crime, according to his metaphors. It's, it would be de-stressing, but he leaves and there's that click of stress going on there. Then we need to talk, says Will, apparently, and there's some discussion or point that lawyers will come and there's an NDA is going to be signed. But again, the barriers come in. And he closes it down. And if this is factual, that's the stuff that should open up, because this would be factual information that would clarify the story. No conspiracy would be needed because it would be factual. Now, like everybody else, I'm not saying that conspiracies don't exist. Just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean that everybody isn't out to get you. Everybody may be out to get you. But is it probable that everybody is out to get you? No, it's more probable that some, but not all people, might be on some days out to get you. But this is extravagant. Where it's going to go next is into an extravagant Hollywood level story of conspiracy and more murder. Let's see how we enjoy that.
One of those tape replays.
Okay. What did you do?
I froze. What did see, I'm not used to seeing. Listen, it's traumatizing. I've never seen it. I don't watch. I never seen a man, another man.
So Will Smith was bent over,
and Dwayne was killing him.
Condom?
I don't know. I don't.
You didn't look that close.
Listen, even when I was with the deer and headlights, and I finally said, "Oh shit." And they turned around and said, close the door, right? So I back out the door. I'm not going in there. No, I ain't going up in there. I back out the door, lock the door, I leave, right? So now I'm off a walkie-talkie, everything. So it's chaos on the set. Nobody can get in touch with Will. Nobody can get in touch with me. So I said, all right, I gotta leave. Then I said, do I leave or do I stay? So I said, you know what? I'm going to stay, but my position is I didn't see anything, right? So Will says, I got to talk to you. So I said, about what? He said, you know what? And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, oh, you know what I'm talking. I said, well, I have no idea. What are you talking about? What we need to finish today? Like, I'm trying to get that out. So he said, no, we need to talk. So he said, listen, I made a call. Some papers are going to come here today. I need you to sign them. And I said, why am I signing papers? And he said, listen, I'm trying to protect you. So he says 3 things that make me scared, because I fear no man but Allah. But I don't fear nothing but Allah. And he said that you remember the transsexual, I hope I'm saying it right, who got caught with Eddie Murphy. He said, you know what happened to him, right? And I had no idea what happened to the transsexual that got caught in the car with Eddie Murphy.
Me either. What happened?
So I go home and Google it. They murdered him or the transsexual. I don't know to say him or her. I don't know what's politically correct. So I hope I'm not offending anyone.
It's transgender, but
okay, transgender.
Trans woman.
So so they said, now you can Google this yourself. This is one of the things he said. They said that the transgender that was caught in the car with Eddie Murphy, where Eddie Murphy paid this guy to have, or the transgender to have, was about to start doing interviews. And back then they paid, the internet wasn't big. They paid you gobs of money to do interviews. And they said that the transgender person locked herself out the house, tied some sheets together from a roof, and tried to swing into the apartment from the roof. This is documented. Do you know anybody that get locked out the house that's going to tie some sheets together and swing into their apartment from the roof? Okay. All right.
You just break a window.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I want people to Google that. So this is what he told me. And I go home and I'm on AOL. Plug-in. Not high-speed internet at this time. And I was like, oh, they murdered this person, right? Then he told me that he made a song called You Saw My Blinker. But Will's claim to fame in rap is he never cursed on records, right? We'd agree, right? In that song, he calls the woman a bitch several times.
I swerved left and I swerved right, but she was still tailgating me too damn tight. To the left lane, I tried to switch, then you saw my blinker.
So I believe it's like, you saw my blinker. And then now I tell people to go Google that too. And he's talking about slapping the lady he talking crazy. So he said, the powers that be got me to do that song. And he said, they said it will never make a light of day and they'll always protect me, even though I say I don't cuss in records. So I go home, I Google that. I do the search engine on that. It comes back, Will cussing on records. I said, this is crazy. Why haven't nobody ever called him out saying he never cussed on records? And he's obviously calling women and talking about he going to slap somebody on this record. Then he said, he referenced the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the first Aunt Viv, of how he got rid of her on the show, right? And she'll never work again. And he said, I don't want this for you. And I said, yo, I never went back. That Will has, because she has all these things on Will that he has to be a puppet.
Like what? Like, is it the homosexual? I mean,
no. Well, we already dispelled that.
Did you and Will ever have closure conversation on that?
Heck no. I'm not having heck no. There wasn't no closure.
Did Dwayne Martin ever try to come to you and talk to you?
I did listen, because see, here's the thing. When you're dealing with a real cat, it's just like, I don't listen. That's y'all thing. Like, I'm not gay bashing Will. I feel that Will should just come out, right? Because it's going to eventually come out. My problem is Will is hurting more people protecting his secrets, right? Because you're trying to hide all these things and you're building up you're hurting so many people to try to hide what you're doing. So, for example, let's say, like this is what Jada makes the new people do. And I ain't going to say new. They probably been there after myself, right? They will make you check into a rehab and they'll pay for the rehab. Even though you're not on drugs, they're going to pay for the rehab. And you have to go if you want to work with them, right? Or be in their circumference. Then they're going to say, hey, we need you while these cameras rolling to go in there and take some money out of our pocket. We left some money in the coat pocket. Go in the room. The cameras is going. Go in there and take that money out. Right?
Do they know the cameras is going?
Yeah, they're telling them, because this is the setup that if they hire you or when they hire you, if you decide that you want to expose something, they gonna discredit you. Oh, this person's a junkie. We love them, but we had to pay for their rehab. We got video of them stealing money out of our pocket. They'll tell you, hey, give you your credit card, go shopping, go get yourself some sneakers, a jacket, a hat, high end, and then Jada will report the credit card stolen, but they won't press charges. So if you ever try to give information on Will or Jada, they automatically discredit you. So now it's like, why do you think people don't speak up? Why are not people speaking up? They can get a bag. I know what I'm offered for book deals. I know what I'm being offered, right? So it's the discredit game. If they clear to break their NDA, they're going to be say, oh man, this person's a junkie. Then, they're going to have some sexual acts on you. It's all kind of stuff they do. This is why people don't come forward. This is why people don't come forward.
Why can't people just be real?
I'll go first on this one. This is sort of an introduction for the uninitiated with how the criminal mind works and the things they think about that you would never think of to think about, how they get things done or when they con people. There was a book that I found years and years and years ago, and it's called Games Criminals Play. I'll put a link up to it below. And it talks about the same things he's talking about, how he talks about, they'd send you to rehab. And you go through rehab, then if you did anything wrong, they would use that against you. That's one of the things that's in this book they talk about. For example, some guy in prison would say to a guard there, hey, look, will you do me a huge favor, man? My wife needs, will you take her this $40 or whatever it is, or this book or something? Will you please do me that favor? And the guy, the guard would take the book over to his house, to his apartment or whatever. And when he gets there, she'd open the door and she said, I'll be right there. Come in. So she didn't open the door. He comes in, shuts the door. Then she walks out in a towel, drops the towel and hugs him. And he's like, good Lord, here's this. Your husband said to give you this book. I got to go. And he'll leave. Then what he gets in the mail is a picture of him being hugged by this nude woman and a note that says, if you don't do this, then I'm sending this to your wife, which the guy in prison has completely set up. It's things like that. It's these little games they put together that take advantage of you. It's what cons do as well. It's one of those. So like I said before, it's called Games Criminals Play. I'll put a link in it below. Read that book. It'll open your mind up to a whole world you weren't aware of, or a whole way of thinking about things that you may not have been aware of that cons will do and criminals will do. Not necessarily just prisoners, but criminals in general. Here we're seeing chaff and redirect writ large because she starts asking him a question and then he moves on and has nothing to do. He starts talking about gay bashing. How he's not a gay basher. Has nothing to do with the question she just asked him. He's scooting along just to get out the information he wants to and still make himself look like a hero, like a good guy. This whole thing is for me, I can't believe she didn't say, what? Wait a minute, let's go back. And she's not an interviewer like we are. She wouldn't know to question that way or maybe to stop it. Gail would. Gail King would stop him. But it just sounds wrong. He's running from this at that point. His illustrators all but disappear for most of this video. And when he doesn't use when he does use his illustrators, man, they're huge. Because he said, here's my point. Boom. They go up and he starts making this point. And then he goes back down to normal because maybe he's getting into something he wasn't ready for. Or has no big, lavish smearing answer for. He's not really given any good information. He's just assuming for a lot of these things, the information he's given her. It sounds like he's heard this stuff. It sounds like gossip to me. It's kind of gross. But he did a wonderful job of changing that information to get around. She doesn't even notice that he's moved on to something else at that point. This is, and I'll say this is a pro bull. This guy is a pro. And that makes me think when he's using these phrases he's using, he's talking about how they're setting him up and they'll make him go in a room and look like he's robbing something. It's stuff that's directly out of this book, and it's the kind of thing criminals talk about, which lets me know this guy's been hanging out in the wrong place, or I would assume that. I'm not sure. But he sure talks like he knows a lot about that world, and that's where I come. But he's talking about it like it's something new to him, but he's not selling the part well where it's new to him. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it doesn't look like it's new to him. It doesn't sound to me like it's new to him, although it's trying to make it look like, guess what happened? Not at all. It just sounds a little bit odd. And then he talks about Will coming out as if he's explaining why he's doing this. Like he just wants Will to come out and tell everybody what's happening because he's hurting other people. He keeps making himself sound like the hero here. He's the hero in his own story. We'll go back to Kafka. I always talk about that every man must be the hero of his own story. And that's what he's doing. He's being the hero of his own story. He's telling you what a great guy he is while he's slamming this other guy. He's mad about something. I'm sure it'll show up at some point what he's mad about or what he's angry about, because there's something in their backstory here that he's not covering in all this. All right. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'll be pretty short on this. He is from Philly. He's already told you that. So you should know that he knows all about all that stuff. Remember? But when he is doing this, the thing I want you to always look for deviation from baseline. We know his baseline is he's demonstrative when he's telling you stuff that's happened. Will was on the set. He was an actor. He was a director. All those big movements and that brow movement and all of that, we expect when someone's telling the truth, if that's what they were doing before. That changes. Listen to what happens. Pay attention to his body. Those fingers that are usually doing this when he's telling you these stories are now down and narrow. And he adapts anti-barriers. He's playing with his fingers. He's got his hands together and he's milling those fingers. That's what I call sacred space. I make a space where I feel safe, and then I relieve nervous energy. He's illustrating at every turn with his fingers this way. He fishes with an elongated make you, as he starts this whole story. This feels, again, like it's a whole lot of secondhand information. If it's true, it's secondhand information, but it has credibility. I think we're starting to see into his psyche, and where I would lean in and go, oh, man, they must have mistreated you, because he talks in a way that tells me that they will discredit you. They will burn you up. And I think that's the beginning of the unravel. People choose their words very carefully. He's so far off baseline, and he's even starting to turtle a little bit, that I think that one castaway line about they will discredit you is really the beginning of where I would start to fish. If I were interrogating, I'd lean in and say, how'd they discredit you, man? Come on, just tell me. Let's talk about that a little bit. If I were talking to him, if I were interviewing. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, I mean, Scott, it's not going to be the type of interview that you'd like, because this is an interview that is designed to sell wine. That's what it's there to do. Sell a book, and we'll hear about the book in a bit and what's around all of that. And I think we're going to find out. I definitely would suggest that we will find out a little bit later what has upset him and who he believes has pushed him out of the circle. He's not allowed to be around a certain table with everybody else anymore. So there is some anger, I think, around that. Okay, so by the way, the wine, Witching Hour. So that's a nice idea. Given that his book is called Will Smith, Demonic Circle. Will Smith, Demonic Circle by Brother Bilal. Is the book that will come out at some point, which is what he's trying to, push out at the moment, while the interviewer is pushing out a wine called Witching Hour. I couldn't find out who is responsible for manufacturing this wine. It seems to be quite a heavily kept secret. That particular wine is a complete Cab Franc, I think. Oh no, sorry, Cab Sauvignon. They actually make a wine which is a blend of 5 different wines, which is actually quite hard to find. That somebody would take 5 different Californian wines and stick them all together in one bottle for the price of around about $10. Anyway, she's hacking that down, and why not? Why not? I see no problem in that. But we need to understand exactly why this show is as it is, because we need to keep people there watching this person drink that wine, because that wine is paying for all of this to happen. And what that wine hopes is that other people will go, I quite fancy a bottle of that wine, and they choose that wine over another wine. That's why the sensationalism. So look, Scott, we got at the start of this single shoulder shrug, and the head went to one side as well, right at the start of this. And I personally, I found that lovely to catch, because I was like, that's something that Scott talks about. And so in my mind, I instantly went, what we're about to hear from now on could be an absolute truckload. It could be an absolute barrel full. And I hadn't heard anybody else suggest that we've had a whole lot of truth during this part. So once more, another notch there on the possibility of that single shoulder shrug and head to one side being an indicator that insincerity is about to come. Look, he said in rehab, if you want to be, you've got to go to rehab if you want to be in their circumference. So there is something here about being in the circle. So it is interesting that he has this book about now the demonic circle. So he's making this circle bad. And so I'm now thinking, what are the other circles that he's not part of? Who is in charge of that circle? And who does he feel has pushed him out of that circle? And let's look for any indicators of those. There may be some witchy characters who've pushed him out of the circle. Chase, what do you got on this one?
This is a long one, but there's one thing in here I think you can really learn from. Remember, a lot of what can be seen in deception is when there are stakes involved. So, for instance, if I showed you a picture of a duck and I told you to tell somebody that you're looking at a picture of a horse, you're not going to show all these deception indicators. Like somebody says, oh, well, let's pay 2 truths and a lie. There's no stakes to that game. If I did the same thing with a picture of a duck, and if you can't be convincing to that other person, you have to pay me $10,000, your behavior changes because the stakes have been modified. There's one question that she asks him here that really raised the stakes for him personally. And she says, did Dwayne ever come to you? This is the most massive change that we see in all of the videos we're going to be looking at here so far. There's a huge deviation from baseline. There's emotional accessing, this down and to his right eye movement into an emotional processing area for a prolonged period. Then increase in bodily tension. There's that single shoulder shrug that Mark was talking about, which we'll dig into. But then the hands instantly shift to more close. They close down. Then the thumbs shoot upward. This is just in response to this question within like 3 seconds. Then there's eye movement all over the map as he's trying to answer. And when we see a single shoulder shrug, Mark was talking about it, you should ask yourself one question. Is this person's response one that a reasonable person in this situation would be confident and direct in their ability to answer? Because if I say, well, how many jelly beans are in that jar over there? And somebody goes, I don't know, 75? You're not seeing real deception there. You're seeing a lack of confidence in somebody's answer. So just think about that. So the incomplete nature of the gesture, just using one shoulder instead of both, can symbolize a lack of full commitment, a lack of certainty, self-doubt, some insecurity. This little emotional accessing is also really telling. So science doesn't fully support it yet. But I think after tens of thousands of hours of doing this and seeing what Greg showed me several years ago, this is pretty damn reliable, especially when it's out of baseline. So it occurs in a giant cluster. It's also down and to the right, which we associate with emotional recall. So remember, we always talk about not relying on single pieces of nonverbal behavior. And I say this because where there's only really one big giant mountain here, it's pretty ambiguous, and this is why you should be looking for clusters of behavior. So changes, clusters, and context are the 3 most important things to understand in behavior. Even more important than knowing all of these techniques and tactics, can I spot change? Can I see changes in a cluster? Am I able to weigh that against a context? That's more important than learning all of these little blink rate things. Do those 3 things first if you're ever studying behavior, in my opinion, anyway.
One of those tape replays.
That Will has, because she has all these things on Will that he has to be a puppet.
Like what? Like, is it the homosexual? I mean,
no. Well, we already dispelled that.
Did you and Will ever have closure conversation on that sense?
Heck no. I'm not having heck no. There wasn't no closure.
Did Dwayne Martin ever try to come to you and talk to you?
I did. Listen, because see, here's the thing. When you're dealing with a real cat, it's just like, listen, that's y'all thing. Like, I'm not gay bashing Will. I feel that Will should just come out, right? Because it's going to eventually come out. My problem is Will is hurting more people protecting his secrets, right? Because you're trying to hide all these things and you're building up you're hurting so many people to try to hide what you're doing. So, for example, let's say, like this is what Jada makes the new people do. And I ain't going to say new. They probably been there after myself, right? They will make you check into a rehab and they'll pay for the rehab. Even though you're not on drugs, they're going to pay for the rehab. And you have to go if you want to work with them, right? Or be in their circumference. Then they're going to say, hey, we need you while these cameras rolling to go in there and take some money out of our pocket. You know, we left some money in the coat pocket. Go in the room. The cameras is going. Go in there and take that money out. Right?
Do they know the cameras is going?
Yeah, they're telling them because this is the setup that if they hire you or when they hire you, if you decide that you want to expose something, they gonna discredit you. Oh, this person's a junkie. We love them, but we had to pay for their rehab. We got video of them stealing money out of our pocket. You know, they'll tell you, hey, give you your credit card, go shopping, go get yourself some sneakers, a jacket, a hat, high end, and then Jada will report the credit card stolen, but they won't press charges. So if you ever try to give information on Will or Jada, they automatically discredit you. So now it's like, why do you think people don't speak up? Why are not people speaking up? They can get a bag. I know when I'm offered for book deals. I know when I'm being offered, right? So it's the discredit game. If they clear to break their NDA, they're going to say, oh, man, this person's a junkie. Then, they're going to have some sexual acts on you. It's all kind of stuff they do. This is why people don't come forward. This is why people don't come forward.
Why can't people just be real? When did you find out about Will and Jada separating?
Oh, yeah, I already knew that. So, all right, this is another thing that takes so long to unpack, but I'll make it quick. And this is going to be very devastating, but just follow along with me. And I ask your listeners to just listen to it slow and clear. Mm-hmm. There already been problems in Will and Jada's relationship with Jada's attitude and disrespect of Will, and her committing adultery with multiple men. Now, be it that they share sexual partners sometime, where other people call it swinging or whatever, but in Will's mind, that's an understanding that they have. So if they choose to bring in another man or another woman in their relationship, that where after that's done, that's where it ends, right? And Jada would go outside of that, of having sex with other people, and that would destroy Will, right? And when Jada goes into her rants on Will, she tells him he got low and all, like that begins to chip at a man's soul. That hurts. Like, it's like getting like a slave getting whipped for your woman to say that you can't please her, or
So according to you saw her say that Will Smith had a small.
Oh yeah. Oh, when she get. Listen, a lot of people have. Jada has said worse, right? Jada has said worse because she's out of control, and Will cannot control her. You understand what I'm saying? So, and at this point, I would have conversations with Will, and I see the decay. I'm not working with him at this time, but I'm still his friend. I'm at all the events. Yeah. You can look on Instagram, hugging me, B, this my guy, all this kind of stuff, right? But I know not to say nothing because years ago, I tried to say, yo, this chick is playing, like, you a trick. Like, I didn't say it like that, but essentially I'm saying, Will, like, you buying a Ferrari, shopping sprees, getting private jets. You just came from being bankrupt. and you trying to impress this girl and about to go through a divorce. And you spending all this money trying to impress this chick that's from Baltimore that's obviously promiscuous. Like, dude.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, what have I got on this one? Yeah, so here's what happens in this one. He has to frame for us exactly how we're going to listen to this, because it's going to take a long time to unpack. And so we've got to listen slow and clear. So it's rather, I mean, in many ways, it's rather like Will Smith. I think he says, look, this is complicated. And he frames it. It's like, I can handle it. We'll be okay. We've got our bottle of wine. We're going to be all right. We've got a long time on this. I think we're going to be out. If you have facts for us, if they are laid out in any kind of comprehensible way, we're probably going to get this one. So just go for it. You don't need to tell us how to listen, how to think, how to feel around this. And because he does, and he hasn't in the past, I think the shed load of what he's got is going to get deeper and deeper at this point. If he's trying to instruct us now exactly like this is going to get complicated, you're going to have a hard time with this one, you better listen, long and hard to this. I know what's coming is going to be an absolute load. And then he steeples with that as well, barriers, and shows us this is how confident I am about what I'm about to deliver. I think what's going to come is a complete load of nonsense. But I'm willing to have my mind changed on that. Chase, change my mind, if you'd like.
I don't think I can. But in here, we're definitely seeing a crafted narrative. And think about the difference between the personal stakes that are involved here. So he's not facing a lot of personal stakes if he's proven wrong. So he's not going to jail. He's not trying to defend his own innocence. So that's one of the reasons you're not seeing a lot of deception clusters here. It's very carefully designed to be an attack. To his credit, he somehow uses empathy here during what has all the hallmarks of a smear campaign. The empathy, though, is from a perspective of showing how noble and smart and observant and mature he is. So maybe that's the empathy is just what's designed to do. He's using the empathy to show you all of those things because he's building himself up, pushing someone else down. And that's what we call a zero-sum thinker type of human being. Like, I can't succeed unless someone else fails. The reason I'm a failure is because people succeeded. That's a zero-sum thinking process. So as promised, I'm only going to point out clusters and not individual things. So the stakes need to be higher. So I ignore most of the things where there's no changes in clusters. I can say, yes, 100%, this is a crafted narrative. I don't see a lot of deception clusters in this video, though. Scott?
Yeah, I agree with you. This, like you were saying, Mark, this whole thing's set up to deliver a specific message as the whole thing is. But here, I think he's going for who he's under the impression is the demographic that's going to buy his book. Because when he says there had already been problems with Will and Jada's relationship, he looks right down the barrel of the camera. He just looks right, because I think that's where he said, this is it. This is what they're interested in. What is this demographic interested in? This, and this, and the marriage, what's really happening with that? What problems are they having? That's what interests his demographic. I think that's why he does that. So it's sort of, and that's slowing down and doing all that stuff. Everything changes there. His volume gets lower. He slows down. He brings it all to a halt, like he's getting ready to do some prayer about something. It's just odd looking. It's odd behavior. It's just, you cluster that stuff together and you just go, holy smokes. It becomes, in my perspective, from my perspective, it becomes obvious there what's going on. Because if you're going to make such a scene about giving information where before you've ramped up and told all this stuff, this was thought out. This is the big one for him, I think. So that, because he thinks that's what's going to connect with his demographic. And then when he starts describing things, he says to run Will down. he immediately goes into what happens when you do that. His cadence slows down. His everything gets smaller. Everything gets tiny. This is stuff he's made up. It sounds like a little kid telling a story. He talks about how he's friends with Will and how he's on Instagram and he's talking about him and they're talking together. They're friends. And Will is not, in those videos he's showing, Will's not mad at him. Not even a little bit. We'd be able to tell. When you're faking something like that, they're just hanging out having a blast. So whatever it was, either happened after that. If it has happened since that or before that video, Will's not aware of it. He doesn't look like he's angry, and he definitely wouldn't be hanging out with him and letting him be on his Instagram thing and making him look good. No. It's falling apart, I think, here. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, Chase, I think something that we need to point out, we always say there are really no indicators of deception, just indicators of stress. I see a hell of a lot of indicators of stress here. Now, let's think about why that stress could be occurring. I'm going to run down a list, and it's going to be a long one. His blink rate increases at the beginning of the conversation. I see his eyes start to flutter. One eyebrow is now up. That's new. He has not done that yet. One eyebrow's up. We typically associate that with skepticism, but it can be something else in people too. We just don't know. He does lip withdrawal just before he says she committed adultery. Interesting. Does that mean she didn't commit adultery? Or does that mean he's afraid to say it? Does that mean there's something else? How he'll be perceived? Don't know, but something has changed. His cadence shifts, and now he's got uhs in there. We haven't heard him say yet, but he does. Something's changed. Then he goes back out to baseline. He starts raising his hands again. She misses a great question when he says that's what's going on in Will Smith's mind. Not one of us is a mind reader. How the hell does he know what's going on in the guy's mind? Did the guy tell him, hey, here's how I feel? That sounds like a bold statement. And the hard question is when you lean in and say, how do you know that? Who told you that? Did Will Smith tell you that? That guy would then kind of jack up. I think he's trying to pass that one by. It floats right by. And then she does ask a hard question, a very hard question. We said, you saw her say this about him, about his body and how about him being bad in bed and that kind of thing. He redirects almost immediately. He does a redirect just, listen, a lot of people have. And then there's a great cluster right in here. Jada has said worse. Now that's a redirect. A lip withdrawal needs approval. At the same time, his brow rises and he says, right. We saw him do that in the conspiracy theory thing before. Then you see a genuine grief muscle as he starts to talk about genuine. I mean, you can't miss it as he starts to talk about what he told Will Smith about Jada. I think what we're seeing is he feels jilted somehow out of the relationship. Bad things could be happening to Will, and he's not part of it to be there to tell him. And then that final thing is a chin tuck and his mouth drying as you hear him talking about her being promiscuous because you can hear his mouth. That's a lot of stuff, which tells me we're seeing the most stressful moment of the entire interview. Doesn't mean he's lying. It means it's the most important thing he's trying to deliver. And I agree with you there, Scott. What is that message? It sure sounds like he feels like he's been edged out somewhere. Mark, back to something you said, I think, in the last video. Really good indicator.
One of those tape replays.
When did you find out about Will and Jada separating?
Oh, yeah, I already knew that. So, all right, this is another thing that takes so long to unpack, but I'll make it quick. And this is going to be very devastating, but just follow along with me. And I ask your listeners to just listen to it slow and clear.
Mm-hmm.
There already been problems in Will and Jada's relationship with Jada's attitude and disrespect of Will, and her committing adultery with multiple men. Now, be it that they share sexual partners sometime, where other people call it swinging or whatever, but in Will's mind, that's an understanding that they have. So if they choose to bring in another man or another woman in their relationship, that where after that's done, that's where it ends, right? And Jada would go outside of that, of having sex with other people, and that would destroy Will, right? And when Jada goes into her rants on Will, she tells me she got a little and all, like that begins to chip at a man's soul. That hurts. Like, though, it's like getting like a slave getting whipped for your woman to say that you can't please her, or, you know.
So according to you saw her say that Will Smith had a small.
Oh, yeah. Oh, when she get. Listen, a lot of people have. I mean, Jada has said worse, right? Jada has said worse because she's out of control and Will cannot control her. You understand what I'm saying? So, and at this point, you know, I would have conversations with Will and I see the decay. I'm not working with him at this time, but I'm still his friend. I'm at all the events. Yeah. You can look on Instagram, hugging me, B, this my guy, all this kind of stuff, right? But I know not to say nothing because years ago, I tried to say, yo, this chick is playing, like, you a trick. Like, I didn't say it like that, but essentially I'm saying, Will, like, you know, you buying a Ferrari, shopping sprees, getting private jets, and you just came from being bankrupt, and you trying to impress this girl and about to go through a divorce, and you spending all this money trying to impress this chick that's from Baltimore that's obviously promiscuous. Like, dude, this has already been out there, but I can confirm it. So when they did Hawthorne, Jada started with Mark Anthony, who is J-Lo's husband, right? They did a TV show called Hawthorne.
Is that why they divorced?
So
Jennifer Lopez and Mark Anthony.
Yeah. So so let me go a little bit.
Okay,
deeper.
Go ahead.
Let's go a little bit deeper. So this is a full-on relationship on the set, like romantic relationship. Not okay. I just gave him some, and you know that's it. Like it's a relationship. So, you know, Will hears about this and kind of devastated. At this point, this is where you see all the papers are going crazy. A divorce is imminent and so forth and so on. The final straw is when Will came home and caught Jada, Mark Anthony on the couch at their home, right? And this devastated Will. Right? I even had a conversation when Will wanted to kill herself. Right? Yeah, well, here's the thing. When they're together, Will's comfortable with that. Will's comfortable with someone, his wife, when he's there. Is when he's not there is the insecurities, because I can't tell you why, but I can tell you that there's a comfortability when men and women come in to have sex with them. Will's fine with that. So when this happened, like Will kind of went crazy. You know, they would talk about the divorce rumors and so forth and so on. It was big crisis management. Many people tell you Will was driving around California. I mean, just he's gone. He brought Dwayne a club called Zen Lounge, and Will would come in there and just be drinking and like just this wasn't the Will. And one of the things that Jada has over him, Will lost it and beat out of Jada. I mean, beat the dog out of her. That so bad that they had to make a makeshift hospital in their home so that it couldn't get out to the public. So that pain of Will seeing Jada and Mark Anthony on their couch in their home, right? Because he know they were on the set. This is fact. He just couldn't take it, and he whipped her ass so much that she had to get face surgery and everything. If you look at her face, you could see where she had surgery around her cheeks and all that stuff.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
It's a lot more of the same. We see stress markers in some areas here. It's a lot more about social belonging, feeling outcast. And we're back to those 3 words that I had you write down in video 1, that social belonging and status. And that's all I got for this one. Greg?
Yeah, the thing that I notice here is his cadence is out of baseline. He's got pauses in here again. Now something he's navigating. And when I say navigating, when a person slows down their cadence and their word pattern shifts, usually an indicator they're thinking about where they're going. He avoids the question. When he's asked about the divorce of J-Lo and Mark Anthony, he says he doesn't answer that question. He is slick. He waits until she says, she goes back and conditions her question and explains what she was asking. She mentions their names and he goes, yeah. He doesn't say that's why they got divorced. He answers a second question, which allows him off the hook. His hands are now flat on the table. Where'd that come from? We haven't seen any of that up to now. And then he comes to this whole thing about coming home and catching her on the couch, and that's not firsthand. And then listen as he gets to his theory. He's back to conspiracy theory. I'm going to let you pick them out and tell me which ones he's fishing for with the right as he's locking down his anchor points or his aiming stakes. And then here's another one where you could ask, did you ask Will what he thought, or are you just making that up? Is that just something you came up with? Because it sure sounds like something you just came up with. He lowers his voice. He's back down to the right. He's claiming things he does. He's claiming things that he's saying without telling you how he knows. When I have anybody I'm talking to on hearsay, and we're back to cul-de-sac rumors, just say, who told you that? How'd they know? When they see it? That changes everything, because people spread rumors because people's lives are small and they got nothing to do. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So like everything in life, there's a window, there's a tolerance, there's an envelope of reasonable. So I'm going to talk again about baton gestures. And these are the gestures that might conduct along to the rhythm of your speech, just as I did there. And we've seen some good baton gestures from him in the past that would cause us to go, look, I think this is an honest thing. You know, Will was making a film. Okay. However, there's an envelope of being reasonable with this. When he says they had to make a makeshift hospital, he battens on every syllable of that. I can't even do it. My brain can't even put that together to batten on every single syllable. It's so emphatic. It's so emphatic that he's protesting too much. He wants us to believe this too much, that they made a makeshift hospital. I would go hospital or hospital and land on the end of it, or at the start, hospital. That would be me, because I'd know it was the truth. A makeshift hospital. I'd know it was the truth, not a makeshift hospital. It's beyond. It's abject nonsense. Scott, what do you have?
Anytime you get famous people together, be it on a movie, a TV show, whatever, they're hanging out, there are always rumors. And you always hear these things that get loose and, oh, here's what happened. I saw so-and-so do it. And those things grow bigger and bigger and bigger as more people tell the story. We all know that thing where you'll tell some, as a kid, you'll have a big line of people and you'll say, I'll tell them, a little sentence. And by the time it gets down to the other end of the line, that person says it out loud. It's nothing, even similar to what you said at the beginning of it. It's completely different. And that shows you the example of how things change as you tell them. One time, my brother lives in Los Angeles, and he writes TV shows and movies. And he hangs out with some pretty big hitters as far as famous people go. I'm just telling you that because one time we had Thanksgiving at his house, and this really famous person came over. And we're all eating and having the best time. And this person had just gotten divorced not long before this. And when we took the pictures, hey, it's Thanksgiving. We took the regular Thanksgiving pictures you take and all that, right? This person leaves. 2 days later, we're at Rouse's. That's the grocery store there in Los Angeles. And I look over at like National Enquirer or one of those things, and it says, and I'll just call this person so-and-so. So-and-so spent Thanksgiving with their ex so-and-so at their ex so-and-so's house for Thanksgiving. And it showed him coming out of my brother's house saying like, oh, look what we found. So anytime you get people together, you're going to get, these people make things, everybody out there makes things up. And they make things up to make them sound more powerful, like they're like they're doing this and doing that, when they're actually not. It's just part of the process where you go through and make stuff up to make you sound more important, like you've done all these things and you really haven't done them. And this is what he's doing to make him sound more important, as he's saying he's hanging out with Will and all these people and doing these things so he can sell more books. I really think that's what's going on here. This section here for me is just, it's gossip. He's just, like you were saying earlier, Greg, I'm sure if some of this stuff happened, he wasn't there. He just heard it and he's parroting what he heard. Transference. That's the thing you came up with, Greg, the type of lie, the extra lie I think we ought to add onto the list of lies is transference, because he's just telling something that he's heard telling somebody else that here's what happened, and that's not what happened at all.
One of those tape replays.
This has already been out there, but I can confirm it. So when they did Hawthorne, Jada started with Mark Anthony, who is J-Lo's husband, right? They did a TV show called Hawthorne.
Is that why they divorced?
So
Jennifer Lopez and Mark Anthony.
Yeah. So so let me go a little bit.
Okay,
deeper.
Go ahead.
Let's go a little bit deeper. So this is a full-on relationship on the set, like romantic relationship. Not okay. I just gave him some, and that's it. Like it's a relationship. So, Will hears about this and kind of devastated. At this point, this is where you see all the papers are going crazy. A divorce is imminent and so forth and so on. The final straw is when Will came home and caught Jada, Mark Anthony on the couch at their home, right? And this devastated Will. Right? I even had a conversation when Will wanted to kill herself. Right? Yeah, well, here's the thing. When they're together, Will's comfortable with that. Will's comfortable with someone, his wife, when he's there. Is when he's not there is the insecurities, because I can't tell you why, but I can tell you that there's a comfortability when men and women come in to have sex with them. Will's fine with that. So when this happened, like Will kind of went crazy. They would talk about the divorce rumors and so forth and so on. It was big crisis management. Many people tell you Will was driving around California. He's gone. He brought Dwayne a club called Zen Lounge, and Will would come in there and just be drinking and this wasn't the Will. And one of the things that Jada has over him, Will lost it and beat out of Jada. Beat the dog out of her. That so bad that they had to make a makeshift hospital in their home so that it couldn't get out to the public. So that pain of Will seeing Jada and Mark Anthony on their couch in their home, right? Because he knew they were on the set. This is fact. He just couldn't take it, and he whipped her ass so much that she had to get face surgery and everything. If you look at her face, you could see where she had surgery around her cheeks and all that stuff. Will don't want that to get out there. This is another thing.
How did you find out about it?
I talked to Will. Will was a basket case. Will was a damn basket case. Like I told you, his lover, Dwayne Martin, and anybody can see it on the records. That club was owned by Will. That's what I'm saying. These private investigators brought me everything to support what I am saying. So that lounge Dwayne Martin said he owned, it was owned by Will. Will brought him that. The Bentley, Will brought him that. The home he lived in, Will gave him the money. Boom. Some of the roles that Dwayne Martin got, Will called BET to get him on there. Like, this is factual stuff. We're not dealing in speculation. I'll let everybody else speculate because they're not from the inside. I'm from the inside giving you the information to the outside. So, that's when she gained supreme control over Will. And as you see, she put so she got rid of all of the top guys around Will, that were real friends, and replaced them with her people. If you look at Jada, she got her mom and all her friends with her, a big teams of people, because Will don't want to be known as a woman beater. And he beat the shit out of her and wanted to kill himself at this point. But I'm not saying that I condone it, but I can see how a man coming home and seeing his wife on the couch and you trying to do everything in your power to please this woman, at some point you got to know and understand that you cannot please Jada. And you become complicit in the way she treats other people, even myself.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So we talked about lip withdrawal and, you needing to be reassured. Watch the amount of withdrawal this guy does on this one. And I talked about aiming stakes in a conspiracy theory. When he's going out and saying everything I'm saying, he's testing his facts. And his facts might be true, but they're still circumstantial. Hey, Will Smith gave this guy this. Doesn't mean Will Smith was having sex with this guy. That's a correlation. That's a big swing to take that correlation. Then he's back to balled up hands he had in the Dwayne story. Now, could it be that he's feeling like he's really in trouble when he balls his hands up and does that? Yeah, it could be. But we have seen him using his hands to illustrate other things. And then when he gets right down to the crux of any of the three big heavy hitting issues, his hands ball up, he pulls back away. Then he says all the factual stuff. I call those push-pull words. When a person says factual, I'll go, well, as opposed to what? Non-factual? Tell me about which ones you use that were not factual. And we call those qualifiers. But push-pull will give you how an interrogator thinks because we can go after it. Just a second. So when I say that, that's some of these things are for you at home. I want you to think about how you can talk to somebody. When I say factual, pay attention. Don't say, well, as opposed to not factual, that's not the way you would do it as an interrogator or as at home. That's the way an interrogator would do it. You might say, like, which facts? I've been paying attention. Maybe I missed something. And you're putting them on notice that they're full of shit and you know it. Excuse my English. You have to bleep me there. But you're putting them on notice that they are full of it and that you are going to question them without actually doing it. So I don't want you to sound like an interrogator. I want you to sound like a person saying, hey, I must have missed those facts. Help me out with those. This is more conspiracy theory stuff. I'm not saying any of this is true. Could all be true, but he has not given significant facts to indicate any of this is true. And when he did give us facts, everything about his demeanor changed. He balled up, his baseline changed, and that's what we look for, clusters of behavior changes to tell us that something's up. Still could be true. We don't know. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, and we're not really going to get the interview here that would get us closer to that truth. Right. And why not? Because this show is about selling $10 bottles of wine. Nothing wrong with that, because this person is doing a great job at holding our attention around this $10 bottle of wine. And I got no problem with a $10 bottle of wine. I will drink with you a $10 bottle of wine all day, every day. No problem at all. But we have to understand, if that's what you're doing, you need a certain type of content in order to engage people. And this content is doing a good job of that. So we get, how did you know from the interviewer, which is a good question. How did you know? Decent question. I talked to Will. He was a basket case. Well, what doesn't happen is any follow-up on, so what exactly did Will say to you? What the interview gets stuck on is the emotional state of Will being a basket case. So we've got away from, so what did you say? When was that said? Take me through it. There's no delving into that. There's just an understanding of, he's absolutely nutty. He's absolutely off his rocker. That's all we need to know. Knock back another swig. Let's keep on going. So doesn't really get away from state of mind. And then we get that he gets private investigators who bought him everything to support this. So I mean, who were these? Who were they? What methodology did they use? Like, how much did it cost? How long was their process? Were they looking for things to support, or were they looking for everything? And then you took from that what was supporting. Did they have a bias or not have a bias? So look, it's not good, but it's good for selling this particular wine, I think. Then we get, I think, the most important thing that we see in all of these videos, which is a signal of disdain and disgust at Jada's team replacing Will's friends. That's the crux of this. This person is not in the inner circle anymore. Jada, according to him, has thrown out Will's friends. Could be true, could be not true. I don't know about that. But what I do know is this really bothers him. Why might it bother him? Well, to your point, Greg, if that's what he's hinged himself to, and this person's going down, Like, he needs to be part of that. He needs to be part of that in a big way to keep on earning maybe money, but maybe some kind of cachet or respect, just as you were saying, Chase, status. And he's not in that status anymore. He's outside of that circle. He's not around the red table. So therefore, he has to come up with a different red table, which is this demonic circle. And you'll see that on the front of his book, a big red circle with the pentagram in there to say, these people are demonically bad. And I'm now pushing myself outside of that on purpose. I wasn't pushed. I took myself out of this. I think that's his situation. He's upset that he's not in that, whether he was in the first place, because it's hard to find. I couldn't really find much evidence in anything that he was saying or anything that I can find elsewhere, a cursory glance, that says he was a best friend of Will. I can't, and Will doesn't even seem to say that about him in any of the literature that Will Smith, I mean, maybe he's the best kept secret of friendship. And I don't understand why a friend would throw you under the bus like this, but maybe that's what people do. I don't get it though. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Can I go last?
Can you go last?
Sure.
Yeah, you can do. Scott, therefore, what do you got?
All right. People people with that kind of money, they'll buy people restaurants, they'll buy people clubs. There's nothing that big a deal about not saying you bought a club for somebody or something when you're living that kind of financial lifestyle. That's not that big a deal. It happens all the time. It's very common. He makes this huge deal about it, like it means something really big, like it has something to do with anything. If he'd come out with one of these stories, just one, it'd have been so much more believable. It'd have been a Bigfoot story or a UFO story or a ghost story. It'd have been one of the three. When you come out with this barrage of stuff, it's just a smear campaign. It's just one thing right after the other, and everything is bigger than the next thing. Well, not everything. It was pretty big there, close to the top there. It was a pretty big one. But there's so many things that, for example, TMZ wouldn't miss some of the stuff. You can't keep this stuff hidden or quiet. Too many people talk. Like this guy's talking, but they talk amongst themselves. They don't write a book or whatever. You don't think TMZ would have said, hey, I heard this. Let's check. Hey, fellas, go check this out. Let's see what's going on, and come up with something, or somebody get busted doing something and all that? No, somebody would have found out. This story he's telling, or all these stories put together, is a UFO story. It's a Bigfoot story. It's an Elvis sighting story, because it compares to this. It's like a UFO. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like if you saw a UFO, Liberace was driving it, and then Elvis was pushing crates of Bigfoots out the back of it. That's what this is. It's this thing. It's just crazy sounding when you put them all together. One might have been okay. You might have gotten away with the one, but one after the other, after that may be common knowledge among people in Hollywood or whatever. But that's a whole lot of big stuff with nothing really to back it up but what he's saying, because he was on the inside. And let everybody else, on the outside, they don't know what I know because I was on the inside. And you're right, Mark. There's some things on Instagram where they're palling around a little bit, but it doesn't look like best friend stuff to me either. Greg, what do you got? Or Chase, what do you got? You're going last.
Yeah, so Greg, to your point, and I wanted to go last because I'm going to send everybody off into this clip with some really cool 3D X-ray goggles to listen to this clip in a completely different way than you ever would have before. And Greg, to your point about being maybe at a reunion or a family gathering or something, the first thing that I teach in behavior profiling, number one, it's like I think it's the first slide, no matter if I'm training an intelligence operative group or I'm training a company, the first slide is see suffering first. That's the number one rule that I see. or I use when I'm doing behavior profiling. Like, where's the suffering that's coming from this person? So instead of me judging them, like, I'm going to find the suffering first. Maybe I'll judge later, but there's definitely going to be suffering first. I want to see what's coming out of this. So here is the secret message hidden within this clip. And I want you to, I'm going to go through a couple of little things here. Just want you to listen to these. And when the clip comes on, I just want you to see this clip in a completely different way and hear it in a different way. Here's what's in the clip. I'm an understanding person. I'm a good guy. I tried to do the right thing. Everything in how I see the world is about who's on the inside and who is on the outside. That's just the way that I see the world. When I got left behind, it hurt. And it hurt bad. And it was a betrayal that I should not have suffered. Will became complicit in how I was being outcast. And now that I'm kicked out of the circle, there's going to be repercussions. Here's what's the subtext of all of that. Why are there going to be repercussions? Because when someone goes through something that makes them feel outcast and not cared for at all, bad things happen. And those bad things are understandable and normal. And that's exactly what he says in this clip. If you just kind of paraphrase all of that, he legitimizes a reaction to being outcast. He tells, like, it was okay for Will to do some of these things because he was feeling outcast. So I also think we're hearing his rationalization strategy, just how he's rationalizing his own behavior and why he's on this podcast in his mind. It's coming out through language. And this is exactly what's in this clip. My goal here was to give you kind of a superhuman hearing so that you start hearing between the lines. And that's all I want you to do. So here comes the clip.
One of those tape replays.
Will don't want that to get out there. This is another thing.
How did you find out about it?
I talked to Will. Will was a basket case. Will was a damn basket case. Like I told you, his lover, Dwayne Martin, and anybody can see it on the records. That club was owned by Will. That's what I'm saying. These private investigators brought me everything to support what I am saying. So that lounge, Dwayne Martin said it was owned by Will. Will brought him that. The Bentley, Will brought him that. The home he lived in, Will gave him the money. Boom. Some of the roles that Dwayne Martin got, Will called BET to get him on there. Like, this is factual stuff. We're not dealing in speculation. I'll let everybody else speculate because they're not from the inside. You know, I'm from the inside giving you the information to the outside. So, you know, that's when she gained supreme control over Will. And as you see, she put so she got rid of all of the top guys around Will, you know, that were real friends and replaced them with her people. If you look at Jada, she got her mom and all her friends with her, a big teams of people, because Will don't want to be known as a woman beater. And he beat the shit out of her and wanted to kill himself at this point. But I'm not saying that I condone it, but I can see how a man coming home and seeing his wife on the couch and you trying to do everything in your power to please this woman, at some point you got to know and understand that you cannot please Jada. And you become complicit in the way she treats other people, even myself.
Just one more thing.
All right, Mark, how's it looking to you so far at this point?
Well, look, I like a good conspiracy theory as much as the next person, and I like a good $10 bottle of wine as much as the next person. I wouldn't be drinking this particular $10 bottle of wine. I don't know why. It doesn't appeal to me in some way. And I wouldn't be buying into this particular conspiracy theory. I don't know. It doesn't really appeal to me. But you might like both of those, as they stand. I'm not buying either of those two things. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, if we go back to those 3 words from video 1, those 3 words is social belonging and status. This is a campaign behind a deep-seated feeling of betrayal and being outcast. It's an incredible display of how all of us unknowingly do 2 huge things. Number 1, we live and speak through archetypes. And we heard a character arc and a story arc in here with an archetype of a story and how somebody came back for revenge. We live this way. And the second thing, we unknowingly reveal our own struggles, our suffering, and our desires when we talk through things. It's woven into our language, and we reveal a lot more about ourselves than we know just when we talk about stuff, which is the whole purpose of this channel. Greg?
Yeah, talking about stuff is what we do best. Let's talk about conspiracy theories, Mark, because I think I agree with you. Look, if you're going to cast aspersions on somebody, they need to be big, especially if there's rumors and you can tap into those rumors. Then you get to create some real conspiracy. And let me give you just a little formula for watching somebody when they're weaving their conspiracy theory. What they're going to do is start with hard facts. If they can give you a hard fact, they're pinning you down so that you believe them. They've got a foundation. Once they get the hard facts in place, they'll swing for the fence with that aiming stake and see what's believable. Now, you have to watch their body language. When they swing for the fence, you might see this. You'll see them fishing for approval, elongated vowels. As they get that other stake in the ground, Chase, you talked about it earlier. What they do is give you that placebo for cleverness and let your brain fill in the path, because your brain is designed to fill in paths. Once you do that, then all they have to do is keep stroking it. Scott, you were talking about it earlier. Not just that, and they just keep fanning the fire and fanning the fire. And that all can be believable if a person's allowed to say whatever they want and you can't see their body language. But if when they get to the hard facts, their hands ball up and their eyes break contact and their blink rate goes up, you should be suspicious. And now I've got no hard facts and I've got no aiming stake on the right, then the conspiracy theory falls apart. When you ask how a person knows, you'll find it. I think what we're seeing, I agree with you guys. Here's somebody who's jilted as a friend and feels really hurt by it. So how do you best swing for the fence? Well, you make some money in the process. Could we all be wrong and there's all this is true? Sure, could be. And there's a ton of rumors around Hollywood. Anybody who knows somebody in Hollywood knows there's a ton of rumors around this couple. And we're seeing her, and she's wacky and hard to believe when she does her interviews. So who knows? Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think if he'd come out with one story, that might have made it. The one might have gotten over the fence. But when you come out with this incredible barrage of this happened, guess what else happened? And it's just, it's a smear campaign. He's mad about something. I don't know what it is. I could be wrong. But I think we'll find out there's something's happened in there that's made him mad, and he's trying to get back at all of them over there. So that's the way it looks to me. It just looks impossible to all that to have happened like that. All right, fellas. Thanks for another good one, and we'll see you next time.
So what do you got?